Section 1 of the Aftermath of Slavery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. Chapter 1, Part 1, The Institution of Slavery and Its Abolition. There is today a new South, and the colored people are a material part of it. The old South, with its gruesome and unholy institution of human slavery, has passed out of existence never to return. It has, however, left a heritage of complicated and vexatious problems, the just and righteous solution of which will tax to the uttermost the resources of the statesman, the fidelity of the church, and the patience and firmness of the nation. It is of prime importance to note that the existing blighting evils, which are an infliction to both the white and the colored people, are not inherent in either people, but have their roots in the essential barbarism of the slave system. The Proclamation of Emancipation, issued by the immortal Abraham Lincoln, was intended to break the fetters of the slave, but now it can be seen that it was also an emancipation of the white people of the South, for slavery manacled the conscience of the master as completely as it did the body of the slave. Unhappily, neither the white nor the colored people are yet fully set free from the brutalizing evils of the system. It would seem that emancipation of the body can be more readily accomplished than the emancipation of the conscience. In the spirit of liberty, however, the colored people are farther removed than the whites from the old regime. To the colored people, freedom came as a boon from heaven, a special gift of God, an answer to the agonizing prayers of centuries. It was a treasure above all price, but the white people of the South took a different view of it. They loved freedom for themselves and would die in defense of it. Unfortunately, however, they regarded the freeing of the colored man as a wrong to the white man. The virus of slavery was present in the brain, and so the chief efforts of Southern leadership have been to curtail the freedom of the colored people, to minimize their liberty, and reduce them as nearly as possible to the conditions of chattel slaves. These efforts, unremitting and sometimes violent, tremendously affect every phase of Southern life. In general, a spirit of cruel intolerance dominates the white population of the whole Southland. Its church life, despite the many excellent and truly Christian members, both men and women, betrays strange deformities and inconsistencies, in large measure ignoring alike the Golden Rule, the Sermon on the Mount, the divinely beautiful lesson of the Good Samaritan, and in short the more vital and central truth of the entire teaching of Jesus himself, the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. Christ, saying, "All ye are brethren," is not interpreted with sufficient breadth to include the Negro. Free government in the South means, in the attitude of the whites toward the Negro, disregard of the law, the repudiation of the orderly processes of the courts of justice, the rule of the mob, and cruel proscription. President Lincoln declared that those who would deny liberty to others are not worthy of it themselves. The white people of the South, still clinging to the traditions of the slave system, have continued to deny liberty to the colored man, and to this attitude is due the existence in that section of a state of lawlessness with its long train of evils. It has thus come to pass that mobs torture human beings and roast them alive without trial, and in defiance of law and order, mobs shoot down women and children who have never been charged with crime, and against whom there is no suspicion. It is enough that they are Negroes. Mobs take possession of the streets of great cities and assault and shoot down innocent colored people, driving them from their homes and burning their property. In one instance, more than 1,000 colored people, men, women, and children, being driven from their homes in a single day. Mobs intercept and hold up the regularly constituted officers of the law, take prisoners from their possession, and shoot them to death. Mobs break into jails and take out prisoners and hang them, sometimes in the jail yard, and riddle their bodies with bullets. Mobs even invade the sacred precincts of the courtroom, and during the actual process of the trial, take prisoners from the custody of the lawful authorities and shoot them in the very temple of justice, or hang them in the courtyard in the presence of judge, jury, and court officers, amid the shouts and cheers of hundreds and at times thousands of people. In one instance, 16 colored men were shot to death on the floor of the courtroom in Mississippi during the actual process of the trial of 2 colored men charged with a minor offense. And these things are done not in a corner, but under the full glare of the noonday sun. The white people of the South have taken pains to declare through their public press and public men, as if to mitigate national indignation and forestall condemnation, that all these things were committed by their best citizens. This is a most startling indictment of the South, and by the South itself, and is an apt illustration of the saying, "Who excuses, accuses." It is not contended in these pages, however, that all the white people of the South, or the most of them, or even the best of them, are given over to unrighteous or riotous proceedings, for the whole, or even the majority of a people are not bad. There are always men and women, true and good, as honest as the day is long, who love mercy, do justice, and walk humbly as in the sight of God. But that there is a prevalence of inconsistencies and barbarities, and a reign of terror and blood which darken the sky of the sunny South, the land where everlasting spring abides and never withering flowers, is as clear as the light of the sun. The white people of the South, however, are descended from noble and honored ancestors who were imbued with the highest ideals of liberty, humanity, righteousness, and orderly government. Many of these were originally opposed to the introduction of the institution of human slavery, while others were skeptical or indifferent about it, and still others accepted it in the spirit of liberal toleration. It is a generally acknowledged fact that slavery at first existed in a mild and not very offensive form, practically devoid of the barbarities and brutalities which later characterized it, the slave owner being somewhat like a feudal lord of more or less power and dignity, and the slave holding a relation not far removed from that of a liege. It is indisputable that the white people of the South carried on among themselves for years an agitation for the abolition of slavery, and that they probably would have abolished slavery or eliminated it by colonization or some other means, but for the determined minor element composed of slaveholders whose influence was greatly reinforced by the invention in 1793 of the cotton gin, which, while a most useful invention, yet has proved a curse and scourge as well as a profit and blessing to mankind. This invention gave a tremendous impetus to the demand for slave labor by vastly increasing its commercial value. It put new life and vigor into the slave trade, creating a limitless demand for slaves and making the abolition of slavery practically impossible save by a national upheaval. Through the extension of the interests in the slave trade and slave labor, and the realization of the enormous profits resulting from these sources, came the Southerners' dream of wealth, power, and dominion, which turned any general sentiment for the abolition of slavery in the South into a demand for more slaves. Thenceforth, the white people of the South dedicated themselves not to the development of their free institutions, but to the building up of a slave-holding oligarchy, overbearing and cruel, which was yet to challenge the nation itself to mortal combat, to cover the land with mourning, and to redden the continent with blood. The invention of the cotton gin raised the cotton industry to such supreme importance that cotton became king of the products in the world's market, and King Cotton, like Satan in the temptation of the Christ on the Mount, said to the Southern whites, All these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me, the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them. The white people of the South did not resist this appeal to their greed and love for gilded luxury, this promise of untold wealth, power, and dominion that was held forth to them. They betook themselves to the worship of King Cotton. Truly, Cotton was king. It became their worshipping fetish. They were lured from their high ideals and even threw to the winds those basic principles, those very fundamental truths of Christianity, the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. Am I my brother's keeper? Asked one of old. The white people of the South were no longer their brother's keeper, certainly not the keeper of their brother in black. The institution of slavery increased and expanded by leaps and bounds, and became more and more debasing to the whites and blacks alike. The slave trade was stimulated as never before, and those engaged in it became brutal beyond description. The appalling sacrifice of human life and the widespread desolation incident to its operation were matters of public knowledge. Scores of African villages might be laid waste, fire and sword work havoc, and thousands of old and young people killed in order to secure one cargo of slaves. But what of that? It was not worthy of a moment's consideration that to deliver a single slave on a plantation might cost the lives of 100 of Africans. What concern was it to them if 1,000 lives were sacrificed, since they obtained that one slave? The ghastly horrors of the Middle Passage, the clanking of chains, the wild and deep groans of men, the heart-rending weeping and wailing of women and children, the cruel floggings, the agonizing cries of despair from the dying, to whom the visit of death was as the visit of an angel, the dumping of the dead into the sea by hands dyed with human blood, the crowding of these ill-fated and hapless creatures of all ages and both sexes into the dark and filthy pest-holes of slave ships, and all the terrible unspeakable agonies of body and anguish of spirit which they endured. All this and more caused the slaveholder no worry, no loss of sleep. The conscience was seared, remorse was dead. They had no time for maudlin sympathy. Slaves they wanted, slaves they must have. The cost in horror and blood, life, pain, and devastation, ruin and desolation were as nothing. The cotton fields must be developed, extended, and expanded. The malarial swamps and marshes must be redeemed and made to yield their harvest of golden sheaves laden with the pearly grains of rice. All the land, the field and forest, and even the earth beneath must be made to yield their increase, and the labor of slaves must accomplish this. So the white people of the South cried out for slaves, and more slaves, and still more slaves. It was impossible that these things could have other than a disastrous effect on public morality. The white South had indeed fallen from its high estate. Its great ideals had gradually faded away. In an article in the Atlantic Monthly for September 1901, Mr. Thomas Nelson Page, speaking of the condition of the South at the time of the War of the Rebellion, says that the South was without ships, without money, without machinery that could produce a knife, a blanket, or a tin cup, without an ally, without even the sympathy of a single nation, without knowledge of the outside world, or indeed of her able and determined opponent. Does he realize the cutting irony, the bald satire of his own statement? For he is pleading, as he always does in season and out of season, for the white people of the South, apologizing for or justifying the many hardships imposed on the Negro, and seeking always to discredit and prejudice him in the eyes of the nation. He is indeed a pitiful description of a pitiful civilization, and the pity of the pity is that it is pitifully true. The worse than ghoulish horrors commonly practiced by the brutal kidnappers or African slave traders, the ghastly spectacle of the slave auction block, where slaves, men, women, and children were examined and sold as though they were cattle, and the heart-rending, inhuman, and disgusting scenes attendant thereon, these things had caused throughout the civilized world such a revulsion of public sentiment against the institution of human slavery that the South, in the moment of its great extremity, was indeed absolutely without an ally, without even the sympathy of a single nation. It was these ghastly abominations of the slave auction block which on one occasion Abraham Lincoln witnessed as a young man when on a visit to New Orleans in 1831 that moved him to declare eternal war against the system of slavery. The incident, as reported, is this. He saw a slave, a beautiful mulatto girl, sold at auction. She was felt over, pinched, trotted around to show to bidders that said article was sound. Lincoln walked away from the sad, inhuman scene with deep feelings of unsmotherable hatred. He said to John Hank, who was with him, "If I ever get a chance to hit that institution, I'll hit it. Hard, John." He got the chance and did hit it. How hard, the world knows. It is worthwhile to point out the cause of the backward and pitiable condition of the South in 1861, which Mr. Page, with Lamentations, so accurately and pithily depicts. The institution of slavery laid tribute on the talent, the statesmanship, the loyalty, and all the vital forces, moral, spiritual, and material, of the South. It was the all-absorbing topic. It monopolized the brain and heart of the South. All other subjects converged into it. The South had for years devoted, even dedicated its genius, its strength, its energies to the institution of human slavery and to the development, protection, expansion, and perpetuation of the system. Its genius and talent for other things simply shriveled up. It devoted itself so completely to the institution of slavery that the South made what William Lloyd Garrison declared slavery to be, an agreement with death and a covenant with hell. It was death to the public morals and conscience of the South, and it was hell to the ill-fated, helpless, downtrodden slave. The institution of slavery, as bad and debasing as it was for the Negro in one way, was probably even worse for the whites in another. It so stupefied the conscience of the whites that even now, 40 years after the destruction of the system, they show but few signs of recovery from its baneful effects. It so twisted and perverted their moral conceptions that they cannot view rationally or with justice the simplest question affecting the manhood rights of the Negro. This fact was demonstrated when President Roosevelt simply recognized the eminence and worth of a colored American citizen in the person of Principal Booker T. Washington by inviting him to dinner. What was all the consequent furor, denunciation, and display of bad temper and worse judgment but the manifestation of the entailed, unpitying consequences of the barbarism of slavery? France honors a member of the colored race as a general in her army. Another has been vice president of her Chamber of Deputies. Others occupy high stations in the life of the nation. A number are in her leading schools. England's gracious sovereign, the late Queen Victoria, repeatedly entertained colored persons at breakfast or luncheon, extending, for instance, such courtesy to the whole company of the famous Fisk University Jubilee Singers, but there was not a person in the whole British Empire who protested against it. The most powerful emperors, kings, and rulers of Europe have extended such courtesies without having public decency shocked or violated by ribald protestations. Prince Henry, the brother of the German emperor, while on a visit to the United States, and when every minute of his time was at a premium, denying himself to many prominent people, especially commanded that the Hampton Jubilee Singers colored be presented to him at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Such instances render the more pitiable, if not ridiculous, the spectacle that the South made of itself in regard to the Roosevelt-Washington dining incident, but this may be set down to the not yet closed account of the barbarism of slavery. This system of slavery, as it existed in the South, was as black as moral turpitude could make it. The fond words mother, home, and family were devoid of their high and real meaning to the slave, for he lived, moved, and had his being in the ever-present, dismal, and benumbing shadow of the auction block. His was a life approaching moral desolation, a life in which the great moral incentives begotten of the ties, honor, and blessedness of the family life, blood, and name were absent. There was next to nothing in the family life of the slave to inspire him to noble purpose and endeavor. There could be no legal marriage. The constant separation of those who had entered into the marriage relation by the sale of either husband or wife made this impossible, for the wife or husband, if sold every day in a week, could marry anew after each sale. Uncle Tom's Cabin, that wonderful work of Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, did not depict, nor even scarcely hint at, some of the grosser evils and barbarities of the system, and yet the white South winces over it. These people should not be blamed for being so sensitive over Mrs. Stowe's incisive and luminous portrayal of the life and civilization of the South, although the worst was not told. Much in connection with the treatment of slaves and the raising of them for the home market was really unprintable. The buying and selling, the separation and breaking up of Negro families were common all over the South. Neither age nor sex were regarded. The infant was snatched from the mother's arms. The father and mother of a family were torn from each other. They were sold, each in a different direction, never more to meet on earth. Strange, passing strange, that it never dawned on the white people of the South that the black mother who rocks her boy feels in her heart all a mother's joy. It is unquestionably true that there were good and humane masters. There were some, indeed, who were most considerate to their slaves, and others who never even became reconciled to the system of slavery, but rather hated it to the end and rejoiced at its destruction. But this was the exception, and did little to change the general conditions and lessen the evils inherent in the system. Neither Washington, the father of his country, nor Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence, believed in human slavery. Madison is credited with keeping the word slavery out of the Constitution, while Mason, Tucker, Randolph, and others opposed the institution. Thomas Jefferson, the father of democracy, both spoke and wrote against slavery. He foresaw that there would be a great national convulsion over it, and counseled its elimination. He left on record these prophetic words: "Nothing is more certainly written in the book of fate than that these people shall be free." The South did not take heed. If Thomas Jefferson were living today in the dawn of the 20th century, with the immense strides of mankind taken since his time, he would tell the white people of the South that nothing is more certainly written in the book of fate than that these people shall enjoy equal rights and privileges before the law. The white people may disregard the warning now, as they did under the slave regime, but infidelity to truth, justice, and good order, and the dragon teeth of unrighteousness and oppressive laws will bring a bitter harvest to their children, and may long plague the land. There were other Southerners, some notable ones, who from time to time, because of their conscientious scruples against human slavery, set their slaves free. Like Abraham Lincoln, their souls burned within them with righteous indignation against the unspeakable iniquities of the system, and they sincerely felt that no man was good enough to own another man. Some even left the South to avoid identification with the abominations of slavery and took up their residence in the free North. Some sent their children by colored mothers North to be educated and to live, and also set the mothers free and removed them to the North as well. There were and still exist instances of tender and even affectionate regard between the master class and the slave class. Since emancipation, there have been some of the master class who have been devotedly interested in the welfare of their former slaves and have been both a help and a protection to them, in some instances rescuing them from unjust treatment and the fury of lawless mobs. Nevertheless, the plain, unvarnished truth remains that the great body of slave owners were either inconsiderate or cruel themselves, or put their slaves into the hands of heartless slave drivers, overseers, and hard taskmasters, and these made the life of the slaves a burden grievous and hard to bear. Some apologists seek to gloss over the iniquities of this system and even give it a patriarchal tinge. With divine virtues, they would make it appear as though American slavery was established for the benevolent assimilation of the African Negro. It is true that the white men of the South did accomplish a large measure of assimilation, the manifold evidences of which are to be seen in every city, town, village and country district throughout the South, but there are very grave reasons for doubt as to the benevolent character of this assimilation. What good the milder slavery actually did for the Negro was in spite of its barbarity, and was due to his great powers for absorbing civilization. Slavery was in no sense whatever a philanthropic or humanitarian enterprise, but was developed and conducted on the low plane of avarice, greed, and bestiality. There seem to be no grounds on which it can be claimed that it was intended for the good of the Negroes, who in their low estate were but chattels, to be marketed and sold, and at their best were but as beasts of burden to toil and moil, in order that the master class might live in comfortable ease and luxury. The widespread and brutal floggings on the bare body continued in some cases until the blood flowed, the bathing in salt water to increase the agony, the general use of bloodhounds in some instances making them lacerate the flesh of the slaves to give them a taste for human blood and make them more ferocious and thus a greater terror to the slaves. The devices for torture, such as the stocks, the thumbscrew, the pillory, and the varied methods of stringing up are some of the fascinations and beauties of the slave's life which the apologists of the system ignore. There are well authenticated cases of slaves being whipped to death, and of others dying from the effects of the floggings, but notwithstanding, to borrow the title of one of the beautiful plantation melodies, their hard trials and great tribulations, the slaves continued to increase in numbers. They learned how to use the title of another of their sweet melodies, to steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus, and find strength, comfort, and sustaining help in every time of need. They seem also to have demonstrated that liberty is an instinct of the human heart, for in the blackest hour of the long night of their gloomy bondage, they sang most gleefully and with joyous, hopeful hearts another of their soul-inspiring melodies, "One of these days I shall be free, when Christ the Lord shall set me free." This song was forbidden by the slave owners because its spirit would tend to keep alive the thirst for liberty. It is but another illustration of the wisdom of the man who said, "Let me write the songs of a people, and I care not who may write their laws." The Negroes hoodwinked the master class by humming the music of this particular song, while the words echoed and re-echoed deep down in their hearts with perhaps greater effect than if they had been spoken. These melodies were to them the incarnation, God with them, and to their keen and simple faith he seemed to be visible and tangible, ever present and ever blessed. These songs had a meaning and power which all men may appreciate, but which the Negro alone could fully comprehend. Songs are the heart language of a people, and as the Negro heart language, it is not surprising that these melodies should touch and melt human hearts the world over. Queens, emperors, and potentates of the old world, the president in the White House, the most cultured and fashionable audiences everywhere have been moved and melted to tears by their rendition. Of a truth, as a heart language, they are at once the interpretation and exemplification of that wondrous touch of nature which makes the whole world kin. In them was the secret of the sustaining power which enabled the Negroes to weather the storms of their bitter afflictions and sing, "Nobody knows the trouble I see, nobody knows but Jesus, nobody knows the trouble I see, glory in my soul. I'm sometimes up and sometimes down, oh yes, Lord, sometimes almost to the ground, oh yes, Lord. Nobody knows the trouble I see, nobody knows but Jesus, nobody knows the trouble I see, glory in my soul." It was this glory in the soul that enabled them not only to withstand all the grinding experiences, tribulations, and bestialities of the slave system, but even to flourish and multiply. Only the strongest of races could have survived this wasting and agonizing strain of centuries. The following table shows the increase in slaves by decades. Year 1800, number of slaves 1,002,037. Year 1810, number of slaves 1,377,808. Year 1820, number of slaves 1,771,658. Year 1830, number of slaves 2,328,642. Year 1840, number of slaves 2,873,648. Year 1850, Number of slaves, 3,638,808. Year 1860, number of slaves, 4,441,830. A factor of great yet weird significance in Southern life may be referred to here. During all the years of slavery, the amalgamation of the races, though practically one-sided, was going on with ever-increasing pace. The overwhelming evidence of this widely diffused amalgamation, which can never be blotted out, was written and bleached indelibly in the faces and features of the servants in the dining room, in the chambers, in the nurseries, in the sewing rooms, in the laundries, in the kitchens, in care of horse and stables, of servant gardeners, messengers, and plantation hands. It was to be seen in servants in every sphere and vocation in Southern life. The white men of the South had endowed and were still endowing the Negro slave with their best blood and greatest names. Some of these slave owners, be it said to their credit, did treat their own offspring of a Negro mother with consideration, but the great body of these slave owners would sell their own offspring and their mothers together or separately without the least show of compunction of conscience. For a man to sell his own children and the mother of his children, even though they were not legitimate heirs at law, into a bondage where hope hardly abided, is a monstrous act of hard-heartedness, but such monstrous acts were common. These slave owners well knew to what a horrible life their own daughters of Negro mothers would be subjected, a life worse than death, but this too was of little or no concern to them. The touching lines of Longfellow's The Quadroon Girl are painfully illuminating on this point. In this connection it may be remarked that an exceedingly strange phenomenon, and one that will require the utmost resources of the sociologists for a rational explanation, is that the white people of the South, who under the degrading influences of the slave regime sold their own children and the Negro mothers of their children into a bondage black, bitter, and brutalizing, are today, 40 years after the destruction of slavery and under the benign light of a more advanced civilization, ostracizing and outlawing by legislative acts and otherwise disfranchising, lynching, and burning at the stake their own children of Negro mothers and the children of their fathers and grandfathers and more remote ancestors. It is interesting to note in connection with this thought that the three colored persons, Principal Booker T. Washington, who was invited to dine at the White House by the President, Dr. William D. Crum, who was appointed collector of the port of Charleston, South Carolina, and Mrs. Cox, the capable and accomplished postmistress at Indianapolis, Mississippi, who was driven from her position and virtually expelled from the town by a brutal and lawless mob of the much vaunted superior whites. These three colored persons, bearing the very best character, educated, cultured, property owners, and in all the essentials of life superior to many white people of the South, have actually more Caucasian than African blood in their veins, and notwithstanding which their recognition by the President as American citizens fit to hold office threw the people of the South into hysterics and brought about the most bitter denunciation of them and the President, and some Southern whites have even publicly demanded their assassination. For lack of a more intelligent and plausible reason, this too may be set down to the not yet closed account of the barbarism of slavery. As slavery became more entrenched in the South, the opposition to it became more pronounced and determined in the North. The people of the North, having voluntarily set free their own slaves, were practically united against the institution of slavery, or at least were uncompromisingly opposed to its further extension. Thus the North and the South faced each other on the slavery question, the South demanding an extension of the system, and the North its limitation, if not destruction. Robert Toombs of Georgia, a leading slave owner and statesman of the South, declared that he would never be contented until he could call the roll of his slaves at the foot of Bunker Hill Monument in Massachusetts. Slavery became the paramount issue in national politics, in great religious bodies, social circles, at the fireside, everywhere. It was the all-absorbing subject. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Institution of slavery and its abolition. While many of the anti-slavery leaders stood firmly and unequivocally upon a broad foundation of liberty, humanitarianism, or the ethics of the gospel of Christ, yet it should not be overlooked that they were strongly urged by the fact that the slave labor of the South had already exerted a degrading influence on the white free labor at the North and was an ever-increasing menace to it. The white free labor of the North, in order to maintain its own dignity and preserve its rewards, must perforce join in the crusade against slave labor at the South. This positive peril of the great masses of white toilers in the North being reduced to conditions approaching those of the slave in the South became a factor of great importance. Moreover, the aggressions and intolerance of Southern leaders and their plainly expressed contempt for the laborer greatly increased sectional animosities and augmented the ranks of the abolitionists. In the fierce and bitter conflict of words that arose, the South scored signal victories. It obtained the Missouri Compromise, but repudiated the compact which it served its interests to do so. It obtained the fugitive slave law, which imposed on Northern white men, under heavy penalties, the duty of hounding down the fugitive slave, a fellow man who was guilty of no crime, save that of fleeing a bondage which was as black as midnight and more cruel than the grave. It obtained the Dred Scott decision from the Supreme Court of the United States. Chief Justice Taney, speaking for the court, declared that Negroes had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. It obtained through Preston S. Brooks of South Carolina the silencing of slavery's greatest foe and humanity's greatest advocate, Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, not by argument but by blows of a loaded cane, stealthily given on the floor of the United States Senate. Various counties in the state of South Carolina presented Brooks with gold-headed canes for his chivalrous and gallant act of thus assaulting, in behalf of his state and people, a man who was unsuspectingly writing at his desk. It brought John Brown to the gallows, but his soul goes marching on. The slaveholders were aggressively domineering. They seemed to be spoiling for a fight, and yet they felt sure that there would be no fight. Was cotton not king? Besides, the South controlled other great staples of the world's commerce, and millions of hardy and faithful slave laborers. This was the source of their confidence and the strength of their intolerance. Mr. Hammond of South Carolina, in the United States Senate on March 4, 1858, said, "Without firing a gun, without drawing a sword, should the North make war on us, we could bring the whole world to our feet. What would happen if no cotton was furnished for 3 years? I will not stop to depict what every one can imagine, but this is certain. England would topple headlong and carry the whole civilized world with her. No, you dare not make war on cotton. No power on earth dares to make war on cotton. Cotton is king." War did, however, go on for 4 years, but England did not topple. These and other events of more or less national import, crowding thick and fast on each other, fired into a white heat the two great sections of the country, the North and the South. When the memorable year of 1860 came, it found the nation a seething cauldron of political, social, and religious excitement. The time for the election of a president was at hand. The irrepressible conflict was on. It was to be a duel to the death between the pro-slavery and the anti-slavery forces. The forces of liberty and righteousness were triumphant. Is it too much to say that God sent confusion into the councils of the slaveholding oligarchy, which, instead of nominating one candidate who might easily have been elected, nominated 4 candidates and was defeated. Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. The course of events solidified the anti-slavery forces and served to crystallize the anti-slavery sentiment. These forces and sentiment found expression through the Union Republican Party, a new organization with potentialities for achievements far beyond the ken of the men who stood sponsors at its birth. A party born unto grand moral ideas and reviving and holding fast to the fundamental principles of liberty, equality, fraternity, to which the Republic was dedicated. This was a party whose supreme services to the nation and whose beneficent and lasting work for humanity and the cause of liberty could hardly have been conceived by its founders. It was a party ordained of God not only to break the galling fetters of the slave, crowning him with manhood and emancipating the conscience of the master, freeing him from blood guiltiness, but also destined to lift the nation itself out of its circumscribed provincialism into the sphere of the broadest nationality, giving the Republic a foremost place among the great nations of the earth. It was destined even to carry the blessings of liberty to other peoples and climes. Cuba and Puerto Rico now rejoice, as the Philippines certainly will later on. The standard-bearer of this party in this historic campaign, Abraham Lincoln, was raised up, equipped, and called to the presidency of the Republic as providentially as Moses was called to lead Israel out of Egypt. He was the ideal man for the hour. The slave-holding oligarchy interpreted Lincoln's election to mean that their power was broken, their dominion overthrown, and that the institution of slavery was no longer safe within the Union. The reasoning was swift and direct, but slavery must be saved at any price, if not in the Union, then out of it, peacefully if possible, by war if necessary. It was but a step to the plunge into the dark abyss of secession and the founding of a great slave-holding empire, which had been an open threat for decades, now seemed imminent. The clouds of war were gathering. The murmurs, rumblings, and heated utterances were so foreboding that it was deemed wise and prudent for President-elect Lincoln to go secretly a portion of the way from his state of Illinois to the seat of government at Washington because of well-grounded fears of assassination. Lincoln's inaugural address was specific but firm. He declared that his most solemn obligation and paramount duty was to enforce the Constitution and preserve the Union. Whether the leaders of the South did or did not commit treason when they took up arms and sought to overthrow the government of their country is not a part of this discussion. There seems to be no ground for doubt, however, that many who had taken the oath of office to uphold and defend the Constitution and government of the United States were actively engaged in planning and plotting to overthrow the Constitution and to destroy the government to which they had plighted their word and honor. It is enough to say that the secession of Southern states followed the inauguration of Lincoln. These leaders plunged the nation into the bloodiest internecine conflict that history records. Amid the loud diapason of the cannonade, the institution of human slavery went down forever, and the government at Washington still lives. The storm and stress of the anti-slavery agitation developed many magnificent characters who lend luster and renown to the American name, men and women of never-dying fame: Charles Sumner, John Brown, William Lloyd Garrison, Wendell Phillips, Dr. Gamaliel Bailey, Frederick Douglass, Henry Highland Garnet, Lucretia Mott, Owen Lovejoy, Robert Morris, Ben Wade, Peter S. Porter, Henry Ward Beecher, John Greenleaf Whittier, Harriet Beecher Stowe, William Henry Furness, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, and others, gave intellectual and moral splendor and grandeur to the cause and quickened and lightened up the smoldering conscience of the people. They shared the feelings and were inspired by the brave words of William Lloyd Garrison, who said, "I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard. I solicit no man's praise. I fear no man's censure. The liberty of a people is the gift of God and nature. Neither God nor the world will judge us by our profession, but by our practices." In the great transformation which such persons wrought in public sentiment, they approached unto those who, through faith, subdued kingdoms, wrought righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, waxed valiant in fight, turned to flight the armies of the aliens. Purely as a matter of history and not in a censorious spirit, it may be said that in the discussion of the prosecution of the war, the South can hardly escape free from blame for much that was rash, and some things that were needlessly cruel and inhuman. Its treatment of Union prisoners was often cruel, and sometimes deliberately and purposely so. The account of Andersonville, Libby, and other prison pens where captured Union soldiers were held disclosed an awful and most shocking story of their experiences and treatment. Mr. Blaine, in an address in Congress on this point, said, "I've read over the details of those atrocious murders of the Duke of Alva in the Low Countries, which are always mentioned with a thrill of horror throughout Christendom. I've read the details of the massacre of St. Bartholomew that stand out in history as one of the atrocities beyond imagination. I've read anew the horrors untold and unimaginable of the Spanish Inquisition, and I here before God, measuring my words, knowing their extent and import, declare that neither the deeds of the Duke of Alva in the Low Countries, nor the massacre of St. Bartholomew, nor the thumbscrews and engines of torture of the Spanish Inquisition begin to compare in atrocity with the hideous crime of Andersonville." The South's attitude towards colored soldiers and the white officers commanding them was indefensible. When a nation clothes a man with the uniform of its soldiers and puts a rifle into his hand and sends him to the firing line, it is bound to protect him in all the rights of a soldier. To put a money reward on the head of white officers of colored troops, or to threaten to shoot or hang such soldiers and shoot or punish their officers if captured is scarcely justifiable. The Confederate Congress enacted this extreme law, that every white person, being a commissioned officer or acting as such, who during the present war shall command Negroes or mulattoes in arms against the Confederate States, or who shall arm, train, organize, or prepare Negroes or mulattoes for military service against the Confederate States, or who shall voluntarily aid Negroes or mulattoes in any military enterprise, attack, or conflict in such service, shall be deemed as inciting servile insurrection, and shall, if captured, be put to death, or otherwise punished at the discretion of the court. The law also provided for hanging or shooting colored soldiers captured, or for selling them into slavery. But neither the colored soldiers nor white officers were daunted or terrified. The best exemplification of this is the favorite camp song of the black regiments, which ran in part as follows: "Fremont, he told us, when the cruel war begun, how to save the Union, how it must be done. But old Kentuck swore so hard, Father Abe had his fears, and wondered what to do with the colored volunteers. Jeff Davis said he'd hang 'em if he should catch 'em armed. That's a mighty bad thing, but they ain't at all alarmed. First he's got to catch 'em live, for to hang is clear, and that's what will save the colored volunteers. Then give us the flag, all free without a slave. We'll fight and defend it, as the fathers did so brave. So forward, boys, forward. 'Tis the year of Jubilee. God bless America. We'll help to make her free." The desecration of the body of Colonel Robert Gould Shaw was a dreadful mistake. This gallant young hero fell at the head of his black troops, the immortal 54th Massachusetts Regiment, on the parapet of Fort Wagner, near Charleston. When information was sought as to his body, the curt reply was, "He is buried with his niggers." Colonel Norwood P. Hallowell, of the 55th Massachusetts Regiment, in an address before the Military Historical Society of Massachusetts, says, "The manner of Colonel Shaw's burial has been circumstantially related by two Confederate officers, Major McDonald, 51st North Carolina, and Captain H.W. Hendricks, both of whom were present at the time. Colonel Shaw's body was stripped of all his clothing, save his undershirt and drawers. This desecration of the dead was done by one Charles Blake and others. The body was carried within the fort and there exposed for a time. It was then carried without the fort and buried in a trench with the negroes. Colonel Shaw fell on July 18, 1863, and of him Colonel Hallowell further says, Colonel Shaw was in the 26th year of his age. How young it seems now, and had seen 2 years of hard service in the Army of the Potomac. His clean-cut face, quick, decided step, and singular charm of manner, full of grace and virtue, bespoke the hero. The immortal charge of his black regiment reads like a page of the Iliad or a story from Plutarch. I've always thought that in the great war with the slave power, the figure that stands out in boldest relief is that of Colonel Shaw. There were many others as brave and devoted as he. The humblest private who sleeps in yonder cemetery or fills an unknown grave in the South is as much entitled to our gratitude, but to no others was given an equal opportunity. By the earnestness of his convictions, the unselfishness of his character, his championship of an enslaved race, and the manner of his death, all the conditions are given to make Shaw the best historical exponent of the underlying cause, the real meaning of the war. He was the fair type of all that was brave, generous, beautiful, and of all that was best worth fighting for in the war of the slaveholders' rebellion. This recently made estimate of Colonel Shaw's character and place in history was shared by many notable Americans who were in the heat of the fray, some of whom have been gathered unto their fathers. Charles Sumner said, I know no soldier's death finer than that of a young commander at the head of his men on the parapet of an enemy's fort which he had entered by storm. Thomas Hughes declared it was the grandest sepulchre earned by any soldier in this century. The New York Times said he was one of the young gentlemen whom this war has developed as a soldier and immortalized as a patriot and martyr. Of high social position, surrounded by everything to make life dear to him, he accepted the position of colonel of a colored regiment to help set at rest the question of respectability of that arm of the service. Charles A. Dana wrote to Colonel Shaw's parents, From the first I've watched his career as a soldier with a tender presentiment that he was to fill a bright place among the martyrs of liberty. With the grief of my love for him and for you there is mingled a noble consolation, a thrill of almost joy, especially when I remember that he died a leader of the outcast and the oppressed. Such a death of such a man would renew my faith if I had doubted concerning the end. God governs, and the lives of so many among the best of his children are not offered up in vain. Governor Andrews spoke of him in a message to the Massachusetts legislature as that gallant young American whose spotless life, whose chivalrous character, whose noble death there is no marble white enough to commemorate. Henry Ward Beecher wrote from Europe, where he was upholding the cause of the Union, I bear your burden with you and yours, and I cease not to bear all your pierced and sorrowing hearts to that wounded heart who consoles evermore with wonderful love and tenderness. John Lothrop Motley wrote, When we all of us have been long gathered into the common granary, sculptors, painters, and poets will delight to reproduce that beautiful vision of undying and heroic youth, and eyes not yet created will dwell upon it with affection and pride. The New York World said the brutality which sought to wreak its vengeance upon the senseless clay of what had been a fearless foe could not be more nobly chastised than it is by this lofty and living pride. This had reference to Colonel Shaw's father's statement, Our darling son, our hero, has received at the hands of the rebels the most fitting burial possible. They buried him with his brave, devoted followers, who fell dead over him and around him. The poor benighted wretches thought they were heaping indignities upon his dead body, but the act recoils on themselves and proves them absolutely incapable of appreciating noble qualities. They thought to give additional pang to the bruised hearts of his friends, but we would not have him buried elsewhere if we could. If a wish of ours would do it, we would not have his body taken away from those who loved him so devotedly, with whom and for whom he gave his life. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote tenderly of him and dedicated a poem to him, closing, So nigh is grandeur to our deaths, so near is God to man. When duty whispers low, thou must, the youth replies, I can. James Russell Lowell said, "I would rather have my name known and blessed as his will be through all the hovels of an outcast race than blazing from all the trumpets of repute." And in a poem on the heroism of Colonel Shaw, Mr. Lowell also wrote, "Brave, good, and true, I see him stand before me now, and read again on that young brow, where every hope was new, how sweet were life, yet by the mouth firm set, and look made up for duty's utmost debt, I could divine he knew that death within the sulphurous hostile lines, in the mere wreck of nobly pitched designs, plucks heart's ease and not rue. Happy their end who vanished down life's evening stream, placid as swans that drift in dream round the next river bend. Happy long life, with honour at the close, friends, painless tears, the softened thought of foes, and yet like him to spend all at a gush, keeping our first faith sure, from midlife stout and else contentment pour. What more could fortune send? Right in the van, on the red ramparts slippery as swell, with heart that beat a charge, he fell forward as befits a man. But the high soul burns on to light men's feet, where death for noble ends makes dying sweet. Why these splendid tributes to a young man not 26 years of age? It was recognized that he was the best historical exponent of the underlying cause, the real meaning of the war, the figure that stands out in bold relief, and dared all for liberty and country, justice and humanity. Colonel Robert Gould Shaw, waving his sword on the parapet of Wagner, at the head of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, thrust an idea and a force into the mighty conflict which neither side had reckoned on at the opening of hostilities, and which many competent to judge declared turned the balance of the scales. It brought to the Union arms about 200,000 colored soldiers and as many more colored men employed in various lines of labor and service. When the war began, the South regarded the slaves as the strongest pillar of support in the Confederacy. These were to raise crops for feeding the armies, to build fortifications, to do other service in camp, and to care for the women and children. But as the war progressed, it developed that the Negroes in the cotton fields, the rice swamps, the cornfields were quite a different factor from the Negroes in uniform, with musket in hand and in battle array. What the South counted its greatest strength was in fact its greatest weakness. The North was quick to seize the advantage. The Negroes were equal to the emergency. The grand historic moment which comes to a race only once in many centuries came to them, and they recognized it. The slaves were used most effectively against the masters, so that Colonel Shaw's larger service to his country and humanity was in demonstrating at a critical moment the availability and heroism of the Negro as a soldier. It was at a time when the cause of the Union was wavering, and as Colonel Hallowell says, when volunteering had ceased, when the draft was a partial failure and the bounty system a senseless extravagance. While it is true that the Negro had rendered invaluable services in the Revolutionary War and later in the War of 1812, yet practically for 3/4 of a century he had been under the lash of the heartless slave driver and had ceased to be an object of consideration except to a remnant of God-fearing philanthropists and courageous humanitarians. The organized government was his oppressor. It is just to say that Colonel Shaw gave to the colored race a new status. He brought to the race the habiliments of manhood, and the race crowned him with immortal fame. He was the first to lead the Negroes in large numbers into the baptism of fire and to prove their mettle. Thenceforth neither the North nor the South doubted. Colonel Shaw himself was not without some realization of the magnitude and glory of his mission, for in a letter to the lady he was to wed he wrote, "I shall feel that what I have to do is to prove that a Negro can be made a good soldier. There is great prejudice against it, but now that it has become a government matter, that will probably wear away. At any rate, I shan't be frightened out of it by its unpopularity. I feel convinced that I shall never regret having taken this step." That he took great pride in his black troops and had full faith in their soldierly qualities may be evidenced by a letter he wrote of the first battle in which he led them against the Confederates on James Island, Charleston Harbor, July 16, 1863. He said, "You don't know what a fortunate day this has been for me and for all of us, excepting some poor fellows who were killed and wounded. General Terry sent me word he was highly gratified with the behavior of my men, and the officers and privates of other regiments praise us very much. He also wrote, we hear nothing but praise of the 54th on all hands. 2 days after this, he led the charge on Fort Wagner, saying to his friends these brave words, we shall take the fort or die there. Goodbye. His lifeblood was poured out on the soil of South Carolina and enriched it. His memory is a heritage to the nation. The Shaw School at Charleston for colored youths was named in honor of him. The Shaw University at Raleigh, North Carolina, a flourishing institution for colored pupils, also commemorates his memory. Harvard College has a bust of him in marble, carved by the colored artist Edmonia Lewis, once a slave but now a sculptor in Italy. In a memorial hall at Harvard, there is also a life-size portrait of the hero of Fort Wagner. Massachusetts has erected a monument in bronze and marble on the Boston Common, directly in front of her state capitol, to perpetuate his memory and that of his brave and devoted followers. The inscription, composed by President Eliot of Harvard University, is as follows. To the 54th Regiment of Massachusetts Infantry, the white officers, taking life and honor in their hands, cast in their lot with men of a despised race, unproved in war, and risked death as inciters of servile insurrection if taken prisoners, besides encountering all the common perils of camp, march, and battle. The black rank and file volunteered when disaster clouded the Union cause, served without pay for 18 months till, given that of white troops, faced threatened enslavement if captured, were brave in action, patient under heavy and dangerous labors, and cheerful amid hardships and privations. Together they gave to the nation and the world undying proof that Americans of African descent possess the pride, courage, and devotion of the patriot soldier. 180,000 such Americans enlisted under the Union flag in 1863 to 1865. But above all, Colonel Shaw will live in the hearts of all his countrymen who appreciate noble manhood and the virtues of heroism, and especially in the hearts of the multiplying millions of colored people whose value and power as citizens and as soldiers he first conspicuously and convincingly impressed on the nation. Of Fort Wagner, Colonel N.P. Hallowell says, it was armed with 18 guns of various calibers, of which number 15 covered the only approach by land, which was along the beach and was the width of scarcely half a company front in one place. This approach was swept not only by the guns of Wagner, but also by those of Battery Gregg on Cummings Point, the very northern extremity of the island, and by those of Sumter, and it was enfiladed by several heavily armed batteries on James and Sullivan Islands. Our 54th Massachusetts, Colonel Shaw at the head, led the column. In quick time that devoted column went on to its destiny, heedless of the gaps made in its ranks by the relentless fire of the guns of Wagner, of Gregg, of Sumter, of James and Sullivan Islands. When within 200 yards of the fort, the rebel garrison swarmed from the bomb-proof to the parapet, and to the artillery was added the compact and destructive fire of 1,400 rifles at 200 yards range, a storm of solid shot, shells, grape, canister, and bullets. The 200 yards were passed, the ditch was crossed, the parapet was gained, and the state and national colors planted thereon. The bearer of the state flag was killed, and it fell into the fort, and its possession brought about one of the fiercest hand-to-hand struggles witnessed during the war. As the bearer of the national flag was killed, Sergeant William H. Carney sprang forward and grasped the flag. His valor was attested by wounds in both legs, in the breast, and in the right arm. He won cheers from his comrades by shouting, "The old flag never touched the ground." Lewis H. Douglas, the son of Frederick Douglass, was praised by both white and colored for great heroism. He was among the first to mount the parapet and shouted, "Come on, boys, and fight for God and Governor Andrew." Captain C.J. Russell and W.H. Simpkins were especially mentioned among the brave officers killed. Among the officers wounded were Lieutenant Colonel E.N. Hallowell, Captains Appleton, Jones, Willard, and Pope, Adjutant James, Lieutenants Homans, Smith, Pratt, Tucker, and Emerson. Lieutenant Emerson sheathed his sword, picked up a musket of a fallen comrade, and used it effectively. Private George Wilson was shot through both shoulders and yet refused to go to the rear. Captain Emilio and Lieutenant Colonel E.N. Hallowell in turn succeeded Colonel Shaw in command. Colonel N.P. Helliwell also says, the regiment went into action with 22 officers and 650 enlisted men. 14 officers were killed or wounded. 255 enlisted men were killed or wounded. Prisoners not wounded, 20. Total casualties, officers and men, 269 or 40%. The character of the wounds attests the nature of the contest. There were wounds from bayonet thrusts, sword cuts, pike thrusts, and hand grenades, and there were heads and arms broken and smashed by the butt ends of muskets. General Haygood, the Confederate commander of the fort, said it was a dearly purchased compliment to let them lead the assault. Their Colonel Shaw was killed upon the parapet, and the regiment almost annihilated. Lieutenant Iredell Jones, another Confederate officer, said the Negroes fought gallantly and were headed by as brave a colonel as ever lived. He mounted the breastworks, waving his sword, and at the head of his regiment, and he and a Negro orderly sergeant fell dead over the inner crest of the works. The Negroes were as fine-looking a set as I ever saw, large, strong, muscular fellows. General Strong, who with the approval of General Seymour offered the place of honor to Colonel Shaw and his men in leading the attack on Wagner, rode up to the regiment just before the assault and encouraged them, saying, "Boys, I am a Massachusetts man, and I know you will fight for the honor of the state. I'm sorry you must go into the fight tired and hungry." They had marched all night previously in a thunderstorm, and had covered 6 miles that afternoon, subsisting scantily on the hardtack and coffee carried in their haversacks. As a matter of history, it must be stated that colored regiments had already been formed in South Carolina, in Louisiana, and in Kansas, and had been under fire but on a comparatively small scale as yet, and had attracted little attention in the Northern mind. The 1st South Carolina Volunteers under Colonel Thomas Wentworth Higginson was the first colored regiment in the field. The enlistment of Colonel Shaw's regiment was accompanied with grave apprehension, and John A. Andrew, the great war governor of Massachusetts, voiced his deep concern in presenting the colors. Many prominent people were present. Governor Andrews said, "My own personal honor, if I have any, is identified with yours. I stand or fall as a man and a magistrate with the rise and the fall in the history of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment. I know not, sir, when in all human history to any given 1,000 men in arms there have been permitted a work at once so proud, so precious, and so full of hope and glory as the work committed to you. And may the infinite mercy of the Almighty God attend you every hour of every day through all the experiences and vicissitudes of that dangerous life in which you have embarked. May the God of our fathers cover your head in the day of battle. This flag, sir, has connected with its history the most touching and sacred memory. It comes to your regiment from the mother, sister, and family relations of one of the dearest and noblest soldier boys of Massachusetts. I need but utter the name of Lieutenant Putnam in order to excite in every heart the tenderest emotions of fond regard or the strongest feelings of patriotic fire. Happily indeed for the colored race and for the Republic, the soldier boys of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment not only met but surpassed the highest expectations of friends and put to confusion doubters, critics, and detractors. Mr. Ezra A. Cook, now a publisher at Chicago but then on the firing line, says the bravery of this colored regiment was so conspicuous as to revolutionize the sentiment of the Federal soldiers, a majority of whom had been opposed to the colored soldiery up to that time. Those who had the most fiercely denounced their employment previously after this assault expressed pleasure at being put into the same brigade with the colored troops, for Wagner opened a new epoch in American history. It changed the thought and current of national life. It showed and sanctified the chattel slave, a man. It only remains to be said that the broad mantle of charity now covers all these harrowing events. The experience was bitter, terrible, the cause staggering, but they are thought of now only as matters of history. The lessons they teach, however, are not to be minimized or forgotten by either the North or the South, but the Civil War is a thing of the past. It should be, and is regarded as a bygone event. No Southerner is judged today by the part he took in it. So is slavery a bygone condition. There is and can be no place in the life and government of this great republic for the retainment of its barbarous traditions and brutal ideals. It would make for the peace and well-being of the nation for the white people of the South to come to this realization. The God of the universe made the Negro a man. The nation clothed him with citizenship. His services in peace and in war confirm unto him every right of an American. Let the white people of the South cease to live in the past, and rather let them profit by the awful lesson with all its solemn and bitter warnings that long trains of ills may pass unheeded, dumb, but vengeance is behind and justice is to come. Let them with conscience void of offense toward God and man face the future, and forgetting the things which are behind and looking forward to the things which are before, let them establish law and order and demonstrate their capacity for self-government by working out a government which shall bestow no special favors or privileges on men because God made them white, and which shall do no injustice to men because God made them black. Then indeed shall righteousness set up her habitations, truth and justice shall be enthroned, and civilization, Christianity, and government in the Southland shall stand redeemed, regenerated, and disenthralled, a glory forever. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1, Reconstruction and the Southern Black Code. The close of the war was followed by the era of Reconstruction. The war suppressed the rebellion. Reconstruction brought forth order out of the resulting chaos. This era of Reconstruction witnessed the issue of the proclamation of amnesty by President Johnson, which pardoned all who took part in the rebellion except a few thousands who held high civil or military or diplomatic positions before and during the war, and made provision that even these could obtain pardon by the mere asking for it and swearing allegiance to the Constitution and government of the United States. This period also witnessed the enactment of the Black Code by the legislatures of the seceding states, the enactment by the Congress of the United States of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, the overthrow of the Black Code, the final annihilation of the institution of human slavery in the South, the fixing forever the status of American citizenship, the rehabilitation of the seceding states, and the resumption of their autonomy in the Union, the mustering out and return to their homes, and the marts of trade of more than 1 million citizen soldiers, 200,000 of them colored, crowned with glory and honor, who counted it not dear unto themselves to offer their lives a willing sacrifice on the altar of their country, and who by their deeds of valor and heroic sacrifices smothered the rebellion, preserved the republic from dismemberment, and vindicated the sovereignty of the nation. The era of Reconstruction was fraught with gravest solicitude and crowded with vital, complicated, vexatious, and far-reaching issues that not only affected the status, liberty, and rights of the colored people, but were of equally supreme importance to the Republic and to constitutional government, and in fact of greatest concern to the whole human family, since it seemingly involved the matter of the life or death of the experiment of self-government by the people. It was an era which tried men's souls. Fortunately for the Republic and the vast and far-reaching interests at stake or hanging in the balance, there were at the helm and standing guard on the deck of the old ship of state men trained in self-mastery and self-restraint, men rooted and grounded in the principles of liberty and republican government, men responsive to the dictates of humanity and Christianity, sympathetic and charitable. Men who faced with calmness and composure the passions within their own councils and the defiance hurled at them from the South, men broad in learning and culture, men with a genius for statecraft and masters in statesmanship, men who saw and knew the right and dared to do it. In the foundation of the Republic as laid by the Fathers, there was one radical, vital defect, which has ever remained a peril to the majestic structure of liberty and self-government which they built so well. It was the rotten stone of human slavery, an ever-present challenge and reproach to the Declaration of Independence, and always a menace to the peace and perpetuity of American institutions. The leaders of the Reconstruction era dug out this rotten stone and replaced it with indestructible foundation stone, equality of rights for all men before the law, the only safe and enduring foundation for the temple of liberty. Thus they crystallized into law the most glorious sentiment of the ages, a government conceived in liberty and dedicated to the principle that all men are created equal. In placing the Republic squarely, solidly, and for all time, on this broad foundation, which time cannot wither nor age decay, they conserve the liberties won and progress achieved in centuries of struggles, and revive the drooping hopes of mankind by making it positive that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom. Unholy is the hand that would remove this foundation stone, hewn of heaven, making all men equal under the law of the land, as they are equal under the law of nature and nature's God. Vile is the tongue that would assault the temple of the nation's liberty and the world's hope built thereon. The white people of the South were ever dominated in the main by unbalanced, superheated leadership, have been wrought into a frenzy dangerous to themselves and to the best interests of their fair land, dangerous to civilization and to the peace and prosperity of the nation. Reason, common sense, and the nobler instincts of humanity seem to have left them for the time. Primarily this is due to the influences begotten of the barbarism incident to the institution of human slavery, for the barbarism of slavery has not even yet exacted its last penalty. The nation accepted and nurtured slavery, and it is still suffering the consequences of its noxious poisons. Let the nation be warned of the more serious consequences which would follow the obliteration of the liberty and hope of the colored people and the consignment of them to practical serfdom. It is an adage hoary with age that the dancers must pay the fiddlers. Great wrongs are sure to bring great retributions, but it ought to be plain to everyone, including the white people of the South, that the ideals and standards of the defunct slaveholding oligarchy can never again prevail in this land over the holy principles of liberty and free institutions. The violent Southern leaders trace their grievances back to the events of the Reconstruction era. They make many misleading and mischievous declarations about the damnable crime committed on the white people of the South by giving the Negro the ballot and restoring to him the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the heritage of every human being. They exercise extraordinary care, however, to omit absolutely all reference to the causes and conditions which made Negro suffrage a possibility, namely, first, the war which the South waged against the nation in its desperate struggles for 4 years to rend and destroy it. Second, the enactment by Southern legislatures, composed entirely of ex-Confederates after the war had closed, and the white people of the South were given an absolutely free hand under the proclamation of President Johnson to reconstruct their respective states of the Black Code, the most barbarous series of laws ever written by a civilized people. Third, the flat, defiant refusal of the white people of many Southern states to reconstruct their state governments in harmony with the changed conditions produced by the war as embodied in the Proclamation of Emancipation and the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which abolished slavery. Fourth, the curt and indignant refusal of the white people of some Southern states even to participate in such Reconstruction unless they were permitted to have their own way in re-establishing a new form of slavery, to be in some respects even worse than the system which the war had overthrown. But if a crime was committed on the white people of the South, there must have been criminals who committed the crime. Who were these criminals? Among the great leaders of this era, who had more or less to do in formulating and completing the measures of Reconstruction, there may be mentioned, without any attempt at invidious distinction, Charles Sumner, Henry Winter Davis, William Pitt Fessenden, Benjamin F. Wade, Henry Wilson, Lyman Trumbull, James G. Blaine, George S. Boutwell, Zachary Chandler, James A. Garfield, N. P. Banks, Lot M. Morrill, Roscoe Conklin, John Sherman, James W. Grimes, Ira P. Harris, Jacob M. Howard, Thaddeus Stevens, Elihu B. Washburn, Justin S. Morrill, John A. Bingham, Henry T. Blow, George F. Edmonds, Oliver P. Morton, Schuyler Colfax, Benjamin F. Butler, H. L. Dawes, W. B. Washburn, W. D. Kelly, Rutherford B. Hayes, Samuel Shella Barger, James M. Ashley, S. M. Cullum, John A. Logan, Thomas W. Ferry, W. B. Allison, Ignatius Donnelly, Philetus Sawyer, William Wyndham, G. M. Dodge, William Lawrence, C. C. Washburn, John A. Casson, Russell Thayer, George F. Hoare, James Harlan, Matthew H. Carpenter, Hannibal Hamlin, Carl Schurz, Eugene Hale, O. D. Conger, Timothy O. Howe, and Noah Davis. Here is a roster of American statesmen, the equal of any that ever faced a great crisis in the history of the nation. Shall the memory of these men and their compeers rest under the black imputation of criminality? What serious citizen would think of mentioning in the same breath these devoted patriots, well poised and self-contained, with the leaders like Tillman, Money, McHenry, Barterman, not to mention Trey, Blanche, and Sweetheart, et al., who today seek to dominate the fair Southland? The Northern leaders of this era were supported in every step taken by the great commanders who suppressed the rebellion: Generals Grant, Sherman, Sheridan, Hooker, Howard, Hart, Ranft, Chamberlain, Cox, Burnside, Meade, Miles, Hawley, Gresham, Anderson, Thomas, Birney, and their comrades of the land forces, and Admirals Farragut and Porter and others of the naval forces. The movement was also supported by the great leaders of public sentiment in the nation, headed by Henry Ward Beecher, the whole being reinforced by the 20 millions of loyal Americans who willingly contributed the treasure and blood which saved the Union and emancipated the slave. If the Northern civil leaders of this era were criminals or committed a crime against the South, then the great commanders of the Army and Navy and the vast majority of the people of the loyal states were sharers in the crime. In such a case, virtue and patriotism resided only with the men who used their might and main to destroy the Republic and afterwards to reestablish slavery. To lay the taint of criminality directly or indirectly, by inference or otherwise, on the leaders of Reconstruction, the saviors of the Republic, the master builders who launched it on its new birth of freedom, is in itself a shocking offense to the patriotic citizen. Within a brief period, General Sherman has been referred to by Southern leaders as the brute who burned Columbia, and General Canby as the scoundrel who fastened carpetbag government on the Carolinas, John Brown as an old fanatic and murderer, and General Sherman's army as composed of chicken thieves, robbers, bums, and the scum and filth of northern cities who preyed on the people of the South. These charges are false. The memory of the great statesmen and leaders of the Reconstruction era, and as well the brave men who risked all on land and sea to save the nation's life, lies embalmed in the hearts of a grateful and loyal people, and should be held as a sacred legacy free from detraction and defamation. They not only did not commit a crime against the white people of the South, but on the contrary displayed a gracious magnanimity and generosity in dealing with the people of that section, and in handling the delicate, perplexing issues of their day. They showed a conservatism that is unmatched in recorded history. Generously they offered the olive branch of peace and goodwill, but the South rejected it with scorn and contempt. Says Mr. Blaine in his 20 Years of Congress, a great opportunity was now given to the South. Only a few weeks before, they had all been expecting harsh treatment. Many indeed anticipated punishment. Not a few were dejectedly looking forward to a life of exile and want. The President's policy, which had been framed for him by Mr. Seward, changed all this. Confidence took the place of apprehension. The fear of punishment was removed. Those who, conscious of guilt, had been dreading expatriation, were bidden by the supreme authority of the nation to stay in their own homes and to assist in building up the waste and desolate places. Never in the history of the world had so mighty a rebellion been subdued. Never had any rebellion been followed by treatment so lenient, forgiving, and generous on the part of the triumphant government. The great mass of those who had resisted the national authority were restored to all their rights of citizenship by the simple taking of an oath of future loyalty, and those accepted from immediate reinstatement were promised full forgiveness on the slightest exhibition of repentance and good works. And this before the ballot was given to the colored people and before the nation was ripe for its bestowal. For a clearer understanding of this matter, it may be well to explain here that there were three distinct efforts at Reconstruction. First, the effort at Reconstruction during the war, directed by President Lincoln. Second, the attempt at Reconstruction immediately after the close of the war, directed by President Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln after the latter's assassination. Third, Reconstruction proper, when the Congress took the whole matter in hand, and not rashly or hastily, but after serious and extended deliberations, full and free debates in both houses, and repeated endorsements by the people at elections, covering a period of over 5 years from the adoption of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution to the adoption of the 15th Amendment, brought to a righteous and irrevocable settlement of all the pressing, complex, and absorbing questions involved in the war, in slavery, and in our constitutional government. As indicating the easy stages and progression of Reconstruction legislation, it may be stated that the 13th Amendment was passed by the Congress January 30, 1865, the enlargement of the powers of the Freedmen's Bureau, July 1865, the Act protecting the civil rights of the colored people, April 9, 1866, the 14th Amendment, June 13, 1866, the famous Reconstruction Act, March 2, 1867, and the 15th Amendment was ratified March 30, 1870. We will now consider these three attempts at Reconstruction in the order named. At the very opening of hostilities, President Lincoln adopted the eminently sagacious and statesmanlike policy of cultivating by every possible means and concessions the friendship and loyalty of those slave states and parts of slave states bordering on the free states, including Maryland, West Virginia, East Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri. By his wonderful tact and strategy, he succeeded in holding them from open revolt against the Union, although the great body of their citizens sympathized with the Confederacy. This policy was invaluable in that it nerved the Loyalists in the South, kept many hesitating ones in line, brought valuable support to the Union arms, kept up representation from some of the slave states in Congress, and thus maimed the Confederacy. In furtherance of his policy to reconstruct the seceding states so far as possible and encourage the Loyalists and hamper the Confederacy, he issued a proclamation to the effect that in any state where 10 righteous men out of 100 could be found, where 1/10 of the legal voters were loyal to the Union, they might reconstruct and reorganize the state government, and that such government would be recognized. Military commanders were instructed wherever feasible to assist and even to take the initiative in reconstructing such governments. The state of Virginia adopted its ordinance of secession on the 17th of April, 1861, and in less than a month afterwards, on the 13th of May, the Loyalists of the Old Dominion, residents largely of the western part of the state, met at Wheeling and denounced the ordinance of secession and pledged their loyalty to the national government and their obedience to its laws. It was but a little more than a month later that a delegated convention met, reconstructed the state government by the election of the usual officers, and senators and representatives were sent to Congress and were admitted. and the reconstructed government of Virginia was recognized as the legal government of the state. But as the Loyalists were domiciled almost entirely in the western section of the state and had no control or power outside of that section, the remainder of the state and the great body of the people being hopelessly in the Confederacy, the claim that they really represented the state of Virginia did not seem, as time went on, to be wholly tenable or satisfactory. So the Loyalists went through the usual form and organized a new state, and there rose Phoenix-like the progressive, prosperous, and rapidly developing Commonwealth of West Virginia, which thus owes her existence as a sovereign state to the loyalty of her sons to the Republic in this great crisis. And so it came to pass that Virginia, the historic Old Dominion, in her gigantic efforts through her masterful Lee, her chivalric Stonewall Jackson, her redoubtable Johnson and Johnston, and her fighting legions ever ready for the fray, was the most important factor in the attempt to dismember the Union. But she alone of all the states of the Confederacy was dismembered. Much of the hardest fighting and wear and waste of war was on her soil. She probably lost a larger proportion of her sons, and the loss by the partition which carved out of her territory the great state of West Virginia probably represents a greater money value today than was placed on all the slaves in the South at the outbreak of the war. Is not this an impressive retribution? The policy of Reconstruction under Lincoln was also applied to Tennessee with such good recompense that one of her loyal sons, Andrew Johnson, was nominated for vice president by the Republican Convention in 1864. Efforts at Reconstruction were also made under his direction in Louisiana, with promising results, and in Arkansas and Florida with tentative, though not very substantial results. To Governor Hahn of the reconstructed government of Louisiana, Lincoln wrote in March 1864, advising that the ballot should be given to the colored men, let in, as for instance, the very intelligent, and especially those who have fought gallantly in our ranks. They would probably help in some trying time in the future to keep the jewel of liberty in the family of freedom. This was probably the first utterance from a responsible source in favor of bestowing the ballot on the colored people of the South. It shows to splendid advantage Lincoln's great and noble heart, for the war was still in progress and destined to last no one knew how long. It did continue for over a year longer. Lincoln's renomination and re-election were hanging in the balance. Serious reverses in the field might have defeated either or both. He was far in advance of the public opinion of the nation, for at this time it was not at all likely that a single northern state could have been carried on the simple question of Negro suffrage. Yet he plainly, positively, unmistakably indicated suffrage for the colored man as a part of his policy in reconstructing the southern states. His generous nature, his great and noble heart would have it known that the colored men who have fought gallantly in our ranks can be trusted to help in some trying time in the future to keep the jewel of liberty in the family of freedom. These words of Lincoln are dwelt upon because they are of deep significance and add to our opinion of his greatness, his fame, when it is considered that the validity of the Emancipation Proclamation was at that time a much debated question. Many strong and learned loyal men in the North doubted the legal right or power of the president alone, even as a war measure, to destroy or confiscate property by proclamation, especially when that property was beyond the control of the government. The slaves were at that time property. They were also, with unimportant exceptions, within the bounds of the Confederacy and beyond the control of the government. Could the president alone, by mere proclamation, legally destroy and confiscate property which his government did not possess? Would Congress, the people, and the Supreme Court finally sustain him? This question, pressed by influential sources in the North, weighed heavily on Lincoln, but he was equal to this as he was to every emergency in the greatest conflict in history. He found strength and comfort in the higher law, that the Negro was a man, and that no man was good enough to own another man and appropriate the fruits of his labor. And there was the feeling that slavery drew the sword against the nation, and that it should perish by the sword. To the realization of this higher law, he hoped to bring the nation. So important and pressing was this question that Lincoln dealt with it in his message to the Congress in December 1864. In this message, the president said, While I remain in my present position, I shall not attempt to retract or modify the Emancipation Proclamation, nor shall I return to slavery any person who is free by the terms of that proclamation or by any of the acts of Congress. If the people should by whatever mode or means make it an executive duty to re-enslave such persons, another and not I must be their instrument to perform it. Here is more than a veiled threat. It is an open defiance. Lincoln had just been reelected to the presidency in November, a month before the message was sent to Congress, and he distinctly tells Congress and the people that he would give up the presidency rather than relinquish the principles of his Emancipation Proclamation, that he would resign his office rather than return to slavery any person who is free by the terms of that proclamation or by any of the acts of Congress. Up to this date, the Emancipation Proclamation was the only charter of liberty for the colored people in the South, and the all-important point is that Lincoln regarded this as sufficient to enable the Negroes to wear the uniform of a United States soldier, to be commissioned as officers, to be treated the same as white soldiers, to be protected as prisoners of war, to have common rights, and to vote at the ballot box. President Lincoln's deep solicitude for the colored soldiers, his profound interest in them, his unqualified respect for and appreciation of their invaluable services, and his determination that they should receive their full meed of justice are made manifest in his state papers, public addresses, and letters. In his message to Congress in December 1863, less than a year after the first enlistment of colored soldiers, he said, "Full 100,000 of them are now in the United States military service, about one-half of which number actually bear arms in the ranks, thus giving the double advantage of taking so much labor from the insurgents' cause and supplying the places which otherwise might be filled with so many white men." In his speech at Baltimore, April 18, 1864, he said, "Upon a clear conviction of duty, I resolved to turn that element of strength to account, and I am responsible for it to the American people, to the Christian world, to history, and on my final account to God. Having determined to use the Negro as a soldier, there is no way but to give him all the protection given to any other soldier." In a letter of April 4, 1864, he says, "More than a year of trial now shows no loss by it in our foreign relations, none in our home popular sentiment, none in our white military force, no loss by it, anyhow or anywhere. On the contrary, it shows a gain of quite 130,000 soldiers, seamen, and laborers. These are palpable facts about which, as facts, there can be no cavilling. We have the men, and we could not have them without the measure," meaning the Emancipation Proclamation. At a public meeting in Baltimore, he said, "The black soldier shall have the same protection as the white soldier." He threatened retaliation should the Confederates shoot black soldiers when captured instead of treating them as prisoners of war. He refused to exchange a single Confederate soldier until colored soldiers were recognized by the Confederate government. Again, in a public address, he declared, "Negroes, like other people, act from motives. Why should they do anything for us if we do nothing for them? If they stake their lives for us, they must be prompted by the strongest of motives, even the promise of freedom, and the promise being made must be kept." In a general order issued July 30, 1863, Lincoln said, "It is the duty of every government to give protection to its citizens of whatever class or color or condition, and especially to those who are duly organized as soldiers in the public service. The government of the United States will give the same protection to all its soldiers, and if the enemy shall sell or enslave anyone because of his color, the offense shall be punished by retaliation upon the enemy's prisoners in our possession. It is therefore ordered that for every soldier of the United States killed in violation of the laws of war, a rebel soldier shall be executed, and for every one enslaved by the enemy, a rebel soldier shall be placed at hard labor on the public works." In defense of the Emancipation Proclamation in a letter, August 26, 1863, he said, "You are dissatisfied with me about the Negro. Quite likely there is a difference of opinion between you and myself upon that subject. I certainly wish that all men could be free. You dislike the Emancipation Proclamation. You say it is unconstitutional. I think differently. I think the Constitution invests its commander-in-chief with law of war in time of war. The slaves are property by the law of war, property both of the enemies and friends, may be taken when needed." Armies the world over destroy enemies' property when they cannot use it, and even destroy their own to keep it from the enemy. But the proclamation as law either is valid or is not valid. If it is not valid, it needs no retraction. If it is valid, it cannot be retracted any more than the dead can be brought to life. The emancipation policy and the use of colored troops constitute the heaviest blows yet dealt to the rebellion. Replying to an address from the working men of Manchester and London, England, who wished him success in conquering the rebellion, as by it slavery would be destroyed, and indicated their willingness to bear with patience all privations and sufferings, for not only great hardships but even starvation faced many in England, owing to the fact that the blockade of southern ports prevented the shipment of cotton. Lincoln said, "It has been often ostentatiously represented that the attempt to overthrow this government, which was built upon the foundation of human rights, and to substitute for it one which should rest exclusively on the basis of human slavery, was likely to obtain favor in Europe. I cannot but regard your decisive utterance upon the question as an instance of sublime Christian heroism, which has not been surpassed in any age or country. It is indeed an energetic and re-inspiring assurance of the inherent power of truth and the universal triumph of justice, humanity, and freedom." To a Western delegation he said, "There are now in the service of the United States nearly 200,000 able-bodied colored men, most of them under arms, defending and acquiring Union territory. The Democratic strategy demands that those forces be disbanded and that the masters be conciliated by restoring them to slavery. The black men who now assist Union prisoners to escape are to be converted into our enemies in the vain hope of gaining the goodwill of their masters. Abandon all the forts now garrisoned by black men. Take 200,000 from our side and put them in the battlefield or cornfield against us, and we would be compelled to abandon the war in 3 weeks. We have to hold territory in sickly places. There have been men base enough to propose to me to return to slavery our black warriors of Port Hudson and Olustee, and thus win the respect of the masters they fought. Come what will, I will keep faith with friend and enemy. Freedom has given us 200,000 men raised on Southern soil. It will give us more yet. Just so much it has abstracted from the enemy." To a colored delegation at Baltimore, presenting him with a handsomely bound copy of the Bible, he said, "I can only say now, as I have often said before, it has always been a sentiment with me that all mankind should be free. I've always acted as I believed was just and right, and done all I could for the good of mankind. In regard to the great book, I've only to say it is the best gift which God has ever given to man. All the good of the Savior of the world is communicated to us through this book. All those things desirable to men are contained in it." In his inaugural address, March 1865, President Lincoln said, "These slaves constitute a peculiar and powerful interest. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union by war. It may seem strange that any men should dare to ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces. Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet if God wills that it continue, until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said that the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether." A fact of considerable interest is that the Confederate leaders who dragged the South into secession with the alleged purpose of establishing a government whose very foundation stone should be human slavery should themselves have turned their eyes to these very enslaved Negroes to save their cause. They were ever ready to use the Negro for their selfish ends. The Honorable Judah P. Benjamin, Secretary of State for the Confederacy, in a public speech at Richmond advocating the arming of the Negroes, said, "There are 700,000 males among the slave population capable of bearing arms. Set them free and arm them, and let them fight the Yankees." On the recommendation of General Lee and President Davis of the Confederacy, a bill to arm the slaves passed one house of the Confederate Congress and lacked only one vote of passing the other house. Nevertheless, this same Confederate Congress actually passed a law to shoot white Union officers commanding colored soldiers and shoot colored soldiers when captured. President Lincoln, in a public address in Washington, true to that humor and irony characteristic of him, said, "As they need only one vote, I would be glad to send my vote through the lines to help them out." He felt that they would certainly have so many more soldiers shooting at them. The well-grounded fear that the armed Negroes would desert to the Union side defeated the measure. But if these 700,000 slaves had been thrown into the breach on the Confederate side and had fought loyally under promise of freedom, it does not seem possible that the Union could have been saved. But it was not to be so. God was leading on. The feeling of love, gratitude, and reverence engendered towards President Lincoln by his championing of the Negro cause is shown by the following incident. The Confederate government had scarcely evacuated Richmond before Lincoln, unheralded and unannounced, and accompanied by his young son and Admiral Porter, besides a few sailors from a man of war, entered the city, and like any other citizen walked up the streets towards General Weitzel's headquarters in the house occupied 2 days before by Jefferson Davis. The Atlantic Monthly thus describes the scene of the colored people coming from all sides to see their deliverer. They gathered round the president, ran ahead, hovered upon the flanks of the little company, and hung like a dark cloud upon the rear. Men, women, and children joined the constantly increasing throng. They came from all the by-streets, running in breathless haste, shouting and hallooing and dancing with delight. The men threw up their hats, the women waved their bonnets and handkerchiefs, clapped their hands, and sang, "Glory to God! Glory, glory!" rendering all the praise to God, who had heard their wailings in the past, their moanings for wives, husbands, children, and friends sold out of their sight, had given them freedom, and after long years of waiting had permitted them, thus unexpectedly, to behold the face of their great benefactor. "I thank you, dear Jesus, that I behold President Lincoln," was the exclamation of a woman who stood upon the threshold of her humble home, and with streaming eyes and clasped hands gave thanks aloud to the Savior of men. Another, more demonstrative in her joy, was jumping and striking her hands with all her might, crying, bless the Lord, as if there could be no end to the thanksgiving. The air rang with a tumultuous chorus of voices. The street became almost impassable on account of the increasing multitude, till soldiers were summoned to clear the way. The walk was long, and the president halted a moment to rest. "May the good Lord bless you, President Lincoln," said an old Negro, removing his hat and bowing, with tears of joy rolling down his cheeks. The president removed his own hat and bowed in silence, but it was a bow which upset the forms, laws, customs, and ceremonies of centuries. It was a death shock to chivalry, and a mortal wound to caste. "Recognize a nigger? Faugh!" A woman in an adjoining house beheld it, and turned from the scene in unspeakable disgust. From this scene Lincoln returned to Washington, and on the 11th of April, 1865, just 4 days before his death and 2 days after General Lee's surrender, he made his last public address, favoring as a start in the right direction the reconstructed government which the Loyalists had organized in Louisiana, abolishing slavery, adopting the 13th Amendment, providing schools for black and white alike, and providing for the franchise for the colored people. In a letter, April 4, he said, "I am naturally anti-slavery. If slavery is not wrong, then nothing is wrong. I was, in my best judgment, driven to the alternative of either surrendering the Union and with it the Constitution, or of laying strong hands upon the colored element. I chose the latter, and the colored element did respond with great heartiness, and answering President Lincoln's call, they joyfully sang, 'We are coming, Father Abraham, 200,000 strong.'" If Lincoln was willing, as he proved to be, to use the great power of the United States government to guarantee that the black soldier should have the same protection as the white soldier, then it defames his hallowed memory and libels his nobility of heart to insinuate that he would not use the same powers to guarantee to the black citizen the same protection under the law as the white citizen, to whom the Emancipation Proclamation meant freedom for the colored people, and freedom meant citizenship, and citizenship the ballot. In his general order issued July 30, 1863, President Lincoln said, "It is the duty of every government to give protection to its citizens of whatever class or color or condition." In this general order, officially promulgated, he made direct intervention in behalf of colored men and secured their protection by the exercise of governmental sovereignty in obliterating class distinctions. On this question, his record is unmistakably clear. Sad, sudden, unexpected, and overwhelming as was the death of Lincoln, there were two events which immediately preceded it that must have been of supreme satisfaction and happiness to him. There were two overmastering emotions in his heart. One was to see the Union saved and its supremacy made sure forevermore. The other was to see slavery dead, and dead beyond a resurrection. the God in whom he believed, whom he trusted, to whom he prayed, who sustained and led him amid the encircling gloom, when he was weighed down to the earth with burdens greater than it seemed possible that man could bear, was merciful, gracious, and kind unto him. His eyes beheld the salvation of his country. He saw the imperious, cruel, slave-holding oligarchy, which drew the sword against the nation, totter to its ruin, its dream of an empire on the Gulf of Mexico shattered and buried in the dust, the Union saved. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Reconstruction and the Southern Black Code. He signed the death warrant of slavery, which was embodied in the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States and passed by the necessary 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist in the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. The final passage of this amendment, probably the most momentous legislative act passed up to that time in the whole history of the American Congress, was not received in the rancor of party spirit, nor with the huzzas of partisan triumph, but on the contrary, with most profound, holy emotions. Mr. Ingersoll of Illinois said, "Mr. Speaker, in honor of this immortal and sublime event, I move that this House do now adjourn." Mr. Blaine said the action was of transcendent importance, lofty in conception, masterful in execution. Slavery in the United States was dead. To succeeding and not distant generations, its existence in a republic for 3/4 of a century, the duration of the organized government of the United States up to that time, will be an increasing marvel. When Mr. Lincoln was waited upon to be apprised of its passage and was congratulated, he said, in the midst of your joyous expressions, "He, from whom all blessings flow, must first be remembered." Here is a true exhibition of the real spirit of the man. His eyes beheld salvation for the Negro, the salvation of a race from a bondage of despair, black, bitter, brutal, slavery dead and entombed, and he the master of the ceremonies. His joy was full, complete. So ever shall he wear the crown, a martyr's diadem, his jewels millions of ransomed slaves. Still strong he stood among the crowd, his head above the clamor loud, unmoved by trial or dismay, the sunshine on his face alway. Like some firm cliff that guards the strand, so Lincoln stood to save the land. With the elevation of Andrew Johnson to the presidency after the death of Lincoln, there began the second effort of Reconstruction. General Lee surrendered at Appomattox, April 9, 1865. President Lincoln, the beloved of all hearts, expired on the 15th of the same month. Mr. Johnson took the oath of office just a few hours after Lincoln's death. It was on the 29th day of May, 1865, that President Johnson issued his proclamation of amnesty and pardon to all who took part in the rebellion, except the few thousands who held high official positions in the civil, military, or diplomatic service of the United States at the breaking out of the war, or held similar positions in the Confederacy, but providing that such persons may receive full pardon by applying for the same to the President. Thus the rank and file of Southerners were let in, and the door kept ajar for the exceptions. The conditions imposed on the white people of the South were that they would henceforth faithfully support protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Union of the States thereunder, abide by and faithfully support all laws and proclamations which have been made during the existing rebellion with reference to the emancipation of slaves. Could there have been greater magnanimity, wiser generosity to the white people of the South? The Emancipation Proclamation had been endorsed and confirmed by an overwhelming vote of the people of the loyal states and by the sweeping and triumphant re-election of Lincoln in the preceding November. The 13th Amendment had passed both houses of Congress by more than the necessary two-thirds vote and had been signed by President Lincoln. The white people of the South were commissioned to reconstruct the seceding states and bring them back into their proper and normal relations with the Union. They were given an absolutely free hand. Their oath bound them to respect the changed conditions with reference to the emancipation of slaves. But how did they use this high prerogative, this unfettered power, so graciously restored to their hands? They held with lightning-like rapidity state conventions, and their legislatures, composed entirely of ex-Confederates, were summoned in special sessions within a few months immediately following the war, and they proceeded forthwith to enact a black code of laws with reference to the colored people who were emancipated, and whose emancipation their amnesty oath bound them to respect. That is the scandal and shame of civilization. Not a single right dear to a free man did these men respect with reference to the emancipation of slaves. Not a single law or proclamation did they honestly observe. These men, in the language of one of old, practically said to the colored people, "My little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins. For whereas my father put a heavy yoke upon you, I will put more to your yoke. My father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions." We come now to the consideration of the specific points in this code of laws that the Southern whites considered proper for the government of the emancipated Negro. Mr. Blaine, in his 20 Years of Congress, gives such a masterly review of the Black Code of Laws passed by Southern legislatures after President Johnson's amnesty proclamation, and when the ex-Confederates had unfettered power to reconstruct the Southern states, that it is reproduced here as follows. That which was no offense in a white man was made a misdemeanor, a heinous crime if committed by a Negro. Both in the civil and criminal code, his treatment was different from that to which the white man was subjected. He was compelled to work under a series of labor laws applicable only to his own race. The laws of vagrancy were so changed, as in many of their provisions, to apply only to him, and under their operation all freedom of movement and transit was denied. The liberty to sell his time at a fair market rate was destroyed by the interposition of apprentice laws. Avenues of usefulness and skill, in which he might specially excel, were closed against him, lest he should compete with white men. In short, his liberty in all directions was so curtailed that it was a bitter mockery to refer to him in the statutes as a free man. The truth was that his liberty was merely a form and not a fact, and the slavery which was abolished by the organic law of a nation was now to be revived by the enactment of a state. Some of these enactments were peculiarly offensive, not to say atrocious. In Alabama, which might indeed serve as an example for the other rebellious states, stubborn or refractory servants, and servants who loiter away their time, were declared by law to be vagrants, and might be brought before a justice of the peace and fined $50, and in default of payment they might be hired out on 3 days' notice by public outcry for the period of 6 months. No fair man could fail to see that the whole effect, and presumably the direct intent, of this law was to reduce the helpless Negro to slavery for half the year, a punishment that could be repeated whenever desired, a punishment sure to be desired for that portion of each recurring year when his labor was specially valuable in connection with the cotton crop, while for the remainder of the time he might shift for himself. By this detestable process, the master had the labor of the servant for a mere pittance, and even that pittance did not go to the servant, but was paid into the treasury of the county, and thus relieved the white men from their proper share of taxation. There may have been more cruel laws enacted, but the statute books of the world might be searched in vain for one of meaner injustice. The foregoing, a process for restoring slavery in a modified form, was applicable to men or women of any age. But for minors, a more speedy and more sweeping method was contrived by the lawmakers of Alabama, who had just given their assent to the 13th Amendment to the Constitution. They made it the duty of all sheriffs, justices of the peace, and other civil officers of the several counties to report the names of all minors under the age of 18 years, whose parents have not the means or who refuse to support said minors, and thereupon it was made the duty of the court to apprentice said minor to some suitable person on such terms as the court may direct. Then follows a suggestive proviso directing that if said minor be the child of a freedman, as if any other class were really referred to, the former owner of said minor shall have the preference, and the judge of probate shall make a record of all the proceedings, for which he should be entitled to a fee of $1 in each case, to be paid as this atrocious law directed by the master or mistress. To tighten the grasp of ownership on the minor, who was now styled an apprentice, it was enacted in almost the precise phrase of the old slave code, that whoever shall entice said apprentice from his master or mistress, or furnish food or clothing to him or her, without said consent shall be fined in a sum not exceeding $500. The ingenuity of Alabama legislators in contriving schemes to re-enslave the Negroes was not exhausted by the odious and comprehensive statutes already cited. They passed an act to incorporate the city of Mobile, substituting a new charter for the old one. The city had suffered much from the suspension and decay of trade during the war, and it was in great need of labor to make repairs to streets, culverts, sewers, wharves, and all other public property. By the new charter, the mayor, aldermen, and common council were empowered to cause all vagrants, all such as have no visible means of support, all who can show no reasonable cause of employment or business in the city, all who have no fixed residence, or cannot give a good account of themselves, or are loitering in or about tippling houses, to give security for their good behavior for a reasonable time, and to indemnify the city against any charge for their support, and in case of their inability or refusal to give such security, to cause them to be confined to labor for a limited time, not exceeding 6 calendar months, which said labor shall be designated by the said mayor, aldermen, and common council for the benefit of said city. It will be observed even by the least intelligent that the charge made in the city ordinance was, in substance, the poverty of the classes quoted, a poverty which was, of course, the inevitable result of slavery. To make the punishment for no crime effective, the city government was empowered to appoint a person or persons to take those sentenced to labor from their place of confinement to the place appointed for their working, and to watch them while at labor, and return them before sundown to their place of confinement. And if they shall be found afterwards offending, such security may again be required, and for want thereof the like proceeding may again be had from time to time, as often as may be necessary. The plain meaning of all this was that these helpless and ignorant men, having been robbed all their lives of the fruit of their labor by slavery, and being necessarily and in consequence poor, must be punished for it by being robbed again of all they had honestly earned. If they stubbornly continued in their poverty, the like proceeding of depriving them of the fruit of their labor may again be had from time to time, as often as may be necessary, it would of course be found necessary just so long as the city of Mobile was in need of their labor without paying for it. It has been abundantly substantiated by impartial evidence that when these grievous outrages were committed under the forms of law by the joint authority of the Alabama legislature and the city government of Mobile, the labor of thousands of willing men could be hired for the low wages of 25 cents per day, with an allowance of a peck of cornmeal and 4 pounds of bacon for each man per week. It does not change the character of the crime against these humble laborers, but it certainly enhances its degree that the lawmakers of Alabama preferred an oppressive fraud to the honest payment of a consideration so small as to be almost nominal. A man must be in abject poverty when he is willing to work an entire week for a sum usually accorded in the northern states for the labor of one day, but only a community blind to public justice and to public decency as well as could enact a law that in effect declares the poverty of the laborer to be a crime, in consideration of which he shall be deprived of the beggarly mite for which he is willing to give the sweat of his face. Apparently fearing that the operations of the law already referred to would not secure a sufficient number of laborers for the work required in the city, the lawmakers of Alabama authorized the municipal government of Mobile to restrain and prohibit the nightly and other meetings or disorderly assemblies of all persons, and to punish for such offenses by affixing penalties not exceeding $50 for any one offense, and in case of the inability of any such person to pay and satisfy said fine or penalty and the cost thereof, to sentence such person to labor for said city for such reasonable time, not exceeding 6 calendar months, for any one offense, as may be deemed equivalent to such penalty and costs, which labor shall be such as may be designated by the mayor, aldermen, and common councilmen of the city. Power was thus given to consider any evening meeting of colored persons a disorderly one, and to arrest all who were participating in it. Nothing was more natural than that the negroes, with their social and even gregarious habits, should in their newest state of freedom be disposed to assemble for the purpose of considering their own interests and their future prospects. It is eminently to the discredit of the state of Alabama and of the city of Mobile that so innocent a purpose should be thwarted, perverted, made criminal, and punished. The fact will not escape attention that in these enactments the words master, mistress, and servant are constantly used, and that under the operation of the laws of form of servitude was reestablished, more heartless and more cruel than the slavery which had been abolished. Under the institution of slavery, a certain attachment would spring up between the master and his slave, and with it came a certain protection to the latter against want and against suffering in his old age. With all its wrongfulness and its many cruelties, there were ameliorations in the slave system which softened its asperities and enabled vast numbers of people possessing conscience and character to assume the relation of master. But in the treatment of the colored man now proposed, there was absolute heartlessness and rank injustice. It was proposed to punish him for no crime, to declare the laborer not worthy of his hire, to leave him friendless and forlorn, without sympathy, without rights under the law, socially an outcast, and industrially a serf who had no connection with the land he tilled, and who had none of the protection which even the autocracy of Russia extended to the lowliest creature that acknowledged the sovereignty of the Tsar. These laws were framed with malignant cunning so as not to be limited in specific form of words to the Negro race, but they were exclusively confined to that race in their execution. It is barely possible that a white vagrant of exceptional depravity might now and then be arrested, but the Negro was arrested by wholesale on a charge of vagrancy which rested on no foundation except an arbitrary law specially enacted to fit his case. Loitering around tippling shops, one of the offenses enumerated, was in far larger proportion the habit of white men, but they were left untouched, and the Negro alone was arrested and punished. In the entire code, this deceptive form of apparently including all persons was a signally dishonest feature. The makers of the law evidently intended that it should apply to the Negro alone, for it was administered on that basis with rigorous severity. The general phrasing was to deceive people outside and perhaps to lull the consciences of some objectors at home, but it made no difference whatever in the execution of the statutes. White men who had no more visible means of support than the Negro were left undisturbed, while the Negro, whose visible means of support were in his strong arms and his willingness to work, was prevented from using the resources conferred upon him by nature and reduced not merely to the condition of a slave, but subjected to the demoralization of being adjudged a criminal. In Florida, the laws resembled those of Alabama, but were perhaps more severe in their penalties. The vagrant there might be hired out for a full 12 months, and the money arising from his labor, in case the man had no wife and children, was directed to be applied for the benefit of the orphans and poor of the county, although the Negro had been declared a vagrant because he had no visible means of support, and was therefore quite as much in need of the avails of his labor as those to whom the law diverted them. Among the curious enactments of that state was one to establish and organize a criminal court for each county, empowered to exercise jurisdiction in the trial of all offenses where the punishment did not affect the life of the offender. It is obvious that the law was originated mainly for the punishment of Negroes, and to expedite its work it was enacted that in the proceedings of said court no presentment, indictment, or written pleading shall be required, but it shall be sufficient to put the party accused upon his or her trial that the offense and facts are plainly set forth with reasonable certainty in the warrant of arrest. It was further provided that where fines were imposed and the party was unable to pay them, the county commissioner may hire out at public outcry the said party to any person who will take him or her for the shortest time and pay the fine imposed and the cost of prosecution. The fines thus paid went into the county treasury for the general expenses of the county. The law was thus cunningly contrived to hurry the Negro into an odious form of slavery, and to make the earnings which came from his hard labor pay the public expenses which were legitimately chargeable upon the property of the county. Accompanying the act establishing this court was a law prescribing additional penalties for the commission of offenses against the state, and this, like the former, was framed especially for the Negro. Its first section provided that where punishment of an offense had hitherto been limited to fine or imprisonment, there should be superadded, as an alternative, the punishment of standing in the pillory for 1 hour, or whipping, not exceeding 39 lashes, on the bare back. The latter punishment was reserved expressly for the Negro. It was provided further that it shall not be lawful for any Negro, mulatto, or person of color to own, use, or keep any bowie knife, dirk, sword, firearms, or ammunition of any kind, unless he first obtain a license to do so from the judge of probate for the county in which he is a resident. The judge could issue the license to him only upon recommendation of 2 respectable white men. Any Negro attempting to keep arms of any kind was to be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, compelled to forfeit the arms for the use of the informer, stand in the pillory, and be pelted by the mob for 1 hour, and then whipped with 39 lashes on the bare back. The same penalty was prescribed for any person of color who shall intrude himself into any religious or other public assembly of white persons, or into any railroad car or other vehicle set apart for the accommodation of white persons, and without mock show of impartiality, it was provided that a white man intruding himself into an assembly of Negroes or into a Negro car might be subjected to a like punishment. This restriction upon the Negro was far more severe than that imposed in the days of slavery, when in many of the Southern states the gallery of the church was permitted to be freely occupied by them. A peculiarly atrocious discrimination against the Negro was included in the 6th section of the law from which these quotations are made. It was provided therein that if any person or persons shall assault a white female with intent to commit rape or be accessory thereto, he or they, upon conviction, shall suffer death. But there was no prohibition and no penalty prescribed for the same crime against a Negro woman. She was left unprotected by law against the brutal lust and the violence of white men. In the laws of South Carolina, the oppression and injustice towards the Negro were conspicuously marked. The restriction as to firearms, which was general to all the states, was especially severe. A Negro found with any kind of weapon in his possession was punished by a fine equal to twice the value of the weapon so unlawfully kept, and if that be not immediately paid, by corporal punishment. Perhaps the most radically unjust of all the statutes was reserved for this state. The legislature enacted that no person of color shall pursue the practice, art, trade, or business of an artisan, mechanic, or shopkeeper, or any other trade or employment beside that of husbandry, or that of a servant under contract for labor, until he shall have obtained a license from the judge of the district court, which license shall be good for 1 year only. If the license was granted to the Negro to be a shopkeeper or peddler, he was compelled to pay $100 a year for it, and if he wished to pursue the rudest mechanical calling, he was compelled to pay a license fee of $10. No such fees were exacted of white men, and no such fees were exacted of the free black man during the era of slavery. Every avenue for improvement was closed against him, and in a state which boasted somewhat indelicately of its chivalric dignity, the Negro was mercilessly excluded from all chances to better his condition individually or to improve the character of his race. Mississippi followed in the general line of penal enactments prescribed in South Carolina, though her code was possibly somewhat less severe in the deprivations to which the Negro was subjected. It was, however, bad enough to stir the indignation of every lover of justice. The legislature had enacted a law that if the laborer shall quit the service of the employer before the expiration of his term of service without just cause, he shall forfeit his wages for that year up to the time of quitting. Practically, the Negro was himself never permitted to judge whether the cause which drove him to seek employment elsewhere was just, the white man being the sole arbiter in the premises. It was provided that every civil officer shall, and every person may, arrest and carry back to his or her legal employer any freedman, free Negro, or mulatto who shall have quit the service of his or her employer before the expiration of his term of service without good cause, and said officer shall be entitled to receive for arresting and carrying back every deserting employee aforesaid the sum of $5.10 per mile from the place of arrest to the place of delivery, and these sums shall be held by the employer as a set-off for so much against the wages of said deserting employee, provided that said arrested party, after being so returned home, may appeal to a justice of the peace or member of the board of police, who shall summarily try whether said appellant is legally employed by the alleged employer. It requires little familiarity with Southern administration of justice between a white man and a Negro to know that such appeal was always worse than fruitless, and that its only effect, if attempted, would be to secure even harsher treatment than if the appeal had not been made. The provisions for enticing a Negro from his employer included in this act were in the same spirit and almost in the same language as the provisions of the slave code applicable to the Negro before the era of emancipation. The person giving or selling to any deserting freedman, free Negro or mulatto, any food, raiment, or other things shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and might be punished by a fine of $200 and costs, or he might be put into prison and be also sued by the employer for damages for attempting to entice any freedman or free Negro beyond the limits of the state. The person offending might be fined $500, and if not immediately paid, the court could sentence the delinquent to imprisonment in the county jail for 6 months. The entire code of Mississippi for freedmen was in the spirit of the laws quoted. Justice was defied and injustice incorporated as the very spirit of the laws. It was altogether a shameless proclamation of indecent wrong on the part of the legislature of Mississippi. Louisiana probably attained the worst eminence in this vicious legislation. At the very moment when the 39th Congress was assembling to consider the condition of the Southern states and the whole subject of their Reconstruction, it was found that a bill was pending in the legislature of Louisiana providing that every adult freedman or woman shall furnish themselves with a comfortable home and visible means of support within 20 days after the passage of this act, and that any freedman or woman failing to obtain a home and support as thus provided shall be immediately arrested by any sheriff or constable in any parish, or by the police officer in any city or town in said parish where said freedman may be, and by them delivered to the recorder of the parish, and by him hired out by public advertisement to some citizen, being the highest bidder, for the remainder of the year. And in case the laborer should leave his employer's service without his consent, he shall be arrested and assigned to labor on some public works without compensation until his employer reclaims him. The laborers were not to be allowed to keep any livestock, and all time spent from home without leave was to be charged against them at the rate of $2 per day, and worked out at that rate. Many more provisions of the same general character were contained within the bill, the whole character and scope of which were forcibly set before the Senate by Mr. Wilson of Massachusetts. It was not only a proof of cruelty enacted into law, but was such a defiance to the spirit of the Emancipation Amendment that it subjected the legislature which approved the amendment and enacted these laws to a charge of inconsistency so grave as to make the former act appear in the light of both a legal and moral fraud. It was declaring the Negro to be free by one statute, and immediately proceeding to re-enslave him by another. By a previous law, Louisiana had provided that all agricultural laborers should be compelled to make contracts for labor during the first 10 days of January for the entire year. With a demonstrative show of justice, it was provided that wages due shall be a lien on the crop, one half to be paid at times agreed by the parties, the other half to be retained until the completion of the contract. But in case of sickness of the laborer, wages for the time shall be deducted, and where the sickness is supposed to be feigned for the purpose of idleness, double the amount shall be deducted. And should the refusal to work extend beyond 3 days, the Negro shall be forced to labor on roads, levees, and public works without pay. The master was permitted to make deductions from the laborer's wages for injuries done to animals or agricultural implements committed to his care, or for bad or negligent work, he of course being the judge. For every act of disobedience a fine of $1 shall be imposed upon the laborer, and among the cases deemed to be disobedience were impudence, swearing, or using indecent language in the presence of the employer, his family, or his agent, or quarreling or fighting among one another. It has been truthfully said of this provision that the master or his agent might assail the ear with profaneness aimed at the Negro man, and outrage every sense of decency in foul language addressed to the Negro woman. But if one of the helpless creatures goaded to resistance and crazed under tyranny should answer back with impudence, or should relieve his mind with an oath, or retort indecency upon indecency, he did so at the cost to himself of $1 for every outburst. The agent referred to in the statute was the well-known overseer of the cotton region, who was always coarse and often brutal, sure to be profane, and scarcely knowing the borderline between ribaldry and decency. The care with which the lawmakers of Louisiana provided that his delicate ears and sensitive nerves should not be offended with an oath or with an indelicate word from a Negro will be appreciated by all who have heard the crack of the whip on a southern plantation. The wrongs inflicted under the name of law thus far recited were still further aggravated in a majority of the rebellious states by the exaction of taxes from the colored men to an amount altogether disproportionate to their property. Indeed, of property they had none. Just emerging from a condition of slavery in which their labor had been constantly exacted without fear or reward of any kind, it was impossible that they could be the owners of anything except their own bodies. Notwithstanding this fact, the Negroes en masse were held to be subjects of taxation in the state governments about to be reorganized. In Georgia, for example, a state tax of $350,000 was levied in the first year of peace. The property of the state, even after all the ruin of the war, exceeded $250 million. This tax therefore amounted to less than 1/7 of 1% upon the aggregate valuation of the state, equal to the imposition of only $1.50 upon each $1,000 of property. The legislature of the state decreed, however, that a large proportion of this small levy should be raised by a poll tax of $1 per head upon every man in the state between the ages of 21 and 60 years. There were in Georgia at the time from 85,000 to 90,000 colored men subject to the tax. Perhaps indeed the number reached 100,000. It was thus ordained that the Negroes who had no property at all should pay 1/3 as much as the white men who had 250 millions of property in possession. This odious and unjust tax was stringently exacted from the Negro to make sure that not one should escape. The tax was held as a lien upon his labor, and the employer was under distraint to pay it. In Alabama, they levied for the same purpose $2 on every person between the ages of 18 and 50, causing a still larger proportion of the total tax to fall on the Negro than the Georgia lawmakers deemed expedient. Texas followed with the capitation tax of $1 per head, while Florida levied upon every inhabitant between the ages of 21 and 55 years a capitation tax of $3, and upon failure or refusal to pay the same, the tax collector was authorized and required to seize the body of the delinquent and hire him out after 5 days' public notice before the door of the courthouse to any person who will pay the said tax and the costs incident to the proceedings growing out of said arrest for his services for the shortest period of time. As the costs as well as the capitation tax were to be worked out by the Negro, it is presumable that in the spirit of this tax law they were enlarged to the utmost limit that decency, according to the standards set up by this law, would permit. It is fair to presume that in any event the costs would not be less than the tax, and might indeed be double or treble that amount, as a Negro could not at that time be hired out for more than $7.50 per month. The plain inference is that for the support of the state of Florida, the Negro might be compelled to give 1 month's labor yearly. Even by the capitation tax alone, without the incident of the costs, every Negro man was compelled to give the gains and profits of nearly 2 weeks' labor. A poll tax, though not necessarily limited in this manner, has usually accompanied the right of suffrage in the different states of the Union, but in the late rebellious states it conferred no franchise. It might be supposed that ordinary generosity would have devoted it to the education of the ignorant class from which it was forcibly wrung, but no provision of the kind was even suggested. It was at once seen that if the party which had insisted upon the emancipation of the slave as a final condition of peace should now abandon him to his fate and turn him over to the anger and hate of the class from whose ownership he had been freed, it would countenance and commit an act of far greater wrong than was designed by the most malignant persecutor of the race in any one of the Southern states. When the Congress of the United States, acting independently of the executive power of the nation, decreed emancipation by amending the Constitution, it solemnly pledged itself with all its power to give protection to the emancipated at whatever cost and at whatever sacrifice. No man could read the laws which have been here briefly reviewed without seeing and realizing that if the Negro were to be deprived of the protecting power of the nation that had set him free, he had better at once be remanded to slavery and to that form of protection which cupidity, if not humanity, would always inspire. The objectionable and cruel legislation of the Southern states, examples of which might be indefinitely cited in addition to those already given, fairly and forcibly illustrates the spirit and temper of the white people of the South and their utter contempt for the unexampled generosity on the part of the nation which gave them commission carte blanche to reconstruct their states. They responded with a cruel and barbarous code which was an affront to Christian civilization. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1, Southern Opposition to Reconstruction. The white people of the South thus took the whip hand in carrying out Reconstruction free and unhampered. They did not improve the opportunity, rather they shamefully abused it. In the same spirit they elected members, senators, and representatives to the Congress, every one of them former leaders in the Confederacy. These members presented themselves as early as December 1865, but the Senate and the House of Representatives each refused to receive or admit the Southern delegations. Thus an issue was raised. A great struggle was on. Who can say that God was not leading a people? For out of this issue and struggle, the ballot finally came to the Negro. The ballot probably would not have been bestowed upon him, certainly not at the time, nor in the way, and manner it was if the South had been lenient toward him and had shown a disposition to respect the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment as accomplished results, and protected him in life and property, the right of contract, marriage relations, locomotion, the privileges of schools, and other just and equitable relations, irrespective of the ballot, which make for the peace, prosperity, and well-being of the community. But the determination of the Southerners to suppress the colored man and take vengeance on him for their defeat on the field of battle, and by black codes make his condition worse under emancipation than it was under slavery, depriving him of every protection, making him an outcast, with every man's hand against him, fired the hearts of the people of the North, and aroused their keener sense of justice and deeper feelings of humanity as nothing else could have done. It should be borne in mind that the Black Code of Laws, partially outlined above, was only the first installment of oppressive measures against the Negro. Other and more cruel laws would certainly have followed the admission of the Southern delegates to seats in Congress. Besides, the admission of the Southern delegates at this time would have entrenched the doctrines of state rights in their most obnoxious and menacing forms. The ex-Confederates would have been masters of the situation. The solid South, combined with a few scattering Northern votes, would have ruled. The conquered would have dictated terms to the conqueror. The hands of the nation would have been tied hard and fast. The insistence on state rights would have prevented any legislation by the Congress which might have interfered with the Black Code. The 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States would obviously have been impossible. The Black Code would have been enlarged, and the 13th Amendment legislated out of existence. The cry would have been, "Slavery is dead, long live slavery." The barren victory of crushing the rebellion would have gone to the North, the fruits of the victory to the South, the very extremity to which the arrogance of the South carried it in the enactment of the Black Code. Its open defiance saved the situation. The rejection of the Southern delegations by Congress and the universal condemnation of the Black Code throughout the North, and as well by the whole civilized world, were to the Southerners like the throwing of a lighted match into a powder magazine. They were enraged beyond expression. They inaugurated the reign of violence, terrorism, and bloodletting, which has continued under different guises in full force and without lapse until the present time. Their vengeance was visited without mercy on those white men who were known to be loyal to the Union, murdering or driving them from their homes. And as for the colored people, they were nobody's property, so they were often killed for the sport of the killing. These two classes they blamed for their woes, and on them they heaped their wrath with ruthless and indiscriminate slaughter. On September 3, 1866, just a little over a year after President Johnson's amnesty proclamation, the Southern Loyalists, all whites, met in National Convention at Philadelphia and issued an address to the nation, appealing for protection and denouncing the outrages and murders inflicted on the Loyalists of the South. In this address they said, "Our last hope under God is in the unity and firmness of the states that elected Abraham Lincoln and defeated Jefferson Davis. Every original Unionist in the South has been ostracized. More than 1,000 devoted Union soldiers have been murdered in cold blood since the surrender of Lee, and in no case have their assassins been brought to judgment. More than 1,000 Negroes also had been slaughtered. On July 20, 1866, at New Orleans, the Union men were holding a state convention. This was raided and broken up by ex-Confederates, and over 200 Union men were killed and wounded. It is very important to bear in mind that when these harrowing occurrences were taking place, when this unrestrained violence and bloodshedding was sweeping over the South like a prairie fire, the Southern whites themselves, the ex-Confederates, had control of the government of every one of the Southern states. They had the state legislatures and all other offices, and their senators and representatives, all ex-Confederates, were knocking at the door of Congress. Not a single Negro in the South was a voter. Not a carpetbagger was in office in all the land. The South thus threw away its opportunity by the enactment of the Black Code, the practical nullification of the 13th Amendment, and the inauguration of the reign of terrorism, violence, and bloodshed. The South openly defied the nation, struck it a hard blow, spurned its magnanimity and clemency, and challenged the further assertion of its sovereignty. This introduces a third effort at Reconstruction. Events were moving rapidly. There was much heat and estrangement, not only between the North and the South, but between President Johnson, who sided with the South, and Congress, backed by the great body of the people of the North. The great masses of the American people are humane and have an innate love for justice and fair play, and in the long term are sure to assert these principles with irresistible force. It was soon discovered that as President Johnson upheld the contention of the ex-Confederates, any reconstructionary measures passed by Congress would have to run the gauntlet of his veto. And as a matter of fact, all such measures of Reconstruction were vetoed by him and had to be repassed over his veto by a 2/3 vote. The Republican Party that had brought the war to a successful termination, saved the Union, and freed the slave, was in control of the government. Its line of duty was plain. It neither doubted nor faltered. It knew that to doubt would be disloyalty, to falter would be sin. There were some internal dissensions, it is true, and some few members or followers dropped by the wayside, but the party as a whole responded to the call of duty and faced the issues with firmness and determination. It was admirably led by Charles Sumner, William Pitt Fessenden, Benjamin F. Wade in the Senate, and Thaddeus Stevens, Lyman Trumbull, Henry Winter Davis, and Samuel Shellabarger in the House. They made haste slowly. Their measures of reconstruction were taken gradually by easy stages. No more was undertaken than the circumstances and necessities of the case actually required, and the public sentiment of the North would approve and justify. A joint committee on Reconstruction was appointed, the Freedmen's Bureau was established, and General O. Howard, who had lost an arm in the Virginia campaign at Fair Oaks, and also had hurled back the flower and chivalry of the South at Cemetery Ridge in the Battle of Gettysburg, and had rendered other distinguished services throughout the war, was placed at its head. He was distinctively a Christian soldier, the Havelock of the American Army. The Bureau was primarily designed as a protection to the freedmen of the South and to the class of white men known as refugees, driven from their homes by the rebels on account of their loyalty to the Union. Its powers were enlarged so as to not only enable it to protect these two classes in life, but all property and civil rights. The Congress now applied itself to the more serious question of the reconstruction of the lately rebellious states. On the 30th of April, 1866, Mr. Thaddeus Stevens, in behalf of the Committee on Reconstruction, reported a joint resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States. The amendment, as finally adopted, constitutes the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, and is as follows. Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 2. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state being 21 years of age and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged, except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. The Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution was passed by Congress on the 13th day of June, 1866. The principles of this amendment had been presented and debated in one form or another from the early part of this session until finally formulated and passed as it stands today and will stand forever. The South had trampled the 13th Amendment under its feet and treated with scorn the national goodwill. The 14th Amendment was the nation's answer to the Southern Black Code. Other legislation made it incumbent on each of the seceding states to accept and adopt this amendment before they would be recognized as assuming their practical and proper relations with the Union. But neither this amendment nor any other legislation of Congress disfranchised the masses of ex-Confederates. Amnesty was open to all. It is the chief complaint of leading Southerners that the white people of the South were suppressed, and that the ballot was given to the Negro over their heads and for the purpose of perpetuating the Republican Party in power. This charge is not tenable. He who says that the Republican Party was playing politics and gave the Negro the ballot with sinister motives speaks without knowledge of the facts in the case, or states what he knows to be untrue. The 14th Amendment simply assured to the Negro the ordinary natural rights of citizenship which belong to every member of the state, such, for instance, as belong to women and children, but it did not bestow the ballot. The ballot, the exercise of the election franchise, still rested with the state. Each Southern state could give it or withhold it as it might please, but no Southern state, withholding the ballot from the colored people, could count the colored population in the matter of representation in Congress or for presidential electors. The 14th Amendment did destroy the Southern Black Code and gave the colored people a legal status, and it made the ballot possible. It did not actually make a single Negro voter in all the South. Was this playing politics? How could this in any way tend to perpetuate the Republican Party in power? At this time, neither Congress nor the people of the North contemplated bestowing suffrage on the Negro, but the minds of both were fully made up to preserve the fruits of emancipation and protect the colored people in all their civil and natural rights, and prevent all discrimination against them on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude at any sacrifice. And on this issue they held that there was no ground for compromise. The white people of the South received the 14th Amendment with a wild tempest of rage. Every Southern state still in the hands of ex-Confederates, except Tennessee, rejected it. Outrages, murders, and violence on Unionists, and especially on the colored people, increased. In the rejection of the 14th Amendment, the South threw away its second opportunity to reconstruct the seceding states in harmony with the changed conditions, and yet without bestowing the ballot on the colored people. Its acceptance of the 14th Amendment would have made unnecessary the 15th Amendment. The Congress, however, was imperturbable. It knew its power. It dared to do. It met the defiance, hostility, and violence of the South with the mailed hand of martial law. It promptly accepted the gauge of battle laid down by the South. It divided the 10 seceding states into 5 military districts, and General Grant, by direction, appointed for each district a commander of the rank above a brigadier general. These commanders were empowered to arrange for the registration of citizens above the age of 21 without regard to race or color, and without prejudice to the masses of ex-Confederates who should vote for a constitutional convention. This convention should adopt a state constitution prohibiting slavery and recognizing the results of the war, and it should establish a complete machinery of state and local government and provide for the election of senators and representatives to Congress. The course of events in the South, in the meanwhile, the indecent haste in enacting the Black Code with its barbarous inflictions, the reign of violence and murder on helpless colored people and refugee Unionists, the defiant rejection of the 14th Amendment by every Southern state except Tennessee, the general scorn of the nation's goodwill and clemency, and the open hostility to national authority had the effect of ripening public sentiment in every Northern state in favor of Negro suffrage. The South had shown its hand. It was perfectly apparent that it could not be trusted to do justly or even act humanely towards the colored people or the white refugees who were loyal to the Union. The critical point was reached. The hour had struck when the nation must look to others than the ex-Confederates and their sympathizers to reconstruct the lately rebellious states with reference to the emancipation of slaves and bring them into harmonious relations with the Union. Mr. Blaine, touching this point, said the South had its choice, and it deliberately and after fair warning decided to reject the magnanimous offer of the North and to insist upon an advantage in representation against which a common sense of justice revolted. The North, foiled in its original design of Reconstruction by the perverse course of the South, was compelled, under the providence of the ruler of nations, to deal honestly and justly with the colored people. A higher than human power controlled these great events. The wrath of man was made to praise the righteous works of God, whatever were the deficiencies of the Negro race in education for the duties and responsibilities of citizenship. They had exhibited the one vital qualification of an instinctive loyalty, and as far as lay in their power, a steadfast helpfulness to the cause of the national union. His race contributing nearly 250,000 troops to the national service. The famous Reconstruction Act, placing the South under martial law, was passed on March 2, 1867. It embodied Negro suffrage. Under God, justice had come. The ex-Confederates had been exercising full control over the government of every Southern state for 2 years after the war, and had defied the national laws and authority and had persistently thwarted the work of Reconstruction. In debating this act in Congress placing the South under military law, Mr. Garfield, afterwards President of the United States, said, "I call attention to the fact that from the collapse of the rebellion to the present hour, Congress has undertaken to restore the states lately in rebellion by cooperation with their people, and that our efforts in that direction have proven a complete and disastrous failure. The constitutional amendment, the 14th Amendment, did not come up to the full height of the great occasion. It did not meet all I desired in the way of guarantees to liberty, but if the rebel states had adopted it, as Tennessee did, I should have felt bound to let them in on the same terms prescribed for Tennessee. I've been in favor of waiting to give them full time to deliberate and act. They deliberated, they have acted. The last one of the sinful 10 has at last, with contempt and scorn, flung back in our teeth the magnanimous offer of a generous nation. It is now our turn to act. They would not cooperate with us in building what they destroyed. We must remove the rubbish and build from the bottom." Mr. Brenda G. of Connecticut said, "The American people demand that we shall do something, and quickly. Already 1,500 Union men have been massacred in cold blood, more than the entire population of some of the towns in my district, whose only crime has been loyalty to your flag. In all the revolted states, upon the testimony of your ablest generals, there is no safety to property or lives of loyal men. Is this what the loyal North has been fighting for? Thousands of loyal white men, driven like partridges over the mountains, homeless, houseless, penniless, today throng this capital, They fill the hotels, they crowd the avenues, they gather in these marble corridors, they look down from these galleries, and with supplicating eye ask protection from the flag that hangs above the speaker's chair, a flag which thus far has unfurled its stripes, but concealed the promise of its stars. Mr. Lawrence of Ohio said, for myself, I'm ready to set aside by law all these illegal governments. They have rejected all fair terms of Reconstruction. They have rejected the constitutional amendments we have tendered them. They are engines of oppression against all loyal men. Mr. Boutwell of Massachusetts said today there are 8 millions or more of people occupying 630,000 square miles of territory in this country who are writhing under cruelties nameless in their character and injustices such as have not been permitted to exist in any other country of modern times. It is the vainest delusion, the wildest of hopes, the most dangerous of aspirations to contemplate the reconstruction of civil government until the rebel despotisms enthroned in power in these 10 states shall be broken up. Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania said the passage of this bill, or its equivalent, is required by the manhood of this Congress to save it from the hissing scorn and reproach of every Southern man who has been compelled to seek a home in the byways of the North, of every homeless widow and orphan, of a Union soldier in the South who should have been protected by the government. Mr. Allison of Iowa, now United States Senator, said, believing as I do that this measure is essential to the preservation of the Union men of the South, believing that their lives, property, and liberty cannot be secured except through military law, I am for this bill. Mr. Blaine's amendment to the bill provided that the elective franchise shall be enjoyed equally and impartially by all male citizens of the United States, 21 years of age and upwards, without regard to race, color, or previous condition of servitude. He said, I believe the true interpretation of the election of 1866 was that in addition to the proposed constitutional amendment, impartial suffrage should be the basis of Reconstruction. Why not declare it so? Why not, when you send out this military police through the lately rebellious states, send with it that impressive declaration? It was even so. The declaration was sent. Under these circumstances, the ballot came to the Negro. The Congress and the nation now had to look to others than ex-Confederates to do the work of Reconstruction. The Negro was commanded to share in it. How otherwise could these states have been reconstructed in accordance with the national sentiment and the emancipation laws? It was plain that the ex-Confederates would not do it. It was equally clear that the colored people composed the only possible large constituency in the South to be depended on, and that by giving them the ballot and enlisting the support of the Loyalists and of the more conservative Southerners and the assistance of the Union soldiers who had settled in the South, the work of Reconstruction could be carried out, but even then only under the protection of martial law. These 3 elements, the large colored populations, the Union soldiers who had settled in the South after the close of the war more than 2 years before, and the Loyalists and conservative Southerners who accepted the new situation, constituted the agency through which the Southern states were reconstructed and brought back into their practical and proper relations with the Union. They gave the Southern states constitutions in harmony with the changed conditions and the emancipation laws. They established orderly governments, and because of their necessary participation in these governments, there arose the cry of Negro Domination, carpetbaggers, and scalawags. It is quite pertinent to remark here that notwithstanding all the protest of the Southern whites, no one has yet shown, not even Senator Tillman or Senator Money, how the seceding Southern states could have been brought back into their normal and proper relation with the Union by the formal acceptance of the 13th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States and the guarantees for the protection of life, liberty, and property without regard to race, color, or previous condition of servitude, otherwise than through this very agency which they and others so heatedly and intemperately denounce. The Reconstruction, which proceeded under martial law, was a necessity. It was an unusual as well as undesirable resort, but there was no alternative. The attitude of the ex-Confederates made it necessary. It is a full justification. The business and financial interests of the country and every other interest demanded a settlement of the questions growing out of the war. The nation, righteously, would not have the Black Code and its accompaniments. The South, unrighteously, would have nothing else, and yet Reconstruction must be accomplished. To put the whole South under martial law indefinitely or until its passions were cooled down was far more objectionable and dangerous than to put it under martial law for a limited period and until the states could be reconstructed with the assistance of the colored vote and the conservative and loyal elements. The American people will not tolerate martial law save as a temporary necessity. Suppose the ex-Confederates had said to Congress and the nation, "Put us under martial law if you choose. We will stay under your martial law forever before we will strike one line from the Black Code, before we will accept your 14th Amendment or any other law objectionable to us. Do your worst. We defy you." And that was the real position taken by the South, declared in its press and by its leaders on the rostrum, that they would never submit to the 14th Amendment. What then? A little child can lead a horse to the water, but a giant can't make it drink. There was no power by which the Congress could coerce the ex-Confederates to reconstruct the Southern states against their will. Let it be observed here that as in the course of the war, the Emancipation Proclamation, as a war measure, was necessary to save the Union, increasing as it did its material and moral forces at home and abroad, and correspondingly decreasing the material and moral forces of the Confederacy, and destroying with a few strokes of the pen its mightiest pillar of support. Just so, in the course of Reconstruction, the bestowal of the ballot on the Negro as a Reconstruction measure was absolutely necessary to restore the seceding states to their former relations in the Union. The enforcement of martial law for an indefinite period would have proved most injurious to the national cause, and increasingly so every day after the South had been normally pacified. For the Southern leaders would have temporarily desisted from acts of violence and murder, until they gained their point, the recognition of their states and the admission of their members into Congress. Then, fortified by the heresies of state rights, they would have turned loose the dogs of war on the helpless colored people and the fugitive white Unionists, and the lives of these people would have been made intolerable. The cruelty and brutalism inflicted on the colored people today, when they are equal citizens, show what might have been expected without the protection of the constitutional amendments, and are likewise an ample, a complete vindication of the wisdom, justice, and humanity of Reconstruction legislation. The Southern people could have appealed to the nation and to the Supreme Court of the United States for autonomy, declaring that disorder has ceased in their states, that there was no resistance to any national law, that the Black Code rested upon the rights of the states to regulate domestic affairs, and that rejection of the 14th Amendment was not resisting the national authority, as that amendment was not a law of the land until approved by 3/4 of all the states. What then? The Southerners finally would have won. The waiting policy would have acted tremendously in their favor. They could have forced a compromise, demanding pay for the slaves, reimbursement for certain losses by the war, refused to pension Union soldiers unless Confederates were also pensioned, declined to accept the national debt unless certain debts of the Confederacy were also accepted, legislated as to the colored people according to their own capricious will, and entrenched behind the doctrines of state rights in their most objectionable and dangerous forms. They could have hampered and harassed the national government without limit, and the world would have beheld the amazing and bewildering spectacle of a great and powerful nation, triumphant in the greatest war of history, standing utterly limp and helpless in the presence of the conquered and meekly yielding to their dictation. For the 14th Amendment not only gave the Negro a legal status, but its fourth section made inviolable the public debt, provided for pensions, prohibited payment for slaves, and made void all debts of the Confederacy. Without Negro suffrage, these would remain open questions. It was the ballot in the hands of the Negro that saved the nation from unspeakable humiliations, established beyond questions its supremacy and sovereignty, destroyed forever the menacing and dangerous forms of state rights, and preserved the jewel of liberty in the family of freedom. thus fulfilling in a most signal, unexpected, and remarkable manner Lincoln's prophecy that they would probably help in some trying time in the future to keep the jewel of liberty in the family of freedom. Under the desperate and chaotic conditions existent in the South at this time, it is not surprising that in the selection and election of men to carry out the work of Reconstruction, serious blunders were made, that some thieves and plunderers forged to the front and filled some of the offices. It is the universal experience in governmental affairs that under normal conditions, in times of profound peace, bad men and thieves have been elected to offices and have betrayed their trusts. It was unavoidable. It could not have been otherwise during the Reconstruction era. The circumstances were propitious for this. The South had gone far beyond her financial ability in the prosecution of a disastrous and wasteful war. She had no public moneys, and her private fortunes were wrecked. $1 billion in slave property had evaporated. Money was needed to operate state and local government. Taxes were assessed. Bonds were issued. From 25 to 75% of the par value of these bonds remained in the safes and lockers of the bondholders in the North. In fact, the Northern bondholders got a larger proportion of money which should have been used to run these state governments than was possible for the carpetbaggers to steal. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Southern Opposition to Reconstruction. Those Southern leaders who attribute the poverty of the South following the war to the stealings of carpetbaggers are unwise in their utterances. This poverty was due more to the waste of war, the unsettled conditions, and the low price of Southern bonds than to the stealings of the carpetbaggers. Much stealing has been done since the passing of these conditions. Millions have been stolen in later years by defaulters, embezzlers, grafts, and boodlers. But after all that may be charged against the blundering and plundering of the carpetbag governments in the South, it is probably true that the Tweed Ring in New York City actually stole and squandered more of the people's money than all the carpetbaggers in the South combined. It is also noteworthy that some of the seceding states were never under the so-called carpetbag government. Such were Georgia, Tennessee, and Texas. Others were so controlled for only a short time, as for instance Louisiana, Mississippi, Virginia, Alabama, and Arkansas for 3 or 4 years, North Carolina for about 6 years, and only Florida and South Carolina for about 8 years. So it will be seen at a glance that the so-called carpetbag government of the South was neither so general nor so extended in time as Southern leaders pretend. But the rank and file of the Northern men who settled in the South after the close of the war were not unworthy men, nor were they thieves, nor were the rank and file of the Loyalists and those conservative Southerners who accepted the changed conditions unworthy men or thieves. And as to the colored people, they were far too inflated with the ideas of freedom, too happy in their new life of liberty, too deeply impressed and concerned about the sovereignty under the hat, too busily engaged in trying to trace the members of their families, husband, wife, daughter, son, sister, brother, father, mother, and other kindred who had been scattered to the 4 corners of the earth by the inhuman and brutal system of the slave pen and the slave auction block, to give even a thought about money-making in politics. These Northern men who had settled in the South, and whom the ex-Confederates called carpetbaggers responded to the call of their country to assist in reconstructing the Southern states in the same spirit of patriotism which they displayed when Sumter was fired on. The Loyalists of the South who had borne contumacy and outrage during the 4 years of the war and the 2 years following it, and whom the ex-Confederates called scalawags, applying this term also to those Southerners who accepted the situation, responded to the call to assist in reconstructing the Southern states because they rejoiced that the day of judgment had come to the South, and with their help Old Glory would flutter over a restored Union. And the colored people, they bubbled over with rejoicings. There was nothing that they would not have done for the Lincoln government and to sustain the North. There was not a colored man in the South who would not have borne arms in defense of the nation. If the South had tried guerrilla warfare after General Lee's surrender, then the very last guerrilla would have been driven to cover simply by arming the 700,000 colored men. These three classes rendered the nation services of inestimable value in a most critical and perilous hour, services for which the nation owes a lasting and incalculable debt of gratitude. There has been entirely too much random abuse of carpetbaggers and scalawags. It is time to call a halt to these indiscriminate denunciations. Vilification and abuse are not arguments. The services which they rendered at a grave crisis were as necessary and indispensable in reconstructing the Southern states as were the march of Sherman to the sea, the triumphs of Grant at Vicksburg, Banks at Port Hudson, Meade at Gettysburg, Farragut at New Orleans and Mobile Bay, the Monitor over the Merrimack in Hampton Roads, and Sheridan's famous ride down the valley of the Shenandoah in strangling and stamping out the rebellion. The perplexing problem of Reconstruction was as threatening to the nation's sovereignty as the war to the nation's life. The white people of the South themselves are responsible for the so-called Negro Domination and carpetbag governments. They threw away 2 opportunities to reconstruct and for a third time refused even to share in the work of Reconstruction. If some stealing and plundering accompanied the performance, theirs was the blame. Among the so-called carpetbaggers and scalawags, there were men as pure in purpose, as lofty in patriotism, as bright in intellect, as unselfish in the discharge of public duties, and as honest, courageous, and noble in spirit as America has ever produced. Because the Southerners could not rule, or because they were not permitted to work ruin, they sulked, and their sulking brought about the very evils of which they so loudly and bitterly complain. For it should always be borne in mind that, while there was a sufficiently numerous constituency in the large colored population of the Southern states, augmented and supported by the strong and important body of Northern settlers and reinforced by the large numbers of Loyalists and pacified Southerners to achieve their Reconstruction, yet there was no inhibition against the great mass of white Southerners participating in the reconstruction of their respective states. The great masses of the ex-Confederates could freely register and vote under the provisions of the same act which bestowed the ballot on the colored people, in deliberately choosing to sulk and defy the nation, and in large measure allow the elections to pass by default. So far as they were concerned, they became even more responsible for all the evils which followed. In the meantime, nevertheless, the work of reconstructing the Southern states proceeded under the law authorized by the Congress. The voters of 21 years of age and upward were registered without regard to race or color, and without prejudice to the great masses of ex-Confederates who, for a third time, spurned and rejected the nation's goodwill. Elections were held, constitutional conventions assembled, Constitutions were framed and submitted to the electorate as registered in the several states for their approval. Complete machinery for state and local governments was put in operation. Senators and representatives were elected to the Congress. Tennessee had already abolished slavery, ratified the 13th and 14th Amendments, and had resumed her place in the Union July 23, 1866. Arkansas was restored to her place in the Union June 22, 1868. North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, and Georgia June 25, 1868. Virginia January 26, Mississippi February 23, and Texas March 30, 1870, the delay being due to non-fulfillment of requirements. The state of Georgia expelled the colored men elected to her legislature, and this raised the question of the right to hold office, whereupon Congress took action and passed a bill December 16, 1869, declaring that the exclusion of persons from the legislature upon the ground of race, color, or previous condition of servitude would be illegal and revolutionary, and is hereby prohibited. Georgia's senators and representatives were denied admission to Congress until the colored members were reinstated. Thus the question of the right of colored men to hold office was promptly met and settled. The Reconstruction of the Southern states was now completed, all the seceding states being restored to their autonomy in the Union, under a bill providing in each case that the said state is entitled and admitted to representation in Congress as one of the states of the Union upon the following fundamental condition, that the Constitution of naming the state shall never be so amended or changed as to deprive any citizen or class of citizens of the United States of the right to vote, who are entitled to vote by the Constitution herein recognized, except as a punishment for such crimes as are now felonies at the common law, whereof they shall have been duly convicted. It was under this solemn compact that the lately rebellious states were declared admitted to the Union. The question pertinently arises, has not each of those Southern states adopting new constitutions with the grandfather clause or other device to deprive the colored people of their right to vote, violated, both in letter and spirit, this solemn compact, and broken faith with the nation? And again, if South Carolina and Louisiana can violate the fundamental condition in relation to the ballot upon which they were admitted to the Union, what is to prevent Utah and other states that may choose to do so from violating their solemn compact with the nation in relation to polygamy? A state is in honor bound to respect and observe its compact with the nation. The violation of such a compact is an act of bad faith which the people of a state cannot afford to uphold, and in case the compact is violated, the nation, through Congress or the courts, may make intervention. The nation may sometime wake up to realize that what is sauce for the South Carolina goose today will be sauce for the Utah gander tomorrow. The success attained in organizing these governments did not have the effect of softening the animosities or allaying the bitter resentment and hostility of the white people. It greatly aggravated them. The South had now suffered 2 defeats, and in each the Negro was an important factor. In the war, the Negro as a soldier was potent. In Reconstruction, the Negro as a voter was indispensable. In suffering and blood, the white people of the South have exacted a staggering price from the colored people for their loyalty and service to the nation, and the end is not yet. The Confederate Army was practically reorganized into a secret, oath-bound society, the Ku Klux Klans, covering all the Southern states. They made onslaughts on the governments established and war on their supporters. They killed and murdered by day and by night Loyalists, pacified Southerners, and Negroes without discrimination and without mercy. Mr. Blaine said, in prosecuting their purposes, these clans and organizations hesitated at no cruelty, were deterred by no considerations of law or humanity. They rode by night, were disguised with masks, were armed as freebooters. They whipped, maimed, or murdered the victims of their wrath. White men who were cooperating with the colored population politically were visited with punishments of excessive cruelty. Over 2,000 persons were killed wounded or otherwise injured in Louisiana within a few weeks of the presidential election of 1868. The state was overrun by violence, midnight raids, secret murders, and open riots. In one parish, the Ku Klux killed and wounded over 200 Republicans, hunting and chasing them for 2 days through fields and swamps. Over 25 bodies were found at one place in the woods. The horrors and cruelties of the Ku Klux Klans in Louisiana were fully rivaled in Mississippi and more or less largely sustained in each of the southern states. It is estimated by persons well acquainted with the situation that from 40 to 50,000 colored people, white loyalists, and northern men were murdered in cold blood during this era. The blood of these martyrs to liberty and the Union cries out from the ground. Some of the members of the Ku Klux Klan were captured, indicted, and put on trial. A number were arraigned before the United States Court in South Carolina. The white people of the state engaged the most eminent counsel for their defense. Their leading lawyer was the noted and learned Reverdy Johnson of Maryland, who, after hearing the evidence, much of it confessions by the Ku Klux themselves, his honest nature revolting, refused to make a plea for his clients, but left them to the mercy of the court, saying, "I have listened with unmixed horror to some of the testimony which has been brought before you. The outrages proved are shocking to humanity. They admit of neither excuse nor justification. They violate every obligation which law and nature impose upon man. They show that the parties engaged were brutes, insensible to the obligations of humanity and religion. The day will come, however, if it has not already arrived, when they will deeply lament it. Even if justice shall not overtake them, there is one tribunal from which there is no hope. It is their own judgment, that tribunal which sits in the breast of every living man, that small, still voice that thrills through the heart, the soul, and the mind, and as it speaks gives happiness or torture, the voice of the conscience, the voice of God. If it has not already spoken to them in tones which have startled them to the enormity of their conduct, I trust in the mercy of heaven that that voice will speak before they shall be called above to account for the transactions of this world, that it will so speak as to make them penitent, and that, trusting in the dispensations of heaven, whose justice is dispensed with mercy, when they shall be brought before the bar of their great tribunal, so to speak, that incomprehensible tribunal, there will be found in the fact of their penitence or their previous lives some grounds upon which God may say pardon. When it is considered that Reverdy Johnson was a Southerner by birth and education, that his sympathies were with the Southern people in their contentions, and that he strongly opposed the 14th Amendment and denounced the great Reconstruction Act, his language constitutes as strong an indictment as can be brought against a civilized people. Governor Daniel H. Chamberlain of South Carolina, one of the ablest of the so-called carpetbaggers in appealing to President Grant for military assistance to guarantee a fair and peaceful election in South Carolina, after detailing the ruthless slaughter of colored citizens in the Hamburg riots, said, "My first duty is to seek to restore and preserve public peace and order to the end that every man in South Carolina may freely and safely enjoy all his civil rights and privileges, including the right to vote. But I deem it my solemn duty to do my utmost to secure a fair and free election in this state, to protect every man in the free enjoyment of his political rights, and to see to it that no man or combination of men of any political party shall overawe or put in fear or danger any citizen of South Carolina in the exercise of his civil rights. I understand that an American citizen has a right to vote as he pleases, to vote one ticket as freely and as safely as another, and I know that whenever, upon whatsoever pretext, large bodies of citizens can be coerced by force or fear into absenting themselves from the polls, or voting in a way contrary to their judgment or inclination, the foundations of every man's civil freedom is deeply, if not fatally, shaken." Replying to this letter, President Grant wrote to Governor Chamberlain to go on in the discharge of his duties, and that he would have the full sympathy and cooperation of the national government. Commenting on the general conditions prevailing in the South, General Grant used these strong and forceful words: "The scene at Hamburg, as cruel bloodthirsty, wanton, unprovoked, and as uncalled for as it was, is only a repetition of the same that has been pursued in other Southern states within the last few years, notably in Mississippi and Louisiana. Mississippi is governed today by officials chosen through fraud and violence, such as would scarcely be accredited to savages, much less to a civilized and Christian people. How long these things are to continue, or what is to be the final remedy, the great ruler of the universe only knows. Nothing is claimed for one state that is not freely accorded to all the others, unless it may be the right to kill Negroes and Republicans without fear of punishment and without the loss of caste or reputation. This has seemed to be a privilege claimed by a few states. Concerning the Ku Klux Klan, it may be said that murder with them was an occupation and perjury was a pastime. Many of their bloodiest and blackest crimes on the colored people have been sealed in the stillness of the death of their victims. The Southland, in some respects and at many points, had now become a charnel house and chamber of horrors. The foul and bloody work so relentlessly carried on by the whites, and the general demoralization consequent thereto, caused the Congress to divine that additional guarantees to preserve the civil and political liberties of the colored people were necessary. There was no ground for hope of just or humane treatment for them on the part of the whites. Up to this time, suffrage rested in the states, but the adoption of the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which was ratified March 30, 1870, made suffrage national and impartial. So far as the organic law of the land is concerned, the civil and political rights of the colored people are safe and secure forevermore. The right of suffrage in this republic is now and forever national. It is now and forever impartial. Its abrogation is morally inconceivable, practically impossible. The words of this great charter of liberty are, "The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude." The leaders of the South have been protesting so loud and long about the crime committed in this Reconstruction era that the great masses of its people have probably fully persuaded themselves that a crime really was committed. And because of the bitter and continuous denunciation of carpetbaggers, scalawags, and Negro domination, some good people in the North, who have not taken the trouble to investigate the facts in the case, have been almost persuaded that a serious blunder was made in the bestowal of the ballot on the Negro. The Reverend Dr. C.H. Parkhurst, a most distinguished divine, and the pastor of a wealthy and influential church in the city of New York, representing this class, in a public address says, "The instance of the convict is in principle exactly what occurred in the case of the blacks. Emancipation pushed the bolt for them. There was a great deal of heroism in the course of the war, North and South, but there was not much statesmanship in the construction of the peace, and one of the radical mistakes made was in supposing that altering the colored man's condition altered the colored man, that letting a wolf out of a cage domesticates the wolf, that substituting coat and trousers for swaddling clothes makes an infant a man, and that emancipation not only relieved the slave of his fetters, but qualified him to be a citizen." Dr. Parkhurst also says through the public press, "Since my return from the South, I've been informed that some of my critics have accused me of expressing regrets that slavery days are over. That is not true. I've merely said that most of the niggers are unfit for the responsibilities of citizenship. The niggers will never be assimilated by the nation. They never will contribute in any part toward forming the national type of the Americans of the future. They grow blacker and blacker every day. Their color forms a physical barrier which even time, the great leveler, cannot sweep away." Persons who talk of assimilation in connection with the race problem do not understand what they speak of. Future generations of our race will be very much as we are. The physical barrier that separates the blacks from the whites today will be just as broad and as high throughout all the centuries to come. Aside from the unparliamentary and unchristian language of this minister of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, the decisive answer is forthcoming that the proclamation of amnesty, pardoning the ex-Confederates, had quite as little effect in altering their condition or lessening in the least degree their animosities or transforming them into law-abiding, liberty-loving, patriotic American citizens, and that, moreover, the ex-Confederates had actually demonstrated their unfitness to legislate with wisdom, to deal justly or even humanely with either the freedmen or with white men who were loyal to the Union, or to accept in good faith the clemency of a magnanimous nation. And the further argument is conclusive that the people of the North believed, and believed wisely, that a poor man, an ignorant man, and a black man who was thoroughly loyal was a safer and a better voter than a rich man, an educated man, and a white man who in his heart was disloyal to the Union. The Honorable Carl Schurz, who was appointed by President Johnson after the close of the war as a commissioner to visit the South and examine into and report upon the conditions of things there, in his report says, "The loyalty of the Southern people consists in submitting to necessity. There was generally an entire absence of that national spirit which forms the basis of true loyalty. It will hardly be possible to secure the freedmen against oppressive legislation and private persecution unless he be endowed with a certain measure of political power. The extension of the franchise to the colored people upon the development of free labor and upon the security of human rights in the South being the principal object in view, the objection raised upon the ground of the ignorance of the freedmen becomes unimportant. The only manner in which the Southern people can be induced to grant to the freedmen some measure of self-protecting power in the form of suffrage is to make it a condition precedent to readmission." Contemplate this report, made in 1866, in the light of the attitude of the South today, with all the wrongs imposed on the colored people, and Carl Schurz will at once take rank as a wise seer with the gift of a prophet. Some of Dr. Parkhurst's friends might do well to inform him that assimilation is not necessarily of blood, that a people may thoroughly, through the course of the years, assimilate the civilization of another people and become a most pronounced type of that civilization, and yet not be of the same blood. As a matter of fact, the assimilation of a civilization is far more important than the assimilation of blood. It is the former, and not the latter, that makes the type. There are many thousands of colored people in the South who have already assimilated American civilization, who are thoroughgoing, patriotic, law-abiding Americans in every tissue and fiber of their being. There are also in the South many thousands of whites who are unassimilated and are as alien to the standards and ideals of American civilization as if they had not been born and raised in a land where the gospel of the Christ is preached from every hilltop and in every valley, and where the chief glory of the people is their dedication to the principle that all men are equal before the law. The color of a man's skin can no more affect the national type of the American of the future than will the color of his hair, the heaviness of his eyebrows, or the size of his feet, but rather he will be marked by the quality and achievement of his intellect, the purity and goodness of his heart, the nobility of his soul and purpose, the strength and breadth of his patriotism, his loyalty to the truth and to his God, and his love and services for man. Not white man, not black man, but man. Race barrier or no race barrier, he will best represent the type who best represents the civilization, whether he be as white as the driven snow or as black as the ace of spades. As to the national type of the American of the future, the colored people can well afford to leave that in the hands of Almighty God, whom Dr. Parkhurst may perhaps regard as being abundantly able to rule over it wisely, beneficently, to the well-being of the human family, and to his own glory and honor. Dr. Parkhurst's ungracious insult, unprovoked and unwarranted, to the colored people who have served their country nobly in war and faithfully and well in peace, by stigmatizing and applying to the whole race the offensive and degrading epithet, the niggers, and comparing them with convicts and wolves, belittles him and impeaches his own right to be regarded as a consistent disciple of the Christ or a faithful preacher of righteousness. Much learning, great eloquence, and a pure white skin, good and helpful as they are, yet are not the only nor the chief requisites of a Christian minister. These, without the spirit and mind of the Christ, are as sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal. Would it not be a happy event for Dr. Parkhurst to go into his closet and wrestle with his God and himself, assimilate the mind and teachings of Jesus the Christ, giving heed to the injunction of the Apostle Paul, the great apostle to the Gentiles, "Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. Without this spirit all preaching is in vain." Would Dr. Parkhurst dare to apply offensive and degrading epithets to all the white people of the South? Why did he gratuitously and grossly insult every self-respecting colored man and woman in the United States? He knew that the Negro is prostrate and helpless, and he felt that he might dance a jig on the Negro's chest with entire safety to himself. He may continue his jig dancing on the chest of the prostrate Negro, but it may yet come to him that he owes the colored people, who have never done him aught of harm, and against whom he has no grievance, an apology for thus stigmatizing them. And as long as that apology is withheld, considerate thinking people, not only in the North and South, but the world over, will regard him as unmanly, and as not comporting himself with the dignity and honor of the scrupulous citizen, the punctilious man, or an ambassador of the Christ. No one would perhaps challenge the correctness of the principle that wars are unusual occurrences, and therefore they call for the exercise of unusual powers, not only in conducting them, but also in the settlement of complex and perplexing questions growing out of them. A nation's life or sovereignty is paramount. So it was with the Civil War, and so it was with Reconstruction, and with reference to Negro Suffrage. It is all important to consider the fundamental truths connected therewith. The giving of the ballot to the Negro became the necessary means for the accomplishment of the rehabilitation of the Southern states, and the use of the ballot in the hands of the Negro was effective in achieving the following results. First, it established the sovereignty of the nation. Second, it utterly destroyed all that was vicious, mischievous, and menacing in the doctrines of state rights. Third, it made effective the 13th Amendment and enacted the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, giving rise to the strange paradox, unique in the history of the world, that the ballot of the ex-slave had become necessary to save the face of a conquering nation, preserve the fruits of victory, and assist in the enactment of laws which made his own freedom secure, and it wrote his own citizenship ineffaceably into the Constitution, the organic law of the land. Fourth, it was effective in causing the adoption of free constitutions for the Southern states, the establishment of orderly government in them, and in a word, rehabilitating them and restoring them to practical and proper relations with the Union. Fifth, it gave the South its first system of free public schools, a benefaction and blessing of incalculable value. It is not, therefore, too much to say that the glory and the power of the Republic today, the foremost and most powerful nation in the world, may be traced to the effective use of the Negro as a soldier and as a voter in the most stormy and perilous hour of its existence. He was unquestionably the deciding factor. The truth is the light, and in the light of the truth these facts blaze forth. It must, therefore, appear evident to every serious, patriotic American who has more regard for liberty and union than for race, hatred, and caste prejudice, that the bestowal of the ballot on the colored people under the circumstances and at the time, and in the manner that it was bestowed, was not only not a crime, but on the contrary was perhaps the sublimest act of enlightened statesmanship. All the specious pleas, vituperation, and misrepresentations on the part of Southern leaders and their Northern sympathizers cannot efface or darken the light of this blazing truth which shines forth and will shine with increasing and resplendent glory. Until seas shall waste and the sky in smoke decay. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1, The War on Negro Suffrage. The ballot in the hands of the colored man. This is the crux of the Southern problem. The ballot is the citadel of the colored man's safety, the guarantor of his liberty, the protector of his rights, the defender of his immunities and privileges, the savior of the fruits of his toil, his weapon of offense and defense, his peacemaker, his nemesis that watches and guards over him with sleepless eye by day and by night. With the ballot, the Negro is a man, an American among Americans. Without the ballot, he is a serf, less than a slave, a thing. It is not at all singular, therefore, that his ballot, this fortress of his power, should be beleaguered and stormed by all who would oppress or degrade or outlaw him or alienate him from human society. The Negrophobists of the South thoroughly understood that, in order to annul him as a factor to be reckoned with in American life and civilization, his ballot, which keeps open the door of hope, the door of opportunity, must first be demolished. For this reason, the dominant Southern leaders from the Reconstruction day to the present time have been discharging their heaviest artillery, oratorically speaking, at Negro suffrage. Their Maxim machine and Gatling guns have kept up an incessant roar through the public press against Negro suffrage. Their repeating rifles and small arms, through stump speakers and otherwise, have been turned upon it without intermission. All this has been accompanied by the ruthless murder of many thousands of innocent colored people as a bloody feint and demonstration. So common has the killing of colored people become that the murder of half a dozen or more, or the driving out of a score, an hundred, or even 1,000 from their homes, and the looting and burning of their property, provokes scarcely more than a perfunctory protest here and there, and fails to arouse public attention in any part of the country. It is one of the most serious aspects of the Southern question that the determination to destroy the Negro's ballot by violence and keep the colored people in subjection is encouraged by many of its best citizens. Senator Tillman of South Carolina has recently advocated the killing of 30,000 colored men in that state. Is there not a better way to secure good government in South Carolina? Is not Senator Tillman himself a greater menace to all that is decent in politics, orderly in government, laudable in citizenship, praiseworthy in manhood, pure in Christianity, and humane in society, than the worst Negro in his state? It is not a difficult matter in the South to deal with a Negro man, woman, or child, whether there are any evidences of crime or not. In public lectures, Senator Tillman has repeatedly boasted of the part he took in shooting down niggers. For instance, in a lecture in Detroit, Michigan, he said, "On one occasion we killed 7 niggers. I don't know how many I killed personally, but I shot to kill, and I know I got my share." Not one of these unfortunate colored people had committed or had even been charged with any offense. They simply attempted to exercise their rights as American citizens and cast their ballots. For this they were shot to death. The desideratum of any nation is good government and the preservation of liberty. Sometimes this may be secured by a government of the few, sometimes by a government of the many, and sometimes by a government of the whole people. The special value of republican institutions is that good government can be more safely fostered and assured, and liberty made impregnable by a government of the whole people. This does not mean government by the ignorant and vicious, or by revolutionists, or by those who believe in killing Negroes to get rid of their votes, any more than by anarchists who believe in assassinating rulers to get rid of established governments. It does mean the rule of the people, the sway of their opinion, expressed through the ballot box, in the establishment and enforcement of laws, under which all the people shall find equal protection of life, liberty, and property, and in the pursuit of happiness, and all who measure up to a fixed standard, and that a reasonable one, shall have a common share in the government. It does not follow that the whole people, or even most of them, will always vote wisely. No, not even in the best governed communities. On the contrary, experience has shown that they have often made serious mistakes. But the redeeming element in Republican government is that, despite all defects, more of good comes to the people, and liberty is better safeguarded when they are collectively their own master, and can elect rulers and enact laws at regular intervals than by other methods, and that although unscrupulous leaders may fool the people some of the time, they can't fool them all the time. It is not conceivable that the body of the white people of the South will stay fooled all the time, for this would mean the failure of civilization. The nobler and more Christian manhood and womanhood of the South must surely arouse themselves and cast out the evil spirits which have possessed the corporate body dominating Southern life and have produced the present intolerable conditions. Never among any civilized people has there existed a condition wherein oppression was so heartless and widespread, the denial of liberty and the simplest of human rights so general, justice such a mockery, humiliations and gross injustices so atrocious, withering wrongs so multiplied, and human life held so cheap. The leaders aim at the destruction of the ballot in the hands of the colored man, and as a necessary sequence, his elimination has an entity in American life, his relegation to serfdom. To compass this end, the most reprehensible methods have been employed, notwithstanding the 250 years of patient and profitable labor which the Negro race gave to the South, notwithstanding the 4 years of splendid service which they gave to the whites in guarding their families and protecting their property. During the war, the Southern leaders have done their utmost to prejudice mankind against this race. They press with great vigor and malevolence against the race 3 specific charges: first, poverty; second, ignorance; third, immorality. If it were strictly true that the Negro is poor and ignorant and immoral, this certainly is not a sufficient reason for his further debasement. It ought rather to elicit sympathy for his misfortune, for these are not inherent qualities, they are incidental conditions in the evolution of a people. Outlawry is not a remedial agent. If the white people would respect and protect the black man's home, and set a worthy example for him, reinforce the school facilities, and encourage the church to do its holy work unfettered, these evils would largely disappear. If the white people of the South will go back far enough in history, they can behold their race in a far worse condition than the Negro is today. But would that have constituted a just ground for their oppression and denial of the right to rise to the full height of manhood? Even at the present time, are there not many thousands of whites in the South who are actually as poor, as ignorant, as immoral, as are some Negroes, and without the excuse of the latter? On the other hand, are there not many thousands of Negroes, possessors of property, who are educated and clean in character? Not all the unfortunates and the degraded are on the Negro side of the race lines. The Southerners cannot afford to impeach the Negro race on these grounds, after despoiling the Negro race absolutely of all fruits of its toil for 250 years. It is not becoming for these people to taunt the Negro with his poverty. After enforcing ignorance on the Negro race for 2.5 centuries, making it a punishable offense for a Negro even to be caught with a spelling book in his possession, these people are not in a position to sneer at the Negro because of his ignorance. After claiming complete ownership of the Negro for 8 long generations, and after enforcing on him day by day object lessons of immorality of the most debasing kind, as the enormous amount of Anglo-Saxon blood in Negro veins abundantly testifies, it is the height of inconsistency for these people to reproach the Negro race on the ground of immorality. All that is true in these charges makes for the greater misfortune of the colored people and for the shame of the whites. Colonel Thomas Wentworth Higginson, in an article in the Atlantic Monthly says, supposing for the sake of argument that there is to be found in the colored race, especially in the former slave states, a lower standard of chastity than among whites, it is hard to imagine any reasoning more grotesque than that which often comes from those who claim to represent the white race there. For my own part, I've been for many years in the position to know the truth, even on its worst side, upon this subject, apart from the knowledge derived in college days from Southern students, then very numerous at Harvard, with whom I happened to be much thrown through a Southern relative, my classmate. I have evidence much beyond this. I have in my hands written evidence, unfit for publication, but discovered in a captured town during the Civil War, evidence to show that Rome, in its decline, was not more utterly degraded as to the relation between the sexes than was the intercourse often existing between white men and colored women on American slave plantations. How could it be otherwise, where one sex had all the power and the other had no means of escape? It may be assumed, therefore, that there is no charge more unfounded than that frequently made to the effect that the Negro was best understood by his former masters. This principle may be justly borne in mind in forming an opinion upon the very severest charges still brought against him. It was only the abolitionists who saw him as he was. They never doubted that he would have human temptations to idleness, folly, wastefulness, even sensuality. They knew that he would need, like any abused and neglected race, education, moral instruction, and above all, high example. They knew, in short, all that we know about him now. They could have predicted the outcome of such half-freedom as has been given him, a freedom tempered by chain gangs, lynching, and the lash. Colonel Higginson also refers to Rufus Choate as among the most conservative men of his time, and quotes him as saying that for the colored woman the condition of slavery was simply hell. It is instructive to note certain stock phrases in use in the South, phrases that are used with the purpose of increasing race animosities. Among these are social equality, white man's country, Negro inferiority, Negro domination, race prejudice. Such phrases are the bloody shirt of the South. Their effect has been to nullify for the time being the benefits guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. Since these are weapons aimed at the ballot of the Negro, they invite close examination. Race prejudice is the most elastic of them. It can and does cover a multitude of sins. The leaders depend much upon it. Senator Money of Mississippi, in his speech in the United States Senate, declared with great bravado, "I'm glad we have race prejudice. I rejoice in it. I thank God for it." But the Holy Scriptures tell of a Pharisee who lived some centuries before him, who was also glad and thanked God that he was not as other men. The Savior of the world, however, did not send him away justified. Race prejudice is variously designated and is thus made into a handy 5-chamber weapon. Sometimes it is called inborn race prejudice, and then again it is labeled inbred, and some declare it is taken in with the mother's milk, while others heatedly contend that it is an instinct, but all agree that it is ineradicable and must therefore control in Southern life. This inborn, inbred, mother's milk, instinctive, ineradicable race prejudice is set forth as the chief and sometimes as the sufficient cause for the mistreatment of the colored people and the denial to them of civil and political rights and the protection of the law. The New York World says deeper than the question of suffrage, of education, or of political privilege is the question of racial instinct or prejudice. If it is to prevail and dominate our land, where is it to stop? Is it compatible with the precepts of a religion based upon the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man? Can it be reconciled with the principles of a government founded upon the inalienable rights of all men and ordaining in its constitution equal rights and equal privileges for equal citizens? If, for example, Booker Washington, with his heart and brain and capacity for elevating his race, cannot enter the front door of the White House without arousing a clamor of unreasonable protest, or hold any public office simply and solely because he is black, is not the Republic a mockery to 9 millions of its citizens? There was something more than rhetoric or sentiment in President Roosevelt's pregnant phrase, "the door of hope for the Negro." When this door leads to education, to industry, thrift, and the patriotism that inspires men to fight and die for their country as our Negroes did in Cuba, must the usual rewards of such character and conduct be denied to them because they are black? This is the real Negro question. The contention for inborn, inbred, mother's milk, instinctive and eradicable race prejudice is itself not only dangerous to the social organism, but it is also fallacious. It lacks the saving grace of even a half-truth. It is a Gibraltar of straw to be destroyed by the first volley from the battery of common sense. In the darkest day of slavery, the colored children of household and other servants played and romped freely with the children of the masters. They as freely took bites in turn from the same apple and sometimes from the same cherry. They never knew the difference in station except as they were taught. The colored nurse would shower her kisses on the white child, cool its food with her breath, and taste it with her tongue. The important question with the parents was not the race or color, but the health of the nurse. Nurses frequently slept with the children and cared for them with a tenderness and devotion which won their affections forevermore. Many were the instances in which the white child showed preference for the attendance and companionship of the colored nurse to that of the white mother, and this is not unusual even today. Kindness wins and always will win the hearts and confidence of children without regard to race, prejudice of which they know nothing and care less. Many of the very best white women in the South never failed to bestow praises and kisses on their black mammies who had fondled them in childhood and whom they loved and venerated. More significant still, many of the children of the leading Southern families drank the milk of their black mammies alone, and many in maturity, like the late Henry W. Grady of Atlanta, Georgia, never ceased to express their love and veneration for these black mammies who nursed them with a mother's solicitude and guided their early footsteps. If race prejudice as an instinct inborn and inbred, how could the whites drink and thrive on the milk of these black mammies in childhood, and in the maturity of manhood and womanhood lavishly display such glowing respect and devotion to these black mammies? There are numbers of authenticated cases of white children being raised entirely by colored families who never recognized any difference between themselves and the colored children, notwithstanding inborn, inbred race prejudice. For obvious reasons, they have been given over to colored mammies to be raised, and they were most happy in these relations during childhood and immaturity. When apprised of their identity and offered privileges, some of them indignantly refused to give up their colored mammies who had always shown them a mother's care, fidelity, and love. Some such continued to live and married among the colored people and became to all intents members of that race. The case is too plain for cavil that any white child raised entirely in a colored family may grow to old age without recognizing its race identity, and the prejudice would be against the whites and not the colored. How is it to be explained that this inborn, inbred mother's milk, instinctive, ineradicable race prejudice does not reveal itself to its own possessor? And it may be pertinently asked, of what value is it if it cannot reveal itself? Conductors of railway trains and streetcars in the South are of course supposed to have this race prejudice, and they are paid to enforce it. But they have repeatedly caused awkward and sometimes ugly situations by mistaking white persons for colored persons and colored persons for white persons, producing a comedy of errors. Race or color does not necessarily affect the peace or happiness of a child or of an adult. Men and women of different races have mutually reciprocated good offices and enjoyed friendly relations, cherishing the highest respect for each other, while men and women of the same race, sometimes of the same family, have despised one another. The white child smiles as radiantly with the colored coachman or gardener as with its father. It will coo alike to its father, the colored nurse, the cat, or rubber doll. Race prejudice is largely a matter of teaching and training. Any people can teach their children to hate or despise another people, or even to hate and despise a branch of the family of their own blood relations. Also, parents can indoctrinate the young in the principles of the Sermon on the Mount and the teachings of the lowly Nazarene, and the result will be as different as day from night. Again, there are other cases fully authenticated of persons possessing African blood and yet passing for white. Some are doing so today in the North as well as in the South. It is a great pity, a lamentable evil, that race prejudice should so operate as to compel a man to conceal his race identity and pose as a member of another race in order to secure fair or decent treatment or a chance to make an honest living. In this particular, race prejudice not only harms the Negro, but it injures the entire social organism. It is most creditable to the Negro race, to their growing self-respect and race pride, that only a few of their numbers in sheer desperation resort to the trick of passing for what they are not. It should be noted in this connection that in South Carolina and other southern states there are certain settlements of persons possessing African blood who nevertheless are not treated as a part of the black race but as whites. When they remove away from their homes, passing for whites, they live and move among whites and even marry among them, and no one is the wiser. Senator Tillman, on the floor of the Constitutional Convention of South Carolina, more specifically called for the purpose of disfranchising the colored people, made a special plea for these particular settlements of people with African blood in that state, but who were passing for and accepted as white people, saying some of them owned slaves before the war, all of them sympathized with the Confederacy, and many of them fought in its army. Therefore they should be regarded and treated as whites. Is this not a cruel blow to inborn, inbred, mother's milk, instinctive, and ineradicable race prejudice? Does not the logic of it expose the fallacy of the contention? The whole case falls to the ground, for here the ineradicable is eradicated. But Senator Tillman's specious plea is worthy of more than a casual glance. Those for whom and in whose interest he made it were admittedly colored people possessing African blood, but they in most instances were set free by their white fathers before the war of the rebellion, and some of them inherited their fathers' slaves and thus became slave owners. They intermarried among white and colored, and because some of them were slave owners, and because all of them sympathized with the Southern Confederacy, and because many of them fought in the Confederate Army, therefore all of them were transformed from niggers into white folks. Here is the plain enunciation of the doctrine that loyalty to the late Confederacy shall count as paramount in fixing the status of citizenship in the South, and can even metamorphose a nigger into a white man. But there were 4 millions of other colored people who were true-hearted, whole-hearted, faithful, and loyal to the Union, and responsive to its martial music. None of these owned slaves. All of these sympathized with the Union. And momentous fact, 2 million of these rushed to the national defense and faced the chivalry of the South. Shall not the Republic show as much concern in the protection of the lives and liberty of those who freely offered themselves on its altar as the ex-Confederates and their sons show in protecting the handful of mixed bloods who joined with them in the effort to shoot the government to death? The mother's milk instinct argument to bolster up race prejudice is worthless. Instinct acts spontaneously and not by promptings, naturally and not by moral force or suasion, independently, uniformly. It peremptorily rejects the incompatible. But there has been no uniformity of race prejudice in the South against the colored people. On the contrary, there have been many relations, in some cases of the closest kind. The deplorable conditions existing in the South are not natural or spontaneous, but artificial. They are the direct result of the vicious and mischievous teachings of the leaders. As to the mother's milk end of the argument, this is sure to put some very good Southerners into a very bad dilemma. For if logic is logic, the prejudice should trend in favor of the source of the milk. Natural mother's milk prejudice should be in favor of the natural mother. Black mammy's milk prejudice should be in favor of the black mammy. Cow's milk prejudice should be in favor of the cow. Goat's milk prejudice should be in favor of the goat. No milk, then no prejudice. And as to the prepared food, that is the question which will command all the acumen and store of legal lore of the proverbial Philadelphia lawyer to solve as to whether prejudice should run in favor of some one manufacturer or what particular component element of his food. Logic is logic, that is all. It is plain, however, that the milk or other food which nourishes the child has no more to do in creating race prejudice in the child than corned beef and cabbage, the juicy bivalves, Boston baked beans, or Chinese chop suey have in producing race prejudice in the full-grown man. Ineradicable race prejudice, what hypocrisy! A greater proportion than 3 out of every 5 Negroes met casually in the street or seen in public gatherings will show traces of Anglo-Saxon blood. A matter of very great importance, and one not to be overlooked herewith, is that the Negro race in the United States is practically a new race. The race in America is far removed from the ancestral African in language and method of thought, in religion and civilization. Its basic element is in the strong and virile blood of the fatherland, but built upon by the blood of all the great races. It is sure to become a strong and powerful people in the future. It will not seek close affiliations with the white race for the reason that it will have all the colors and blendings of every race within itself, from the fairest Caucasian to the darkest ebony, making it truly the colored race. As a rule, the law of race, pride, and clan allegiance will be the law of natural selection. To the simple question of prejudice, no great importance is to be attached. The history of ages record its existence. There is abundant prejudice between white and white, colored and colored, white and colored, English and Irish, French and German, English and French, Irish and German, and the Jews and the rest of the world. But it should be borne in mind that there is prejudice and prejudice. Every man has prejudices, and these may control his personal habits, his recreations, his associations, his friendships, his politics, his religion, and all his relations of life. He may wear shoes without socks, or go barefoot if his prejudices lead him to do so, but he would not be tolerated if he tried to compel a neighbor to become a sockless Simpson. The white people of the South are at liberty to have and to hold their prejudices against the colored people or against Yankees, and against this liberty it is not for public opinion to protest, nor for the government to make objection. To eliminate prejudice from the hearts of men and emancipate the people from its evil effects is a work generally delegated to the doctrinaires of religion. But when the white people of the South convert their prejudice into an engine of hostility, a force of oppression and destruction to others, it then becomes the imperative duty of public opinion to protest and the obligation of the government to intervene. The Honorable Carl Schurz, writing in McClure's magazine, referring to this attempt to subjugate the Negro race, says, "And now the reactionists are striving again to burden the Southern people with another peculiar institution, closely akin to its predecessor in character, as it will be in its inevitable effects if fully adopted by the Southern people, that is, if the bulk of the laboring class is again to be kept in stupid subjection without the hope of advancement and without the ambition of progress. For as the old pro-slavery man was on principle hostile to general Negro education, so the present advocate of semi-slavery is perfectly logical in his contempt for the general education of the colored people and in his desire to do away with the Negro school. What the reactionist really wants is a Negro just fit for the task of a plantation hand and for little, if anything, beyond. Therefore, quite logically, the reactionist abhors the educated Negro. In fact, the political or social recognition of the educated Negro is especially objectionable to him for the simple reason that it would be an encouragement of higher aspirations among the colored people generally. The reactionist wishes to keep the colored people, that is, the great mass of the laboring force in the South, as ignorant as possible, to the end of keeping it as submissive and obedient as possible. And now imagine the moral, intellectual, and economic condition of a community whose principal and most anxious, I might say historic care, is the solution of the paramount problem, how to keep the nigger down, that is, to reduce a large part of its laboring population to stolid brutishness. That is not all. The reactionists fiercely insist that the South must be let alone in dealing with the Negro. This was the cry of the pro-slavery men of the old antebellum time, but the American people outside of the South took a lively interest in the matter, and finally the South was not let alone. They can hardly hope to be let alone. Thus it may be said without exaggeration that by striving to keep up in the Southern states a condition of things which cannot fail to bring forth constant irritation and unrest, which threatens to burden the South with another peculiar institution by making the bulk of its laboring force again a clog to progressive development, and to put the South once more in a position provokingly offensive to the moral sense and the enlightened spirit of the world outside. The reactionists are the worst enemies the Southern people have to fear. The white people of the South would hotly resent any suggestion of their incapacity for self-government, but their policy is their own condemnation, for if they cannot rise above the low level of race prejudice and vulgar assumptions in the making and the enforcement of the law, is it not self-evident that they fail in the vital requisites and capacity for self-government? A people cannot or will not maintain orderly government in their local affairs, invite distrust in broader or national affairs. The law of the spiritual life prevails here. He who is faithful over a few things shall be made ruler over many things. The republic is governed by law and not by race prejudice. Race prejudice is not law. Its operation is akin to anarchy. To give it the sanction, prestige, and force of law is to subvert American institutions and to destroy liberty and civilization. The result is certain. If once justified as law, where and when is it to end? If the colored people are to be the victims of it today, who are to feel its fell and ruinous blow tomorrow? Shall liberty, truth, and righteousness be sacrificed to race prejudice? Is race prejudice everything, and the Constitution of the United States and the laws of God nothing? Good citizenship measures up to the Constitution. The Constitution does not and cannot contract to the narrow confines of local prejudices, inborn, inbred, or otherwise, for this would mean the ruin of all that has been gained, as well as all that is hoped for in the evolution of man and the march of civilization. When the white people of the South set themselves deliberately and with the purpose of forethought to the work of reducing the colored race, as Mr. Schurz says, to stolid brutishness, and keep them in stupid subjection without the hope of advancement and the ambition of progress, and plead as a justification therefore inborn, inbred, mother's milk, instinctive, ineradicable race prejudice, they transgress against the moral sentiment of Christendom. That they should demand that the strong arm of the federal government shall be brought into requisition to aid them in consummating so diabolical a work by turning every colored person out of every federal office and discharging every colored man from the Army and Navy, and forcing every colored person into inferior relations in every walk of life and into serfdom. This but accentuates the folly and frenzy which has possessed the head and heart of the South. That the white people of the South are practically united in this reactionary anti-Christian policy does not lessen its heinousness. That some well-meaning men in the North look upon it with sympathy or approval does not add one glimmer of virtue to it. By condoning oppression and outlawry, such apologists encourage further disorders and violence. The policy of the South is wrong. No number of adherents and advocates for it can make it right. Its consummation in the dawn of the 20th century, and after 40 years of heroic struggle against the most tremendous odds, and in the light of the wonderful, unsurpassed progress and achievements of the Negro race in civilization, would be the crime of these centuries. God Almighty did not grant to the white people of the South a perpetual lien on the labor and toils of the colored people, nor the right to rule, oppress, and outrage them to their heart's content. If the whole South approves, then the whole South is wrong. But the evidence is not conclusive that the whole South does approve. There are more than murmurs of emphatic dissent from many noble-hearted Southerners who see the blistering disgrace and burning shame which overshadow their fair land and discredit its civilization. But at any rate, even the whole South should not be permitted to commit the Republic to the nefarious policy of destroying the hope of millions of its citizens. Many people who approved of slavery endorsed the hanging of John Brown, whose soul goes marching on, and acclaimed secession with joy and enthusiasm, now regret, with pangs indescribable, the existence of one and the occurrence of the others. Some good men have gone wrong on every great moral issue of the past, and some good men are sure to go wrong on every great moral question of the future. This seems to be inevitable, but in the end the right will win. The right leads the trek of humanity, and God leads the right. Furthermore, the white people of the South themselves display grave suspicions of the durability of this race prejudice. If this prejudice is all that they claim, why is it necessary to hedge it about, buttress it around, prop it up, shield it over, and bastille it over with proscriptive, oppressive, and unlawful laws? Why inaugurate a reign of terror and bloodshed to cultivate it? After all, to every serious American it will be manifest that all the smoke and noise and deadly work of this five-barrel weapon, this inborn, inbred, mother's milk, instinctive, ineradicable race prejudice, are intended to cover the enactment of a tragedy in the Southland, the overthrow of the ballot of the colored man, the despoiling and subjugation of a people. The Reverend Dr. Newell Dwight Hillis, who fills the Plymouth pulpit at Brooklyn, New York, made famous by Henry Ward Beecher, in a recent sermon said, "Just now the whole country is suffering from a reaction on the Negro question, and the colored race have known a month of such depression and sorrow and heartache as they have not known in 40 years. And there is reason for the depression. Consider the Presbyterian preacher in New York who last week said that the emancipation of the slaves was like the release of criminals from the penitentiary, and that the future of the nigger was blacker and blacker and more hopeless. Consider that editorial in the Richmond paper that, commenting on the speech of a Southerner and of a great religious editor in New York, said that the two men evidently might have exchanged addresses. Think of the Southern soldier who insists in his article that the Negro is an animal, that like the dog and horse, he has by association borrowed some of man's characteristics, but that he is without soul, and that he fears like the animal and never can have a home. In 1866, Mr. Beecher said here that we must insist on suffrage for the Negro, that races like children are trained by responsibility, that the poorest government of an ignorant man who governs himself is better than the best government that is imposed upon him from without. Mr. Beecher also said that in view of 2 centuries of injustice and slavery, it might take a century before we would see the outcropping of an occasional orator, an occasional colored educator. What if Mr. Beecher could return today? He would find that the greatest orator from many points of view in the country is a Negro, and a black man today receives $150 to $300 a night, and there is only one other man in the country who receives as much. The colored people are needlessly alarmed. The reaction is an eddy from the South itself. All the enemies of liberty, whether they want to or not, have to help the forces of liberty. True words these. All the enemies of liberty, whether they want to or not, have to help the forces of liberty. The violent outburst of Southern wrath on the colored people and the extreme and cruel persecution of them will help the forces of liberty. Intended for evil, they will work together for good. These things will not be without value. As an object lesson exposing the mind and purpose of the South, an object lesson of which the nation will not fail to take note, an object lesson which will serve to rally the forces of liberty and assure the decisive defeat of the conspiring enemies of liberty. A white man's country, this phrase is often pressed into service, and it has the effect chiefly of exciting race intolerance. It has been used with great detriment to the colored people, causing many of them to be driven from their homes, and some to be killed because they stood on the principle that a man's home is his castle. It would deny them the right of domicile on American soil, and if they have not the right of domicile, it would follow that they have not the right of citizenship, nor the ballot, nor the protection of the law. It would place the race in the position of interlopers, subject to expulsion at the whim of any party, at any place or at any time, or to be driven helter-skelter by the blind fury of the mob. A little incident, indeed a very little one, occurred recently at Washington City, which throws a flood of light on this pretension and dissolves its logic. It happened in this wise. A prominent Indian chief went from the western prairies to visit the president at the White House. He was received and entertained in the cordial and hearty manner characteristic of Mr. Roosevelt. The Indian chief was greatly delighted. After the conference with the Great Father, he left the White House, and soon after this encountered a leading Southerner. In the conversation which followed, the Southerner inquired of the Indian chief if he did not think it would be a good thing to send all the Negroes back to Africa. Without a moment's hesitation, the great chief bluntly replied, "Yes, all the Negroes ought to be sent back to Africa," and added with true Indian sternness, "and all the Chinese to China, and all the Germans to Germany, and all the French to France, and all the English to England, and all the Italians to Italy, and all the other people, too, should be sent back to their own countries, and America should be given back to the Indians, to whom it rightfully belongs." This was truly a rebuff to the Southerner. He got his answer, and with it a corollary, which he had not expected. He found that the Indian chief was no respecter of persons. The rugged common sense, the innate honesty, and the irresistible logic of the answer of this noble son of the plains will be applauded by everyone, and the probability is that the Southern leaders will attain as little success in proving at the bar of public opinion that the colored people have no right to a domicile in this country as this particular Southerner had in demonstrating it to the satisfaction of the Indian chief. As a matter of history, the white Southerners have barely 8 years of priority on American soil over the colored Southerners, so that if the colored people were obliged to make their departure in this year of grace, or at any other time, the white Southerners, to be chronologically consistent, would have to pack their carpetbags and vacate the country just 8 years later. As a matter of history also, the Negroes were here even before the ever memorable and historic settlement at Plymouth Rock, which has crowned this country with honor and glory. A country rightfully belongs to its inhabitants. All in common, whatever their race, have vested interests in the soil. If the colored people have no such rights, then none of the heterogeneous peoples inhabiting the country possess them. If long and continued residence establishes the right, the colored people possess it, for they have been here practically as long as the whites. If an entrance which was not an intrusion or a trespass would give the right, the colored people have a much stronger claim than the whites, for they were not only the unwilling, but the forcefully entreated and detained occupant guests. If centuries of hard and faithful toil, the toil which develops the natural resources of a country and which causes the wilderness to bloom as the rose, would make perfect such a right, the colored people would have a claim superior to that of Southern whites. If the loyalty and patriotism which move men to offer their services, spill their blood, and fight and die in defense of their country would seal the right of inheritance and vested interests in the soil, here too the colored people would have peculiar advantages over many of their white neighbors and would take at least equal rank with any class of the population. The blood of Crispus Attucks, a Negro, was the first blood that was shed in the Revolutionary War. He was the first to fall from the volley of the Redcoats in the Boston Massacre. Thus a Negro's blood actually sealed American independence. The city of Boston has erected on her common a monument to the first martyrs of American liberty, and at the head of the list is a Negro, the selfsame Crispus Attucks. Peter Salem, a Negro, fought side by side with Warren and his comrades in the Battle of Bunker Hill. Colored men fought under Washington in several of his campaigns. General Greene, in writing to Alexander Hamilton, the 10th of January, 1781, from the vicinity of Camden, South Carolina, said, "There is great spirit of enterprise among the black people, and those that have come out as volunteers are not a little formidable to the enemy." The Negro was with Perry in his great victory on Lake Erie. Andrew Jackson, whom the South has delighted to honor, fought with Negroes at the Battle of New Orleans and praised their heroism in his official report. The colored soldiers held the extreme right of the American lines and drove back the British at the point of the bayonet. There is certainly no room for equivocation or doubt as to the meaning of these words which General Jackson in his proclamation to the Negroes dated September 21, 1814 used. To every noble-hearted, generous freeman of color volunteering to serve during the present contest with Great Britain, and no longer, there would be paid the same bounty in money and lands now received by the white soldiers of the United States, namely $124 in money and 160 acres of land. The non-commissioned officers and privates will also be entitled to the same monthly pay and daily rations and clothes furnished to any American soldier. To assure you of the sincerity of my intentions and my anxiety to engage your valuable services to our country, I have communicated my wish to the governor of Louisiana, who is fully informed as to the manner of enrollment and will give you every necessary information on the subject of this address. Furthermore, on December 18, 1814, General Jackson, in an address to his colored soldiers, said, "To the men of color, soldiers, from the shores of Mobile, I collected you to arms. I invited you to share in the perils and to divide the glory of your white countrymen. I expected much from you, for I was not uninformed of those qualities which render you so formidable to an invading foe. I knew that you could endure hunger and thirst and all the hardships of war, but you surpassed my hopes. I found in you, united to these qualities, that noble enthusiasm which impels to great deeds. Soldiers, the President of the United States shall be informed of your conduct on the present occasion, and the voice of representatives of the American nation shall applaud your valor, as your general now praises your ardor." That foremost patriot and expounder of the Constitution, Alexander Hamilton, in a letter to John Jay, March 14, 1779, said, "I have not the least doubt that the Negroes will make very excellent soldiers with proper management, and I will venture to pronounce that they cannot be put into better hands than those of Mr. Lawrence, Colonel Lawrence of South Carolina. An essential part of the plan is to give them their freedom with their muskets." The Honorable Henry Lawrence, father of Colonel John Lawrence of South Carolina, a great figure in the Revolutionary War, writing to General Washington, March 16, 1779, says, "Had we arms for 3,000 such black men as I could select in Carolina, I should have no doubt of success in driving the British out of Georgia and subduing East Florida before the end of July." A fact of transcendent interest may be recorded here, to wit, that the Congress of the United States on March 29, 1779, passed a series of resolutions. See Secret Journals of Congress, pages 107 to 110, in part as follows. Resolved that it is to be recommended to the States of South Carolina and Georgia, if they shall think the same expedient, to take measure immediately for raising 3,000 able-bodied Negroes, and further resolved that Congress will make provision for paying the proprietors of such Negroes as shall be enlisted for the service of the United States during the war a full compensation for the property at a rate not exceeding $1,000 for each able-bodied Negro man of standard size not exceeding 35 years of age, who shall be so enlisted and pass muster. Congress also passed on the same day the following resolution: whereas John Lawrence, Esquire, who has heretofore acted as aide-de-camp to the Commander-in-Chief, is desirous of repairing to South Carolina with the design to assist in defense of the Southern States, resolved that a commission of lieutenant colonel be granted to the said John Lawrence, Esquire. Thus Colonel Lawrence of South Carolina, who was commissioned by special resolution of the Congress, was foremost in carrying the plan of the black levies into execution. The Honorable William Eustis of Massachusetts, who was a soldier through the Revolutionary War and afterwards governor of Massachusetts and member of Congress, in a speech in the Congress December 12, 1820, said, "At the commencement of the Revolutionary War, there were found in the middle and northern states many blacks and other people of color capable of bearing arms, a part of them free, the greater part slaves. The freemen entered our ranks with the whites. The time of those who were slaves was purchased by the states, and they were induced to enter the service in consequence of a law by which, on condition of their serving in the ranks during the war, they were made free men. In Rhode Island, where their numbers were more considerable, they were formed under the same considerations into a regiment commanded by white officers, and it is required in justice to them to add that they discharged their duty with zeal and fidelity. The gallant defense of Red Bank, in which this black regiment bore a part, is among the proofs of their valor. Among the traits which distinguished this regiment was their devotion to their officers. When their brave Colonel Greene was afterwards cut down and mortally wounded, the sabres of the enemy reached his body only through the limbs of his faithful guard of blacks, who hovered over him and protected him, every one of whom was killed and whom he was not ashamed to call his children. The services of this description of men in the Navy are also well known. I should not have mentioned either but for the information of the gentleman from Delaware, whom I understood to say that he did not know that they had served in any considerable numbers. The war over and peace restored, these men returned to their respective states, and who could have said to them on their return to civil life, after having shed their blood in common with the whites in the defense of the liberties of the country, you are not to participate in the rights secured by the struggle or the liberty for which you have been fighting? Certainly no white man in Massachusetts. Straight to the point are the positive utterances of the Honorable Charles Pinckney of South Carolina, who in a speech in the Congress December 1820 said, "They, the Negroes, were, as they still are, as valuable a part of our population to the Union as any other equal number of inhabitants. They were in numerous instances the pioneers and in all the laborers of your armies. To their hands were owing the erection of the greatest part of the fortification raised for the protection of our country, some of which, particularly Fort Moultrie, gave at that early period of the inexperience and untried valor of our citizens immortality to American arms, and in the northern states numerous bodies of them were enrolled into and fought by the sides of the whites the battles of the Revolution. The conclusion is unavoidable that these brave and much praised black patriots, whose invaluable services were ungrudgingly acknowledged by leading men north and south, were with their descendants gradually forced back into slavery, and as the institution grew and flourished, they were lost in it, and their identity and services forgotten. The great services of the Negroes on land and at sea in the War of the Rebellion are well known. Admiral Porter, in his Naval History of the Civil War, says, "A remarkable instance of patriotism on the part of the colored people was evinced in the bringing out of the armed steamer Planter from Charleston and delivering her over to the naval officers blockading that port. This act would have done credit to anyone, but the cleverness with which the whole affair was conducted deserves more than a passing notice. Robert Smalls, a mulatto, was the pilot of the Confederate steamer Planter. Seizing the vessel with the white officers were on shore, with the assistance of the Negro crew, he cast off the hawser under the very eyes of a sentinel, steamed down the bay, performing the proper salutes, passed Fort Sumter, and proceeded to sea before the Confederates realized that the vessel was bound for the blockading fleet. Small's heroic services were recognized by Congress, and he afterwards became a member of Congress from South Carolina." End of section 7. Section 8 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2, The War on Negro Suffrage. Colonel LeGrand B. Cannon, in a volume entitled Personal Reminiscences, Rebellion, makes this most interesting recital. Some little time after the duel in Hampton Roads, early in the month of April, 4 big steamships, the Vanderbilt, the Arago, the Erickson, and the Illinois, came down to Fort Monroe to be in the harbor in readiness to attack the Merrimac if she came out, and to destroy her by running her down. Captain Gadsden of the Arago, a merchant ship chartered for this service, on reaching Fort Monroe and opening his orders, found that his ship was to be a ram. His crew in some way got to know the nature of the mission their ship was in and the dangerous character of the work in which they were to engage, and promptly deserted in a body. The next morning Captain Gadsden found he had not a man aboard his ship except his officers. He went to the admiral of the fleet and stated his dilemma. The admiral said he had not a man to spare. General Wool of the land forces brought Captain Gadsden to me, and the latter related to me the condition of affairs. He said Negroes would do for his purposes quite as well as white men, and asked me if I would give him 50 Negroes. Yes, I answered, I will let you have all the Negroes you want, under certain conditions. What are they? Asked Captain Gadsden. They must be volunteers, I said. What will be the pay? I asked. $13 a month and rations, he answered. All right, I said, you come to me at 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, Captain Wilder had 350 sturdy Negro stevedores drawn up in double lines. I addressed them, saying, I do not know what the result of this war will be in regard to your condition. I hope it will result in your freedom. Some have got to shed their blood and others to lay down their lives. You have seen the battle which has been fought between the Merrimac and our vessels of war. We have brought down 4 big ships to destroy the Merrimac by ramming her. The enterprise is a hazardous one, but it is one of glory. From on board one ship the white sailors have deserted because of the hazard of the service. It is my privilege to offer to 50 of you the opportunity to volunteer to go on that ship. Every man who survives will be a hero, and those who fall will be martyrs. Now those boys who will volunteer to go on board this fighting ship will move 3 paces to the front, and the whole line moved up in a solid column, as though actuated by a single impulse. It was a thrilling response, and the most remarkable and impressive scene I ever witnessed. We picked out 50 of the most likely men, and they were sent at once on board the Arago. They were escorted down to the boats by all the Negroes round about, with shouting, singing, and praying, and every demonstration of exultant joy. It was a most exciting and inspiring sight. The volunteers put aboard the Arago proved themselves most apt and willing workers, and soon proved their value and justified our confidence. A week or 2 after this incident, Captain Fox, First Assistant Secretary of the Navy, came down to Fort Monroe. I told him what we had done, and he was greatly pleased and interested, and saw the men and inquired fully as to their capabilities and value. Shortly afterward he issued an order that the fleet should be recruited entirely from Negroes. Thus were Negroes, fugitive slaves, enlisted in the naval service of the United States as free men and free agents on the same footing as the white volunteers 9 months before the proclamation of emancipation by President Lincoln. Colonel Thomas Wentworth Higginson of Boston, who in turn commanded both white and colored soldiers in a recent issue of the Atlantic Monthly of the Colored Soldiers, says, as to the general facts of courage and reliability, I think that no officer in our camp ever thought of there being any essential difference between black and white, and surely the judgment of these officers who were risking their lives at every moment, month after month, on the fidelity of their men was worth more than the opinion of the world besides. As the Negroes were intensely human at these points, they were equally so in pointing out that they had more to fight for than the white soldier. They loved the United States flag, and I remember one zealous corporal, a man of natural eloquence, pointing to it during a meeting on the 4th of July, and saying with more zeal than statistical accuracy, "Dar's dat flag, we hab lib under it for 1862 years, and we'll lib and die for it now." But they could never forget that besides the flag and the Union, they had home and wife and child to fight for. War was a very serious matter to them. They took a grim satisfaction when orders were issued that the officers of colored troops should be put to death on capture. It helped their esprit de corps immensely. Their officers, like themselves, were henceforward to fight with ropes around their necks. Even when the new black regiments began to come down from the north, the Southern blacks pointed out this difference, that in case of ultimate defeat, the Northern troops, black or white, must sooner or later be exchanged and returned to their homes, whereas they themselves must fight it out or be re-enslaved. All this was absolutely correct reasoning and showed them human, and further, no matter how reckless in bearing they might be, those Negroes were almost fatalists in their confidence that God would watch over them, and if they died it would be because their time had come. "If each one of us was a praying man," said one of my corporals in a speech, "it appears to me that we could fight as well with prayers as with bullets, for the Lord has said that if you have faith even as a grain of mustard seed, cut into 4 parts, you can say to the sycamore tree, 'Arise,' and it will come up." And though Corporal Long's botany may have got a little confused, his faith proved itself by works, for he volunteered to go many miles on a solitary scouting expedition into the enemy's country in Florida, and got back safe after he had been given up for lost. The Reverend Dr. Joseph E. Roy, now residing at Oak Park, Illinois, in an article in the New Englander and Yale Review, on our indebtedness to the Negroes for their conduct during the war, speaks of Wagner, Port Hudson, the tragedy of the crater at Petersburg, and Fort Pillow as giving the severest test of these black soldiers, and as winning the favor and the admiration of the army and of the country. He quotes the opinions of General Grant, General Burnside, Captain Jewett, Colonel Bassett, General Hunter, Captain Pease, Governor Rush of Wisconsin, and others who were in touch with colored soldiers and knew their value. He then proceeds, "It would be edifying to our patriotism to follow them through the 249 battles and engagements in which they participated down the Atlantic coast, down the Mississippi, and along with the armies of the Potomac to James and Cumberland. In such a tour we would find them at Ship Island, successfully resisting the assault of Confederate veterans, twice their number. We would find them at Milliken's Bend, whipping the enemy that came yelling no quarter at Fort Powhatan, where the ex-slaves met 3 charges from the Virginia masters under Fitzhugh Lee, and held out for a 5 hours fight, carrying the day. At Bermuda Hundred, where they took 6 redoubts with their connecting rifle pits and captured 7 pieces of artillery. At Decatur, capturing a battery with a loss of 6 officers and 60 men. At Dalton, where an inspecting captain reported to General Steedman, "The regiment over there is holding dress parade under fire." At Honey Hill, where in a battle that had 2,300 Union soldiers killed or wounded, as Captain Jewett tells me, his men lying down to protect a battery would beg permission and go out, a few at a time, to join in the fight, only a part of them coming back. And at Nashville, where a Negro division was put forward to open the battle, where, as Captain Lyman told me, his colored regiment, in making the 60 rods to capture a bastion, had 56 men killed and 128 wounded. Captain H. V. Freeman of Chicago, addressing the students of Hampton upon the bravery of the colored troops, said, "It was the 2nd day of the Battle of Nashville that the charge on Overton Hill occurred. 3 regiments of General Thomas's brigade, the 12th, 13th, and 100th, were colored troops. These were put in with a division of colored troops, General Wood's 4th Army Corps, for the charge on Overton Hill. The first charge was not successful, owing to the wounding of General Post of the 4th Army Corps, and also to the difficulty of crossing the plowed ground. You know what Tennessee clay soil is when it gets wet. There seems no bottom to it. Going through that cornfield, it seemed as if there was no bottom to it. And as we pulled our feet out, all the while the cannons playing on us from the hill. Each foot seemed to weigh a ton. At the bottom of the hill we got over a rail fence, all that were left of us, and found ourselves on good turf. It seemed then as if we could fly, but there were tree-tops cut down, and as I saw my men struggling through them, they seemed to be sticking to them like flies in a spider's web, the rebel cannon sending in grape, shot, and canister upon them. The result was that the only men who reached the ramparts were men of the colored regiments. They scaled the ramparts, and every man who did was shot down. The first charge, as I said, was not a success, but the regiments did not retreat. Those left lay down at the foot of the hill, and at the next order to charge, with the whole line, they swept over the ramparts. Dr. Roy also quotes General S.C. Armstrong as follows: "At the siege of Richmond, I received an order to push my regiment, the 9th U.S. Colored Infantry, to the flank of General Terry's division, which was being hard pressed. Standing there in line, we were harassed by an unseen foe hidden in the bushes. It was impossible to hold the position, and I ordered my men to fall back, and to avoid a panic and stampede, I ordered them to walk, and they did so the whole distance, shot at by the unseen enemy as they went, and having to climb over fallen trees and go through rough ground, they got back, panting with fatigue, and lay down exhausted. As they lay there, the order came from our brigade commander to go back over the same ground and retake the position. I knew that meant death for every one of us, but a soldier has only to obey, so I gave the order, and we started. But General Terry saw us going and, understanding the position, ordered us back and saved us. What struck me was that every man went forward, exhausted as they were, knowing as they did the difficulty of the way and the certainty of death before them. Not one man faltered." At Fort Harrison, within 5 miles of Richmond, where the rebel garrison cried out, "Come on, darkies, we want your muskets," they did come on, shouting, "Remember Fort Pillow," to capture those taunting cavaliers and their stronghold, of which exploit General Butler on the floor of Congress said, "It became my painful duty, sir, to follow in the track of that charging column, and there, in a space not wider than the clerk's desk and 300 yards long, lay the dead bodies of 543 ebony-colored comrades, slain in the defense of their country, who had laid down their lives to uphold its flag and its honor as a willing sacrifice. Our indebtedness to these people for their conduct during the war, who can reckon it up? We early set about discharging a part of that obligation. We gave them their freedom. We clothed them with citizenship. We conferred upon them the suffrage. The government is in covenant before God and the nations with these allies, whose late coming was like that of Blucher to our Waterloo. It maintains the rights of only an intended citizen everywhere around the globe. Will it keep faith with 10 millions of Native Americans whose citizenship has been sealed in blood? They are Americans, baptized as such by the sprinkling of blood. We must honor their rights of inheritance and of baptism. The testimony of 2 other important witnesses may be inserted here. General George H. Thomas, the hero of the battle at Nashville, Tennessee, after riding over the field and viewing the bodies of white and colored soldiers mingled together, said, "This day proves the manhood of the Negro." And President Lincoln said, "I was, in my best judgment, driven to the alternative of either surrendering the Union, and with it the Constitution, or of laying strong hands upon the colored element. I chose the latter." He also said, "Take 200,000 black soldiers from our side and put them in the battlefield or cornfield against us, and we would be compelled to abandon the war in 3 weeks. And again, then there will be some black men who can remember that, with silent tongue, with clenched teeth, with steady eye, and with well-poised bayonet, they have helped mankind on to this great consummation, the preservation of free institutions. And while I fear that there will be some white men unable to forget that with malignant heart and deceitful speech they have striven to hinder it. In the Spanish-American War, the Negro soldier won renown for American arms. Mr. James Creelman, the war correspondent, reported in the New York Journal as follows: "A perfect storm of shot and shells swept the hillside. There was a moment of hesitation along the line. Then the order was, forward, charge. Roosevelt was in the lead, waving his sword. Out into the open and up the hill, where death seemed certain in the face of the continuous crackle of the Mauser, came the Rough Riders with the 10th Colored Cavalry alongside. Not a man flinched. all continuing to fire as they ran. Roosevelt was 100 feet ahead of his troops, yelling like a Sioux, while his own men and the colored cavalry cheered him as they charged up the hill. There was no stopping as men's neighbors fell, but on they went faster and faster. It was something terrible to watch these men race up that hill with death. Fast as they were going, it seemed that they would never reach the crest. We could clearly see the wonderful work the dusky veterans of the 10th were doing. Such splendid shooting was probably never done under these conditions. As fast as the Spanish fire thinned their ranks, the gaps were closed up, and after an eternity they gained the top of the hill and rushed the few remaining yards to the Spanish trenches. The position was won. Across the gulch the soldiers wildly cheered the gallant 10th. The 10th gave tongue with an answering cheer and rushed on to drive the enemy further. Over the Spanish trenches they tore, passing the Spanish dead. Associate Justice Curtis of the Supreme Court of the United States, in his dissenting opinion from Chief Justice Taney in the celebrated Dred Scott case, says, "At the time of the ratification of the Articles of Confederation, all free, native-born inhabitants of the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, and North Carolina, though descendants from African slaves, were not only citizens of those states, but such of them as had the other qualifications possessed the franchise of electors on equal terms with other citizens. It has already been shown that in 5 of the 13 original states, colored persons then possessed the elective franchise and were among those by whom the Constitution was ordained and established. If so, it is not true in point of fact that the Constitution was made exclusively by the white race, and that it was made exclusively for the white race is, in my opinion, not only an assumption not warranted by anything in the Constitution, but contradicted by its opening declaration that it was ordained and established by the people of the United States for themselves and their posterity, and as free colored persons were then citizens of at least 5 states, and so in every sense part of the people of the United States. They were among those for whom and whose posterity the Constitution was ordained and established. Thus it is absolutely indisputable that the colored man not only fought for American independence, but also assisted as a voter in ordaining and establishing the Constitution of the United States. In view of these and many other things, it may appear, after all, that the Negro can establish a very clear title to his rights and domicile on American soil, a title as clean and as perfect in every respect as that of his persecutors and oppressors. A white man's country, forsooth. There is but one step further for these Southern leaders to take, and that is to claim that the God of the universe is a white man's God. The Redeemer of the world is a white man's Redeemer. The sun, moon, and stars are the white man's possession. The cooling zephyr, the air that is breathed, the mighty deep, and all the waters which bear the traffic and commerce of the world on their bosom, and all the bountiful gifts of nature belong to the white man. After this, these leaders can wrap themselves in the mantle of their vast and superb superiority, and wait and watch and even weep for other claims to stake. It will seem, however, to rational people, and there are a great many such in the South, that this white man's country argument is so monstrously stupid, so silly and inane, that the mere statement of its logical inferences is sufficient to destroy it. Social equality, this is the boogeyman of the South, and it appears that he is nowadays frightening not the children but the old folks, and doubtless many are in a state of perturbation bordering on hysteria. Some 20 years or so ago, when the white people of the South first displayed this boogeyman, Mr. George W. Cable, himself a Southerner, a man gifted with the courage of his convictions, killed the boogeyman with this simple, short, piercing sentence: "Social equality is the dream of a fool." The nation instantly accepted this declaration as a verity. The poor old boogeyman was laid away in the grave, and had almost gone out of the memory of man. But lo and behold, the leaders of the South have dug him up, taken off his grave clothes, put strange robes on him, electrified him, and made him all over into a most horrible fright, and now present him once more like an automaton to the public. By the deft touch of the Southern magicians, he is made to pose first this way, and then that way, and still other ways, creating wild and violent excitement among the whites, and carrying violence and death to the colored people. The gyrations of the galvanically manipulated old bookie man have been so industriously and effectually worked by the Southern leaders that the white people of the South have themselves been thrown into a strange panic, while the people of the nation at large, self-possessed, are either hot with indignation or are grimly humorous over the excitement of the leaders of this movement with their ravings and comical and crazy antics, regarding it as a free show by the hysterical, frenzied, social equality Southern leaders. Social equality, it is fitful, transient, elusive. Shall this visionary, fleeting, intangible thing, with its many-sidedness, dominate the life of the Republic? Is it to be a new test of American manhood and citizenship? If so, then who is to act as judge in regard to it? The social equality man of today is the convict in the prison cell on the tomorrow. Shall not character, good citizenship, competency, talent, honest manhood, faithful service, and patriotism outweigh the fool's dream of social equality? What matters it whether the prime virtues and graces of life are found under the white or the ebony skin? Did not the same God make both? Does he not plant his divinity in both alike? Can the color of the skin lessen the character and merit of the man? Is it not true that all men are equal in God's sight? There is no black, there is no white. In the constitution of human society, social equality has never existed anywhere. It does not exist anywhere, and it never can exist anywhere. There are circles and circles within circles. There are sets and grades and cliques and clans within sets and grades and cliques and clans. Which, then, is the real thing? What are the lines of differentiation which would shut out every colored person? For this is the plain purpose of the Southern leaders, from consideration as a member of the social organism, which would not be an impeachment of common sense, Christianity, and civilization. Members of the same family and household are not necessarily social equals. One member may be good and another bad, one talented and refined and another ignorant and coarse, one magnificent and glorious in usefulness to the world and another a curse to humanity. What of social equality? Human life does not move smoothly on a dead level. Its course is up, down, down, up. Many born to station, luxury, and wealth have died in poverty, in the slums, and in the gutter. What of social equality? Many have risen from the ranks of the lowliest, the most destitute, and even from the abandoned classes to the highest walks of life, and some such as have been crowned with a people's respect, love, and homage. What of social equality? The lowly born do not always remain lowly. The high born do not always stay on top. Each rank is continuously recruiting the other. What of social equality? Alexander Dumas, with his strain of Negro blood, is counted an honor to France. There are thousands of colored people in the South who, in every one of the essentials of life, in intelligence, education, refinement, culture, industry, as holders of property and taxpayers, as good citizens living orderly and decent lives, as public-spirited and useful members of the community, in moral worth, are superior to some thousands of whites. Why should these people be crushed and offered as a sacrifice to the social equality bogey? Are free institutions, government of the people, for the people and by the people, to give place to government of social equality, for social equality and by social equality? The glory of the Republic is that it has been governed by the people. No social equality set has ever ruled it. It is a presumption for these leaders to mark dividing lines and say that an American citizen shall not rise beyond them in life, in honor, in the respect of his fellows, in usefulness, in the service of the nation. The idea is alien, extremely vicious, pernicious, mischievous, hideous. If this cry of social equality at one time destroys the liberty and rights of the colored people, what is to prevent it at another time from crushing out the liberty and rights of the Jews or the Irish or the Italians or the Poles or the Swedes or any other people? Tyranny or oppression grows by what it feeds on. It ever seeks a victim. This nation is cosmopolitan, embracing representatives of all the peoples of the world. At many places or localities, these representatives may be few or may not be influential. What is to save their liberties and rights from destruction? Just and equal laws for all the people are the only safety of all the people. If the Republic were in peril and called on its citizens for its defense, who would dare to raise social equality as a test or standard for service? All who are competent to bear arms and face the enemy would be welcomed. Many were the loyal and patriotic citizens who responded to the call of their country in 1861 and who never so much as heard of such a thing as social equality. They went in with muskets on their shoulders and as unknown quantities. Many came out rich in the affection and amid the glare of trumpets and the cheers and shouts of a great and free people who will never forget their deeds of valor, nor allow the fruitage of their sacrifices to be destroyed. When the Republic is at peace, it savors of effrontery for anyone to presume to make social equality a passport to the public service. Are there not men of high social standing who are absolutely unfit for the duties of the public service? And on the other hand, are there not men without such standing who are qualified to discharge the most delicate and arduous duties of the official life? The question naturally arises, are all the white Southern office holders men of the equality type? If they are, then some facts generally known bespeak a condition of social order among them which cannot be regarded as encouraging. Fresh in the minds of the public are these happenings. A lieutenant governor of South Carolina presided over the Senate with a brace of revolvers in his hip pockets and went straight from the Senate chamber to the streets and shot down an unarmed and highly respected citizen. A lieutenant governor of Louisiana was shot to death in a street brawl. A lieutenant governor of Missouri was forced to resign from his office, admitting under oath that he was a bribe taker and bribe giver. A United States senator and a congressman battered each other in a curbstone fight in Arkansas. Two United States senators from South Carolina tried conclusions in a pugilistic encounter on the floor of the United States Senate in an open session. A United States senator from Texas demonstrated his ability as an all-round scrapper by the manner in which he punched a most reputable member of that body. A mayor of the leading city in Georgia was repeatedly hauled to court for intoxication. A congressman from Missouri assaulted and attempted to stab a streetcar conductor in the city of Washington rather than pay a 5-cent fare. A governor of Alabama and a judge of a court in that state argued their difference with the strenuosity of fisticuffs. A son of governor of Kentucky, who was also his private secretary, was shot to death for dishonoring a home and his victim with him. Grave senators and members of a state legislature have confessed under oath to receiving bribes and giving bribes for votes on matters of legislation. City aldermen and leading citizens, more than a score, have been charged and convicted of betraying their trusts, receiving and dispersing bribe money. Feuds have flourished, 38 citizens having been assassinated in one Kentucky county in a brief period of time. Defalcations and embezzlements have been frequent. Tennessee lost $500,000 by the defalcation of its state treasurer. Alabama lost $400,000. 3 other southern states also suffered heavy losses. And as to county treasurers, a long list of them have embezzled the people's money and voluntarily exiled themselves from their homes between the setting and rising of the sun. And this is not the half that might be said along these lines, but it is enough to prick the bubble of Southern nonsense that social equality shall be the test for holding public office. The question is asked again, do these men, for some of them are still in office, represent the ideal of Southern social equality? It is a false pretext to claim that the possession of a public office establishes social equality. If it were true, the Bowery and Fifth Avenue would fraternize, and there would be no difference socially between the typical East Side politician and Grover Cleveland, Judge Parker, or Mayor Lowe, and the dive-keeping alderman might lead the grand march at the most fashionable event of the season. Public office does not and cannot establish social equality. The governor of a state cannot go into a citizen's home and enjoy his social board unless the citizen invites him to come. If the appointment or election of a white man to office does not make him the social equal of every other white person, by what species of logic can it be demonstrated that the holding of office would make the colored people social equals of the white people? It is a travesty on common sense to say that a man cannot transact any public or even private business with another man without offering his daughter in marriage to him or tendering him the hospitality of his home. Outside of the South, the world over, men have learned how to treat a public official with becoming decency and dignity without raising the question of social privileges or proffering their daughters in marriage to such officials, and they have also learned how to break bread with a cultured or reputable man of any race without suggesting a marriage during or at the close of the meal. Truly, as Mr. Schertz says, these leaders are the worst enemies the Southern people have to fear. Again, is Southern social equality in public affairs so elastic that it can take under its protecting wings murderers, brawlers, moral lepers, amateur pugilists, bribe givers, bribe takers, drunkards, embezzlers, defaulters, and what not, since they are white? And is it yet so lofty in its own self-esteem that it can afford to assassinate the liberty of a people and deny to such men as Lyons, Crum, Dancy, Allgood, and Washington the lawful rights of American citizenship because of their color? It is of interest to note the attitude of the influential Northern press in this matter. The New York World asks these pointed questions, but why is the question of social equality never raised by the appointment of white men to office or by their attendance upon any public meeting, no matter how ignorant, depraved, or even dirty they may be? When a man is appointed collector of the port of New York, does anybody think of his social equality? Does anyone feel obliged to invite a white official to dinner, or does such a man consider that his commission affects his social status? The Boston Herald declares Americans are fond of quoting Robert Burns' immortal line, "A man's a man for a that, for that." His "a that" meant more than poverty and weakness. It was a noble soul's protest against all the ignoble prejudices based on conditions of fortune. For "a that" means notwithstanding color as much as notwithstanding ignorance and humbleness. Manliness is a matter of character and does not depend on the color of the skin nor on the strain of race. God has not made any race forever incapable of it, nor any race forever incapable of recognizing and honoring it. The habit of distributing humanity in fixed castes, according to the accident of birth, from which there is no escape, is a trait of immaturity and unreason. Christianity wars against it. Enlightenment wars against it. Democracy wars against it. The tendency of civilization is to break the arbitrary fetters of manhood, whether of fortune, race, or color, and acknowledge and honor the virtues in whomsoever they are found. And the Detroit, Michigan Free Press uses the following language: this Southern childishness in relation to the social side of the race question can hardly be treated with patience. People of the North, who are quite as good as the people of the South, sometimes meet Negroes at receptions without having the bloom rubbed off their social prestige. The social standing of Theodore Roosevelt is, we think, quite as good as that of any Southern congressman, but Mr. Roosevelt is not constantly tormented by the fear that he will be thought no better than a blue-gummed nigger if a respectable Negro happens to cross the sill of the White House. This alarm over social equality is a part of the stock in trade of the Southern leaders by which the whites are inflamed and the colored people oppressed. That it should scare so many good people in the South is amazing in view of the fact that for 40 years colored men have been holding offices and white men have repeatedly petitioned for their appointment and have repeatedly voted for colored men in local elections and have signed their bonds. But the ascendancy of the Tillmans, the Vardamans, the Graves, the Walkers, the Aycocks, the Candlers, the Baileys, Carmacks, Richardsons, and other reactionists has broken the bonds of mutual regard between the races, and by their wicked harangues they have confused the minds of the white people on the race question. These men are the worst enemies the Southern people have to fear. It would be a day of jubilee to the Southland and to the whole country if these fire-eaters could be deported to some distant uninhabited island in the Pacific, there to end their days. They would be alive but a short time, for in the absence of Negroes to oppress and lynch and burn, they would soon be oppressing and lynching and burning each other, and it would not be long before the last of the brood would be reaping what they have sown. But as this cannot be done, the country will have to bear their shame, and the Negroes their violence, for some time to come, and until returning reason, the moral sense, and the enlightened spirit shall assert the true manhood of the South. Negro inferiority is a phrase which appeals more to the great masses than to the classes among the Southern whites, and the lower the social strata, the more effective is the appeal. One can readily see how it ministers to the pride and vanity of the lowest element, no matter how ignorant, depraved, or even dirty they may be. to feel and be assured that they are better than any Negro. Under other circumstances, a Negro of character, education, and property would receive a degree of consideration and respect from the whites who are less prosperous. The better class of whites have always held in high esteem character, education, and property, and they would not have gone to extremes in refusing all recognition to colored people possessing these. Indeed, many among this class have given public expression of their surprising gratification at the progress made by the colored people since their emancipation. There are notable instances of true and hearty friendship and ungrudging appreciation between some of the whites and colored people. The former slave has in a number of instances provided for the support of the family of the former master, which was in indigent circumstances. Some have willed their property to the former master, and in many cases the former master has been sympathetic and helpful to the former slave. To destroy respect for the Negro among the masses and all interest in the Negro among the classes, the leaders boldly proclaimed the doctrine that the Negro is necessarily an inferior to the white man, and that there can be no common interest between them, and that the lowest white man is the superior of the best Negro, and should therefore receive greater consideration. This means that the white criminal or degenerate is above the colored man of probity and standing. Is it true that the mere tint of a man's skin makes him either superior or inferior to another man? The leaders know better, but it serves their purpose to declare it, and such teaching has brought incredible woes upon the Negro. There are many well-known cases of white criminals and degenerates who have been pardoned from the penitentiaries, and yet who have the freedom of the ballot, a privilege denied to colored men of moral and material value to the community. And these white criminals and degenerates have also other privileges of a white man, while the same are denied to colored persons. Even in the state prisons, white criminals are placed on an entirely different footing from colored criminals. The idea of Negro inferiority enters into the framing and the execution of the law. It has been molded into custom and unwritten law. It is enforced with fierceness and cruelty unspeakably shocking. It permeates every phase of Southern life, and the visible proofs of it are to be seen in every direction in which one may cast the eye. It has resulted in the passage of Jim Crow laws, which can be fitly described only when called barbarous, and the appropriate appellation for the makers of such laws would be the Jim Crow politicians. These Jim Crow politicians have Jim Crowed all railway trains, stations, lunch counters, dining rooms, waiting rooms. They have Jim Crowed all libraries, theaters, museums, art galleries, public parks, and places of public resort and amusements. They have Jim Crowed the streetcars. They have Jim Crowed all ferry boats and steamboats. They have Jim Crowed some of the trades and callings. They have Jim Crowed the churches and schools and colleges and other institutions of learning. They have Jim Crowed the elevators and stores, office buildings, public buildings, and other places. They have Jim Crowed restaurants, cafes, ice cream parlors, hotels, saloons, and even the soda water fountains. They have Jim Crowed the courts, the making and the administration of the law. They have Jim Crowed all offices, municipal, county, and state. They have Jim Crowed the jury box. They have Jim Crowed the ballot box. In short, they have Jim Crowed everything. They have Jim Crowed the beautiful, sunny South into the Jim Crow South. And controlled by a perverted moral sense and a diseased mind, a mania, on the questions affecting the Negro, some of these leaders are now making a bold, desperate, even reckless effort to Jim Crow the President of the United States, and to Jim Crow the government of the United States, and to Jim Crow this great Christian nation of 80 millions of free people into a Jim Crow nation. Surely the cup of iniquity of the Jim Crow politicians is not only full, but is running over. Is it not time for the decent public sentiment of the South to crystallize itself, and, reinforced by the irresistible public opinion of the nation, call a halt to Jim Crow politicians and strangle Jim Crowism? This Jim Crowing of the South by unequal laws or by statutes which contravene the spirit of the Constitution of the United States and by barbarous customs is intended to place all colored persons on a different footing from the whites before the law and in every other relation of life, and thus force the race into hopeless degradation. It means the revival of the antebellum doctrine that Negroes have no rights which white men are bound to respect. Governor Aycock of North Carolina said, "We will force every Negro in the South to hold an inferior relation to every white man. Perhaps so, perhaps not, for this work of compulsion may encounter opposing forces which Mr. Aycock has not taken into consideration, the opposition of honest men, the antagonism of Christian men, the overruling power of a just God, who loveth righteousness and hateth iniquity, who would pretend to say that this frenzy for Jim Crowing promotes good government. It is destructive to every incentive to good government. It is intended to keep the whites inflamed against the color. His Eminence Cardinal Gibbons writes to a leading citizen, saying, in reply to your letter of yesterday, I hasten to say that the introduction of the Jim Crow bill into the Maryland legislature is very distressing to me. Such a measure must of necessity engender very bitter feelings in the colored people against the whites. Peace and harmony can never exist when there is unjust discrimination, and what the members of every community must constantly strive for is peace. It may also be noted that the advocates of Negro subjugation have invaded the North and have been propagating their principles in lecture tours, newspaper interviews, and in the endless writing of letters to the press. Some have obtained positions in newspaper offices, in pulpits and elsewhere, and have used these as opportunities of injuring the Negro. This statement does not include the many excellent Southerners in the North, men of high character who stand for liberty and fair play for the Negro. Some of these emissaries have visited the annual and other meetings of great organizations held under Northern skies and have attempted to Jim Crow them, and the members of some of these great organizations have sat as if in a trance and meekly permitted themselves to be bulldozed into taking the Jim Crow cure. It is a wonder that the spirits of their fathers did not rise up before them. The Boston Evening Record, referring to the meeting of an important organization held in that city, says Boston was a curious place in the world for the stationary engineers to meet in if they expected endorsement or sympathy for their action in barring the Negro from membership. But that is what the association has just done. The question was decided almost unanimously against the Negro, but not until after the delegates of the North, and especially those from Massachusetts, had expressed themselves in a most passionate manner. Grant of New Orleans made the demand to have the word white prefixed to the word engineers in one of the articles of the Constitution. Mr. Grant said that the businessmen in the South look upon the Engineers Association as one of standing, and should the Negro be allowed the social equality which he does not deserve, the association would be ruined in the South, and the Southern branches would drop out. This is the white man's country. Africa is where the Negro belongs, he said. Grant was loudly applauded. Mr. Optenberg of Wisconsin upheld the Negro. Mr. Babbitt of Worcester declared he would stand for the colored man at all times. C.F. Howarth of Fall River, speaking for the Negro, was hissed for at least a full minute, and cries of "put him out" were heard all over the convention floor. The speaker, after exalting the Negro, said, "Why, there are men in this room whom I would rather discard than the Negro." So the Jim Crowites of the South are using the free men of the North to strike down the Negroes on the ground of color alone, and deny them the right to use their talents to make an honest living. Such organizations control in large measure the employment of workmen. It is not a little amazing that great educational institutions in the North should invite to their lecture platform the worst specimens, the most rabid and frenzied Jim Crow leaders, well knowing their reputation for abusive and intemperate attacks on the Negro, and each attack creates race antagonism. There were colored students in these universities, young men and women of character, scholarship, and promise. These students were compelled to sit quietly and hear their race denounced in bitter and violent language. This is not in keeping with the fitness of things. The efforts of these emissaries are designed to break the bond of peace between the Negro and the Northern white man, and stir up race strife and southernize the North. The policy and methods of the reactionists are a direct challenge to the Church. They are incompatible with the essentials of Christianity. The Church will not assent to the teaching that the color of the skin is superior to character, intelligence, thrift, godliness, that the tint of a man's skin is sufficient reason to deny him the rights of citizenship in a free republic, for the creation and preservation of which his blood was spilled, that this tint is a justifiable ground to deny him manhood right, and to bar every place against him in the public service. God moves in a mysterious way his wonders to perform, and it may be that the very madness of the policy and acts of the Southern politicians who are bent on destroying the suffrage of the Negro and alienating him from membership in human society, may be God's way of bringing discomfiture to them, safety to the Negro, and peace and honor to the Republic. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The False Alarm of Negro Domination, Part 1. Although owing to the entailments of slavery, a majority of the white people of the South may, at the present time, be opposed to Negro suffrage, and although a few people of the North may sneer at it, nevertheless facts and figures will show that the ballot in the hands of the Negro has been of priceless value to the Republic. It is a national asset to be depended upon in emergencies. By its service to the Republic in trying ordeals, it has demonstrated its right to exist. No element of the population is so broadly and intensely national in character as the Negro. The Reverend E.F. Williams, D.D. of Chicago, recently said, "We need the Negro as much as he needs us. In war, he shouldered the musket and knew how to shoot straight. His ballot has been cast, when allowed to be cast for the good of the nation. As we have needed him in the past, we shall certainly need him in the future. There is no danger in Negro suffrage. It is rather a safety valve. The cry of Negro domination is a false alarm." In the following table are given the states which may come under the general designation of Southern states, also the total white and the total colored population of each, as well as the total white and the total colored vote of each according to the census of 1900. A glance at this table will show the absurdity of the alarm of Negro domination. It will be seen that in the South as a whole, there are more than 2 white men to every colored man, so that the frightful apparition of Negro domination does not loom up with such hideousness on the political horizon as the alarmists would make one believe. Special note should be made of the important fact that in only 2 of the Southern states does the colored population exceed that of the whites. That is in South Carolina and Mississippi. In all the other Southern states, the white population predominates over the colored, so that the cry of Negro domination is insincere. If the matter were, however, reduced to the simple question of a procurement of good government in the Southern states, no patriotic citizen in the Republic would utter a single protest against any law treating all races alike. Every intelligent colored man would allow that the race can work out its destiny under equal laws, but would be cruelly handicapped if they are made unequal and oppressive. Under normal conditions, Collector Crum, Register Lyons, Recorder Dancy, Principal Washington, and the army of Negro school teachers, preachers, professional men, mechanics, and hardy toilers would all line up on the side of good government. This has occurred repeatedly in local elections, as in Atlanta, Nashville, and other places when the more reputable whites, men and women, were freely admitted to address meetings in colored churches for the purpose of rallying the colored voters to aid them in overthrowing ring government. This met with success in every case. When the liberty of the colored man has not been at stake, he has never failed to respond to the kindly entreaties of the better class of whites. He wants good and just government. It is his salvation. But when the Southern leaders set themselves to the work of disfranchising by the wholesale the colored race without regard to their merit, and grant the franchise to every white man regardless of his demerit, the immorality and unrighteousness of the act is without question, and a definite, a direct issue is joined between justice and injustice, humanity and inhumanity, the friends of liberty and the enemies of liberty. Let us briefly analyze the statistics regarding the voters in the states which have passed or are contemplating the enactment of wholesale disfranchisement. In Alabama, there are 232,294 white voters against 181,471 colored voters. the whites having a clear majority over the Negroes of 50,823. Any kind of a fair education or property qualification or both would probably reduce the colored vote not far from 50%, while the white vote would not be largely affected. What then becomes of the apparition of Negro domination? Why resort under false pretenses to wholesale disfranchisement? In Louisiana, the white vote is 177,878 against 147,348 colored voters, the whites having a clear majority of 30,530. Here again, any kind of a fair education or property qualification or both would operate to cut the colored vote in half, making the white vote at the ballot box twice as large as the colored vote. What chance would one colored man in Louisiana have in outvoting two white men? Wholesale disfranchisement is a subterfuge. In North Carolina, the white vote is 289,263 against 127,114 colored voters, the whites having a clear majority over the Negroes of 162,149. This majority itself being 35,035 more than the total colored vote. And under a fair educational or property qualification or both, the whites would be impregnable, having at the ballot box probably not less than 3 white men to 1 colored man. In this instance, the cry of Negro domination is a hollow mockery, and wholesale disfranchisement is the perpetration of a fraud. In Virginia, the white vote is 301,379 against 146,122 colored voters, the whites having a clear majority over the Negroes of 155,257. This majority by itself being nearly 10,000 larger than the total colored vote. In this case, too, a fair educational or property qualification or both would entrench the whites in power, giving them 3 white men to 1 colored man, with some thousands to spare. The evidence is cumulative that the alarm of Negro domination is a sham, and that wholesale disfranchisement is an outrage. In Maryland, where the Southern bloody shirt is being waved so vigorously by Senator Gorman, and where he is making the effort of his life to destroy the liberties of the colored people, the total white vote is 260,979 against barely 60,406 colored voters, the whites having a clear majority of 200,573 over the Negroes. There are actually more than 4 white men in the state to every colored man. Here, disfranchisement is a crime. Senator Gorman is fastening a foul blot on the good name and honor of Maryland. In Kentucky, the Southern bloody shirt is also being flaunted with even greater recklessness, and the liberty of the Negroes hangs in the balance. There are in this state 469,206 white voters against but 74,728 colored voters, the whites having a clear majority of 394,478 over the Negroes, and there being about 6 white men in the state to every colored man. In these latter 2 cases, the cry of Negro domination is too ridiculous for consideration, and the disfranchisement of the race is a proceeding of which a civilized people ought to be incapable. May the nobler spirit of old Kentucky keep this stain from her proud escutcheon. As before mentioned, South Carolina and Mississippi are the 2 exceptions where the colored population are in the majority. In South Carolina, the total white vote is 130,375 against 152,860 colored voters, the colored having a clear majority over the whites of 22,485, but a fair educational or property qualification or both would probably reduce the colored vote below 75,000, thus giving the whites a safe margin. In Mississippi, the total white vote is 150,530 against 197,936 colored voters, the colored having a clear majority over the whites of 47,406 voters. But here again, a fair educational or property qualification or both would probably cut the total colored vote in half, giving the whites above 50,000 majority at the ballot box. If the district system, which already applies to Mississippi, should also be adopted in South Carolina, white control would be absolutely certain without the demoralizing evils and the deadly effects on Southern conscience and public morality of wholesale disfranchisement. Under this district system, the black counties are consolidated or formed into one district with a limited number of representatives and senators in the legislature, while the great bulk of representatives and senators are elected from a number of other districts. The more important local officers, as the conditions require for the good of all, are made appointive by the governor. If, in an honest effort, it shall seem necessary in the case of South Carolina and Mississippi to take precautionary measures to secure good government, and laws are made which are reasonable and humane, and life and property are protected, and the civil and political rights are respected of all, without regard to race, who measure up to the fixed qualification, then there can be no reasonable ground of complaint from any person. As we have seen, in not one of the other Southern states does the colored vote portend Negro domination. In most of them it is but a minor fraction of the whole vote. In all of them, under just and equal laws, good government could be assured. But wholesale disfranchisement has bearing on others besides the Negro. The New York World speaks most advisedly when it says, if the Southern Democrats who are forcing these measures do not perceive their ultimate inevitable consequence, they are lacking in political understanding. The preponderating vote of the Northern states will not consent permanently to representation in Congress and in the Electoral College of millions of disfranchised inhabitants in the Southern states. Especially is this true when the disfranchising qualifications apply and are intended to operate not against illiteracy or shiftlessness or unworthiness, but solely against color. In the few states of the Dark Belt, where the colored population outnumbers the white, precautions against Negro rule are justified even by residents from the North living there by the higher law of necessity. But in broader states like Maryland and Kentucky, where white preponderance is overpowering, no such excuse can be urged, nor do the Democrats who are pushing these measures seem to have calculated the possible effect upon their party in doubtful Northern states of arraying solidly against it the very considerable Negro vote. This issue may make the South solid, but it has another side. Back, however, of the questions of political expediency and of the inequality growing out of the representation of non-voters is the deeper question of constitutional guarantees and of the anomaly and danger in a republic of an enormous number of citizens disfranchised for their color alone. Disfranchised for their color alone is the burning shame, the condemning truth in this whole wretched affair, and it is claptrap to urge, in justification, that the Negroes pay but a very small fraction of the taxes. The state of South Carolina has a total colored population of 782,321. To say that these Negroes are not the taxpayers of that state is the merest twaddle. They are more than the taxpayers. They are preeminently the tax makers, and the makers of the taxes are quite as important to the well-being and prosperity of the state as the payers of the taxes. The Negroes are the producing element, the backbone of every department of labor and industry. To still their hands would bring about the paralysis and ruin of every business interest in the state, for they represent the productive and the industrial life. What would the custom house in Charleston amount to without the patronage of Negro productivity? How could the city of Charleston itself flourish without the toil of the thousands of Negroes within her gates and the hundreds of thousands of them in the state, the fruits of whose labor, like a never-ending stream, are poured into her lap? Without the Negro productivity in this state, the commercial and other great interests would drop to nil. Further, the great educational system and all the charitable and benevolent institutions of the state are dependent on Negro productivity. It is not to be inferred from this that there are no white toilers, for there are many, but neither in numbers nor in the variety of work nor in the total fruitfulness of toil do they approach unto the colored people. If the resources of the state were limited to the fruits of white labor, South Carolina would be in hopeless, irretrievable bankruptcy. The denial, then, of the colored man's liberty, the refusal to allow him any share in the government under which he lives and of which he is a co-partner, and to the support of which he is not only the largest, but the indispensable contributor, is a wrong which must invoke the condemnation of honest men and the frowning displeasure of a righteous God. What has been related herewith in reference to South Carolina would hold true also as regards Mississippi, with her total colored population of 907,630. The Negroes are the mainstay of her productivity, the tillers of her soil, the makers of her taxes, the guarantors of her prosperity, the supporters of her institutions. Without the fruitfulness of the Negro's toil, Mississippi would be in stagnation as a commonwealth, helpless, beggared. In the several other Southern states, while the proportion of the Negroes is not so large, yet their vast productivity and their varied labors, especially as the tillers of the soil, are generally regarded as the factors of paramount importance in the development and prosperity of the South. Agriculture is the life of the South, and Negro labor is the life of agriculture. But in the wholesale disfranchisement of the colored race, a question of greater gravity and far wider scope is involved than that of cheating the Constitution of the United States in order to destroy the liberty of the Negro. This other issue affects the constitutional rights of great states and all their people. It destroys representative government, for the wholesale disfranchisement of the colored race in the South necessarily results in the partial disfranchisement of every state in the North by lessening the proportional share of every Northern man in the government of his country. Concerning this, the New York press says, the fraudulent misrepresentation in Congress and the Electoral College of the 10 million American blacks, chiefly resident in the Southern states, is no more a question to be hushed up and put off than was that of the felonious servitude of their 4 million predecessors. Northern manhood revolted then at the spectacle of a great party paltering with a national sin because it was the darling of a powerful section. Northern manhood will revolt again if the spectacle is repeated. It has stood for a good while the glaring violation of its rights by which one vote between the Potomac and the Gulf counts for 2 between the Potomac and the lakes, but it will not stand much longer, we verily believe, the gag that chokes in the old Calhoun fashion all utterance upon a peculiar institution of the South in the halls of Congress. The Wisconsin Evening Journal of Milwaukee speaks to the point in saying, Henry Watterson of Louisville addressed the Hamilton Club of Chicago last night. Watterson's whole speech was directed to the point that the Negro should be disfranchised in the Southern states as unfit for the privilege of suffrage. There are many white men throughout the country who are unfit for the ballot, and they are permitted to vote merely because they have a white skin. While Watterson was urging the disfranchisement of the Southern blacks, he did not say a word in favor of reducing the Southern representation in Congress on account of the diminished vote in the Southern states. Watterson ignored the paramount principle, which is this: the disfranchisement of the Negro is a gross injustice to white people in the North, for 1 white vote in South Carolina or Virginia is equal to 5 white votes in Wisconsin. This establishes a permanent Southern aristocracy to rule the Union. Watterson affects to be a Democrat, but he is certainly a false one, because such an equality of suffrage cannot be permitted in a republic. The South will find before it gets through with this method that it will be sorely punished by the reduction of its representation in Congress. The North begins to wake up on this question. The Union League Club of New York, one of the strongest and most influential organizations in the United States, perceives that by the disfranchisement of the Negro, the nation is drifting into the condition which brought on the great Civil War. Cornelius N. Bliss, one of the first citizens in that great metropolis and Secretary of the Interior under President McKinley, has taken hold of the matter and has issued 1,000 circulars to the leading political organizations in the United States, pointing out the dangers that will inure to our country if the Southern blacks are disfranchised. This disfranchisement will not only be a gross violation of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, but will establish an aristocracy of white voters in the southern states which will rule the nation as despotically as did the slaveholders before the Civil War. When the South disfranchises the Negro and at the same time appropriates to itself the full quota of representatives in the Congress and members in the Electoral College based on Negro citizenship, it does by this act unduly increase its power in the government and destroys the equality of representation which should exist among the people of all the states. But more significant still, when the South denies the Negro his rights as a citizen and at the same time counts the very last one of them to increase its representation, thus offsetting the entire Negro population against an equal number of Northern white people, is this not equivalent to saying that, while the Negro shall not be the equal of the Southern white man at the ballot box, he shall be the equal of the Northern white man and shall offset his vote? The South is thus using the Negro to increase her proportional representation in the National Council in order ultimately to accomplish the Southern domination of the Republic and entrench the traditions of a barbarous system of slavery. For instance, the state of Connecticut has a white population of 892,424. The state of Mississippi has a colored population of 907,630. Thus, Mississippi, by playing its colored population against the white population of Connecticut, completely offsets and neutralizes the power of this great state in the House of Representatives and in the Electoral College. The state of Maine has a white population of 692,226. The state of Virginia has a colored population of 660,722. Thus, Virginia, by playing its colored population against the white population of Maine, puts the quietus on every white man in that state and makes the voice of that state of non-effect in the House and in the Electoral College. The state of Minnesota has a white population of 1,737,036. The states of Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida have a combined colored population of 1,708,841. Thus, Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida, by playing their colored population against the white population of Minnesota, neutralize the voice and power of this great state in the House of Representatives and in the Electoral College. It is hardly necessary to continue these comparisons further, as it must be apparent that the wholesale disfranchisement of the Negro in the South in its practical effects may be the wholesale disfranchisement of great states in the North. It is beyond question the partial disfranchisement of every Northern state. The colored people are either citizens or they are not citizens. If they are not citizens, the South has no ground in law or morals to claim representation for them. If they are citizens, their disfranchisement is a crime against citizenship, for the colored people who are denied citizenship en masse in the South are nevertheless counted and used as equal citizens en masse to neutralize the effectiveness of citizenship in the North, thus bringing about the curious anomaly that the colored man is not a citizen to cast his own vote or share in the government, but he is a citizen, an equal citizen to offset or nullify a Northern citizen's vote and promote Southern domination of the government. But this condition must be regarded from still another point of view. South Carolina has a white population of 557,807, while Colorado has a white population of about the same size, being 529,046, and yet the white men of South Carolina elect 7 members of the House of Representatives, while the same number of white men in Colorado elect only 3 members. North Carolina and Virginia have a combined white population of 2,456,458. Indiana has a white population of 2,458,502, and yet the white men of North Carolina and Virginia jointly elect 20 members of the House, while the same number of white men in Indiana elect only 13 members. Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida have a combined white population of 2,068,097. Wisconsin has a white population of 2,057,911, and yet the white men of Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida jointly elect 19 members of the House, while the same number of white men in Wisconsin elect only 11 members. Georgia, Mississippi, and Arkansas have a combined white population of 2,767,074. Massachusetts has a white population of 2,769,074, and yet the white men of Georgia, Mississippi, and Arkansas jointly elect 26 members of the House, while the same number of white men in Massachusetts elect only 14 members. Again, Louisiana, with a white population of 769,612, elects 7 members of the House, while Connecticut, with a white population of 892,424, elects only 5 members, and Nebraska, with a white population of 1,056,529, elects only 6 members. Mississippi, with a white population of 641,200, elects 8 members of the House, while Kansas, with a white population of 1,416,319, elects only 8 members. Georgia, with a white population of 1,181,294, elects 11 members of the House, while Iowa, with a white population of 2,218,667, elects only 11 members. South Carolina, with a white population of 557,807, elects 7 members of the House, while Maine, New Hampshire, and Delaware, with a combined white population of 1,255,994, elect only 7 members. Florida, with a white population of 297,333, elects 3 members of the House, while Rhode Island, with a white population of 419,050, elects only 2 members. Expressed in the popular vernacular, it may be said that the Southern leaders are playing their game with loaded dice. Furthermore, as recounted, through the disfranchisement of the colored race, the white people of the South elect about 50 members of the House and about 50 members in the Electoral College, which are based on the count of the Negro population. The power thus gained and wielded is a standing peril to Republican government. It has happened in the memory, not of the oldest inhabitant, but of a majority of the people now living, that a single vote in the Electoral College decided the election of a President of the United States. Mr. Hayes was elected by a bare majority of 1 vote, receiving 185 votes to 184 for Mr. Tilden. Not once, but many times in the history of the government, a single vote or a small number of votes has decided the fate of a measure of greatest national importance in Congress. In a close and exciting campaign, or even in calm deliberation, these 50 votes, unrighteously and unlawfully seized and cast by the white people of the South, may not only determine the election of a President of the United States, but may also revolutionize the great national policies of the government. As we have seen, some of the great states of the North would be practically disfranchised or deprived of an equal share in the election of a President and an equal voice in matters of legislation. Such a miscarriage of justice might occur at any time as would bring ruin to the great financial, commercial, and industrial life of the nation. A condition of affairs so manifestly unequal and unjust and so perilous would seem to demand the application of a drastic treatment. Another feature of this matter which should command the serious attention of the American people is the decadence of popular government in the South under the ascendancy of the present leadership. It is no longer the government of the people, but the government of the Jim Crow leaders, for the Jim Crow leaders, and by the Jim Crow leaders. The Honorable John S. Wise, a descendant of a former governor of Virginia, in a public address said, "No Republican form of government exists in Virginia today. The Tsar of Russia does not hold more absolute sway than is held by the fractional oligarchy of whites in the southern states. By the present system of registration in Virginia, 100,000 names have been stricken from the lists in the last 12 months. The government of the United States should say that such a practice is either right or wrong. It must be one or the other. The government has the right and the power to stop it if it will but enforce that power. The indifference of the government is forcing the colored men of the South to become lawbreakers. A crisis is surely approaching." The New York World says, "The world has noted the travesty on popular government in South Carolina, where at the recent election less than 40,000 votes were cast in a state having more than 280,000 men of voting age. The showing in Louisiana was even worse. This Gulf state has 325,000 citizens of voting age, yet the total vote cast on November 4 was only 26,265, of which 22,218 were Democratic and 4,047 Republican. The Times Democrat puts it in another way in saying that about 1 out of 6 of the persons who can vote under the constitutional provisions took the trouble to pay their poll tax, get registered, go to the polls, and cast their ballots. The Negroes, something less than half the population, are, of course, for the most part, disfranchised. Here is a state having 6 representatives in Congress elected by 22,218 voters. The Republican candidates getting, on an average, only 578 votes each. There are several separate congressional districts in this city that cast more votes than were polled in the entire state of Louisiana. This is a state government neither Republican in form nor Democratic in fact. The following table will show the votes cast in the 8 congressional districts in Mississippi as compared with the first 8 districts of Indiana. Indiana, 354,172. Mississippi, 23,063. Such wholesale disfranchisement of the Negroes has reacted on the whites. They have ceased to go to the ballot box, and this gives the Jim Crow leaders their opportunity to establish a corrupt oligarchy which rules with a rod of iron. Fair and just election laws would result in bringing practically every colored voter to the polls at every election, for the Negro, whenever the opportunity is given him, takes pride in the exercise of sovereignty, and the knowledge that the colored vote would be cast at any election would arouse and bring forth the white vote. Thus a healthy political condition would result. Nothing would do so much to promote good government in the South as the expectation that large bodies of colored voters were sure to be at the polls. It would rally the whites and secure the nomination of the best men for offices. But this the Jim Crowites do not want, for their occupation would be gone. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Aftermath of Slavery by William Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The False Alarm of Negro Domination, Part 2. These states are in the control of an imperious and unscrupulous oligarchy, and when the people fail to vote, it fraudulently counts and makes such returns of votes as it pleases. For instance, the new disfranchising Constitution of Alabama received a total of 108,613 votes, but there are 232,294 white voters and 181,471 colored voters in that state, making 413,765 of both races, so that only about 1/4 of the voters gave approval to the new Constitution. In the counting of these votes, numbering 108,613, glaring frauds were committed. In Chambers County, 4,604 votes were returned for the Constitution, yet the total white vote of the county is only 3,457. Dallas County returned 8,125 votes for the Constitution, yet Dallas County has but 2,525 white voters. Hale County returned 4,696 votes for the Constitution, yet this county has only 1,385 white voters. Perry County returned 3,209 votes for the Constitution, yet this county has only 1,559 white voters. Wilcox County returned 4,652 votes for the Constitution, yet this county has only 1,704 white voters. This is the way officers are elected and laws and constitutions are made in the South. Palpable fraud is plainly written on the face of these returns. The plan is to use repeaters or to keep the colored voters from the ballot box and still count their votes to swell the returns. County after county in Alabama show frauds in the election returns. Mr. Joseph C. Manning, a leading white citizen of Alabama, in a speech before the Middlesex Club of Boston, Massachusetts, says the registered vote of about 181,000 voters in Alabama out of a population of the voting age of 413,765 is notice to the country upon the part of the governing power of this state that a majority of the voting population is without a Republican form of government. For 232,765 citizens of voting age in Alabama have, with but scant exception, been illegally, unjustly, and outrageously deprived of suffrage. Of the number of registered colored voters, there are not 3,000. Out of the total colored male population of over 21 years of age in the state of Alabama, there are 73,533 literate citizens. There are 11,123 colored citizens who own farms in Alabama, 2,871 part owners, 116 owners and tenants, 72 managers, 56,202 cash tenants, 23,689 share tenants. The report of the Department of Education of Alabama states that 940 colored male teachers drew money from the public funds in 1902. A stringent examination as to character and education is required of applicants for license to teach in the public schools of Alabama. There are fully 1,000 colored male teachers engaged in the public and private schools of the state. In Alabama, there are also colored merchants, colored bankers, colored artisans, colored physicians, colored lawyers, colored editors, colored ministers, all of these numbering not less than 5,000 citizens. Surely the 5,000 citizens engaged in these various callings, surely the 1,000 colored male teachers and the many thousand colored owners of their own farm homes. I declare that surely these citizens should come up to the requirements of good citizenship and of character, at least under which test no white citizen whatever was excluded by the Board of Registrars in 1902. Had the registration been impartial, no Negro applying for a certificate would have been refused registration, for certainly no white man who applied was denied this privilege. Only one Negro was allowed to vote in my county, Tallapoosa, with a colored population of 2,055. The Negro principal of the colored public school in the town in which I live was denied registration. He was repeatedly told that the registrars were not registering Negroes at that day. It was never his day. This man was fully qualified to register. Negroes of property and good standing were humiliated by the same treatment. Fellow countrymen, there is a God of nations and of men. There is a standard of honor for governments and individuals. There is justice and there is injustice. Not in all the history of the conduct of Christian governments and acts of civilized men can there be found a parallel to the depravity to which this Alabama autocracy, the progeny of the former slaveholding democracy, has come. In South Carolina, Mississippi, North Carolina, Virginia, and other states where disfranchising constitutions and laws have been put in force, not a third of the voters of the states have sanctioned with their ballots these constitutions. In some cases, the Constitution was promulgated without being submitted to the voters. The leaders were afraid of the condemnation of the people. Many Southerners are opposed to laws which can only be made and sustained through fraud and force. Ex-Governor McCorkle of West Virginia at the Montgomery Conference said, "The franchise system as it is at present, constituted in many of the states of the South, is, to say the least, practically the policy of repression. Repression has been tried at every stage of the world's history, and always with the same unvarying results, utter and tremendous failure. It leads nowhere, it raises no man, it demands no education, it holds ignorance as dense as ever, it drives away intelligence, it breeds discontent, it represses any rising inspiration of the heart, it leaves the land at the end of the cycle just as it found it at the beginning. It is the policy of deadly inaction, overridden by discontent. The objective of such laws is not good government, but to build up an office-holding oligarchy by keeping the races at strife. Another matter of importance connected with this subject is the manner in which the colored man has used his ballot. Has the ballot been cast on the side of good government and for the national weal? Have the larger interests of the whole people been promoted by Negro suffrage? In the Reconstruction era and in the years immediately following, the Negro's vote was cast strictly in accordance with good sense, the dictates of humanity, and the highest welfare of the Republic. Even the temporary carpet bag rule established by the Negro's vote was demanded by national exigency and was preferable to the infamous Black Code, which nullified the Proclamation of Emancipation and the 13th Amendment and practically reestablished slavery. There was no middle ground. It was a choice between the Black Code and all it meant, and the temporary evils in such free government as could be organized. And the Negro voted for free government. In so doing, he rendered an inestimable service to the nation. Let every serious American reflect on this, that it was the Negro vote which elected General Grant as President of the United States in 1868. That is to say, if the Negro vote had been suppressed in 1868, as it is today, the votes of the solid South, added to the 80 scattering votes which Mr. Seymour received in the North, would have elected him President over General Grant, the hero of Appomattox. So that in the very first presidential election following the war, it was the Negro's vote which saved from humiliating defeat the greatest military genius of the age, the man above all others then living to whom the nation owes its life. If Mr. Seymour had been elected in the South, he had come back into the Union, and by its solidity had gained the ascendancy in the government in 1868. The gravity of the complications which would have ensued cannot be exaggerated. In 1876, the Negro vote again decided the presidential election, giving the electoral vote of South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana to Mr. Hayes, whom a single vote would have defeated. Mr. Roosevelt, in his canvass for the governorship of New York, was elected by about 17,000 majority, and no one doubts that it was 31,425 colored voters of the state of New York who sealed his election. Governor Odell was elected by about 9,000 majority, and without the colored vote, his canvass would have been hopeless. At many points in the North, the Negro's vote has affected the election of members of Congress and has been decisive in local elections, and it has been cast on the side of good government. Probably the best demonstration of the safety and value of the Negro as a voter of late years is revealed in the election returns for the year 1896. An examination of those returns will prove beyond a doubt that the Negro vote defeated Mr. Bryan and elected Mr. McKinley as President of the United States. There are the facts. California gave Mr. McKinley 8 electoral votes by 2,797 majority, but California has 3,711 colored voters. Delaware gave Mr. McKinley 3 electoral votes by 3,630 majority, but Delaware has 8,374 colored voters. Indiana gave Mr. McKinley 15 electoral votes by 18,181 majority, but Indiana has 18,186 colored voters. Kentucky gave Mr. McKinley 12 electoral votes by 281 majority, but Kentucky has 74,728 colored voters. Maryland gave Mr. McKinley 8 electoral votes by 32,264 majority, but Maryland has 60,406 colored voters. West Virginia gave Mr. McKinley 6 electoral votes by 11,487 majority, but West Virginia has 14,726 colored voters. These 6 states gave Mr. McKinley 52 electoral votes. There can be no doubt of the colored vote being the deciding factor in each of these states, as that vote outnumbered the majority in each state, and the colored vote is practically wholly Republican. If this vote were suppressed in these states, Mr. McKinley's majorities would be wiped out in each case. If these 52 votes are subtracted from the 271 electoral votes which Mr. McKinley received, it would leave him 219. If these 52 votes be added to the 176 electoral votes cast for Mr. Bryan, it would give him 228 electoral votes, a majority of 9 over Mr. McKinley, and he would have been made president. The evidence seems thus conclusive that in the most exciting campaign of a generation, a campaign involving directly the vast financial interest of the nation, and with it every business enterprise of whatsoever nature, and the direct and immediate interest and welfare of every man, woman, and child, that in this momentous campaign the Negro vote was the saving factor. It prevented a result which would have ruinously affected every class of population. The Negro vote saved the country from the follies and crime of free silver, free trade, and free riot. An examination of the election returns of 1880 in Connecticut, Colorado, Indiana, New York, Oregon, and Rhode Island will also show that it was the Negro vote in these states which elected General Garfield to the presidency. The returns of the election of 1888 also disclose the fact that the Negro vote in Illinois, Indiana, New York, Ohio, and Rhode Island determined the election of General Benjamin Harrison as president. The credit is given to the Negro vote because it is the only vote that is contested, and gigantic efforts have been made and are being made to destroy it. If it had been fully suppressed throughout the country, then, as we have seen, the Solid South would have defeated Grant in 1868, Hayes in 1876, Garfield in 1880, Harrison in 1888, and McKinley in 1896. Besides, neither the McKinley nor the Dingley tariff measures would have been possible if the Negro vote had been suppressed throughout the country, as it is in South Carolina and Mississippi today. It has so happened that in each instance the majority in the House of Representatives, which has enacted the great national policies of the government from the time of Reconstruction 1868 to the present, has been due to the ballot in the hands of the colored man. It thus becomes evident that if by defamation and persecution of the colored man his ballot can be destroyed, the autocrats of the Solid South would have a clear chance to gain control of the government, shape its destiny, and entrench the barbarous traditions of slavery. The majority in the 58th Congress, which passed the Panama Canal Bill and other important legislation, is due to the Negro ballot. Senator Blair of New Hampshire, in a recent address at Washington, said, "The colored people are the only ones in the South that have sense enough to vote the Republican ticket, and disfranchisement is not only unwise and unjust, but a crime." Here is the kernel of a great truth. The white people of the South have voted persistently and solidly against every measure of great national benefit for 40 years. The colored people have voted as persistently and as solidly, wherever permitted to do so, in favor of such measures, so that while the white vote of the South has been inimical to the great interests of the country, these have been saved by the colored vote. Thus the colored vote has proved a veritable godsend to the nation. Without this vote, the most important and fruitful national policies would have been impossible of inauguration. The Negro vote is a failure only when it is suppressed by the intimidation, fraud, and shotguns of the whites. The Union League Club of the City of New York, one of the most influential of all political organizations, aside from the two great parties, has recently taken action which will have important bearings on the whole question. This club rendered the Republic invaluable services in the dark days of the rebellion, and has proved a tower of strength in the emergencies of subsequent years. At a recent meeting, it unanimously adopted the following resolutions. Resolved that the government be requested to instruct the district attorneys in the various states where an illegal suppression of votes is alleged to prosecute every case where there has been a violation of the laws of the United States in respect of the suffrage, if adequate evidence can be obtained to justify a submission of such case to the grand jury. Resolved first that Congress be requested and respectfully urged to investigate with thoroughness and impartiality the charges of a suppression of votes contrary to the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, and in every case where such reduction is accomplished by a limitation of the franchise for any reason, and that in proportion to the number of votes so disfranchised, the representation of such state in Congress be reduced, and also to see that the 15th Amendment be in no way violated, either directly or by subterfuge. And second, that where the decisions of the courts or the practices at elections disclose the fact that the present statutes are inadequate, amendatory acts be passed, remedying the defects disclosed. These resolutions were based on a report of a committee which had thoroughly investigated every phase of the question, and which was summarized as follows. The demoralizing effect of such a condition as this, everyone must admit. The idea that the people of this country, great and small, old and young, of every nation, kindred, and tongue, are to be educated upon the theory that a continued and wholesale violation of the fundamental law of the nation can go unpunished, must produce a frightful effect, and there has never been a time in the history of the country when, if it be true that these violations exist, there was a condition at all like the present. If the facts asserted in regard to this matter be true, there is a deliberate nullification of the Constitution of the United States, a thing which no country can or ought to permit while it cherishes the idea that it is governed by law. If this condition exists, we are far from our great ideal, for we are a government of some of the people, by some of the people, and for some of the people. Here is a moderate, conservative, dignified petition to the government of the United States to investigate certain evils, wrongs, and crimes against a whole class of American citizens, evils, wrongs, and crimes which every man in the Republic knows to exist, and which are repugnant to civilization, inimical to good order, and in open violation of the Constitution of the United States. The government is petitioned to use its lawful authority to ameliorate these conditions. How is this calm, dispassionate, and dignified petition received? The Jim Crowites are greatly stirred up. Mr. Robert C. Ogden, a prominent businessman of New York, practically voicing Southern sentiment, declared that the influence of the petition would be as follows. First, to injure the material, political, and educational interest of the Negro in the Southern states. Second, to discourage the growth of academic freedom in the South. The recent action of the Board of Trustees of one of the most important of Southern colleges was a notable victory for intellectual independence. The movement toward academic freedom will be hindered just in proportion to Northern use of the Negro in party politics. Third, a prominent representative of the opposition party is seeking the Democratic nomination for the presidency upon the Negro issue. If the proposed action is taken, it will contribute powerfully towards securing that nomination. Fourth, the Northern introduction of the color question into Republican politics will make doubly sure the continuity of the democratic solidity of the South and supply the very weapons that democracy needs in the fight against republicanism, thus adding to the difficulty of electing our national candidate. Fifth, it will retard and hinder the further progress of the sober public opinion of the best South in the effort to secure justice for the Negro. Mr. Ogden also affirms that he believes in the 14th and 15th Amendments. He is like unto the old deacon in Maine who believed in prohibition but was again its enforcement. Let us examine in detail Mr. Ogden's specific statements. His first reason is the same old argument so vigorously employed by the Southern leaders, that if the nation shall dare to interfere with them in their work of subjugating a people, they will take reprisals on the Negro, cut down his school privileges, deny him protection of the law, make life hard for him, and otherwise maltreat him or even lynch him. They can at will foment race slaughter like that at Kishinev and dignify such acts as race riots, but the whole world will know that there was a race massacre. But the government should not be moved by such consideration. It should go straight ahead and do what is right and proper in the premises. When these leaders stir up race riots, the government and the great legions of law-abiding people in the South can take care of that matter. There is a large and increasing element among the Southern people who believe that the leaders have gone entirely too far and have brought nothing but disgrace on the South. Mr. Ogden's second reason is an insult to the Southern people. Academic freedom. Is not the South civilized? Is it not a Christian people? Do they need academic freedom to decide whether law and order should be observed, whether an equal citizen should be outlawed and forced into servitude, and the laws of the land and the laws of God set at naught, whether the constitutional guarantees of American citizenship and manhood are myths, and whether a man living in South Carolina should be 3 times as potential in Congress and in the Electoral College as a man in New Hampshire or Colorado. Does Mr. Ogden not know that while academic freedom is incubating The Southern leaders are going straight ahead, fastening the chains of serfdom around the neck of a whole race. Will he kindly inform the public just how long it will be necessary to suspend the Constitution of the United States in order to achieve this academic freedom? His third reason is childish. He is afraid that if the proposed action is taken, the South would get mad and through the Democratic Party nominate a man like Mr. Gorman or Mr. Tillman for the presidency. Everybody knows that the Democratic Party has done rash things, but it has done nothing so foolhardy as this, and if it should make such a nomination, the day of election would disclose that the Democratic Party in the North was not only out of business, but stiff in the grasp of rigor mortis. Mr. Ogden may rest contented. His fears will not materialize. The Democratic Party will not commit suicide. His fourth reason would seem to indicate, if we did not have good evidence to the contrary, that he had been asleep 40 years, twice as long as good old Rip Van Winkle. He says the Northern introduction of the color question into Republican politics will make doubly sure the continuity of the Democratic solidity of the South. If Mr. Ogden should jog his memory just a little, it would tell him that the color question was in Republican politics at the birth of the party, and it has been very much alive in Republican politics ever since. The one thing that has distinguished that party and has made it the party of grand moral ideas, that has caused it to represent before the world the conscience of the American people and brought to it its greatest victories, is the color question in its politics. Its highest glory and most magnificent achievements in peace and in war are inseparably associated with the color question in its politics. If, because the Republican Party upholds the Constitution of the United States and demands that the vital issues settled by the War of the Rebellion shall stay settled, and that serfdom shall not take the place of slavery, and that all American citizens shall have equal rights before the law, without regard to race or color, if these things shall make doubly sure the continuity of the democratic solidity of the South, then may the good Lord have mercy on the South. Mr. Ogden's fifth reason is a flagrant impeachment of the best South. If this petition will retard and hinder the further progress of the sober public opinion of the best South, then indeed the conditions of the social organism in the South are worse than the average American would like to believe. This would seem to prove that the barbarism of slavery is a greater handicap on the whites than on the colored people. The best South ought to welcome most heartily any lawful steps by the government which will promote law and order and bring about an honest and righteous settlement of the race question, guaranteeing the equal protection of the rights and liberty of all classes and restoring the equality of representation among the states. Alexander Hamilton, the trusted supporter of George Washington, an exponent of the Constitution, said, "There can be no truer principle than this, that every individual of the community has an equal right to the protection of government. Can this be a righteous government if partial distinctions are maintained?" The French Constitution of 1793 holds aloft this torch for the illumination of the world. Government is instituted to ensure to man the free use of his natural and inalienable rights. These rights are equality, liberty, security, property. All men are equal by nature and before the law. Law is the same for all, be it protective or penal. Freedom is the power by which men can do what does not interfere with the rights of another. Its basis is nature, its standard is justice, its protection is law, its moral boundary is the maxim, do not unto others what you do not wish they should do unto you. Inequalities before the law lead surely to abuses, wrongs, oppression, and inhumanities. Unsettled questions exist regardless of the peace of a nation. There can be no peace until South Carolina and Mississippi shall be as just in government as Massachusetts and Minnesota, until liberty and law for one and for all shall be respected by all, even as it is written in the Constitution of the Republic. The Supreme Court of the United States has rendered a decision covering the vital questions of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States. Let that decision, see Wallace's report, 16th volume, speak for itself. Associate Justice Miller, speaking for the court, said, "The process of restoring to their proper relations with the federal government and with other states those which had sided with the rebellion undertaken under the proclamation of President Johnson in 1865 and before the assembling of Congress, developed the fact that, notwithstanding the former recognition by those states of the abolition of slavery, the condition of the slave race would, without further protection of the federal government, be almost as bad as it was before. Among the first acts of legislation adopted by several of the states and the legislative bodies which claimed to be in their normal relations with the federal government were laws which imposed upon the colored race onerous disabilities and burdens, and curtailed their rights in the pursuit of life, liberty, and property to such an extent that their freedom was of little value, while they had lost the protection which they had received from their former owners from motives both of interest and humanity. They were in some states forbidden to appear in the towns in any other character than menial servants. They were required to reside on and cultivate the soil without the right to own it or purchase it. They were excluded from any occupation or gain, and were not permitted to give testimony in the courts in any case where a white man was a party. It was said that their lives were at the mercy of bad men, either because the laws for their protection were insufficient or were not enforced. These circumstances, whatever of falsehood or misconception may have been mingled with their presentation, forced upon the statesmen who had conducted the federal government in safety through the crisis of the rebellion, and who supposed that by the 13th article of amendment they had secured the results of their labors, the conviction that something more was necessary in the way of constitutional protection to the unfortunate race who had suffered so much. They accordingly passed through Congress the proposition for the 14th Amendment, and they declined to treat as restored to their full participation in the government of the Union the states which had been in insurrection until they ratified that article by a formal vote of their legislative bodies. Before we proceed to examine more critically the provisions of this amendment on which the plaintiffs in error rely, let us complete and dismiss the history of the recent amendments, as that history relates to the general purpose which pervades them all. A few years' experience satisfied the thoughtful men who had been the authors of the other two amendments that, notwithstanding the restraints of these articles on the state and the laws passed under the additional powers granted to Congress, these were inadequate for the protection of life, liberty, and property, without which freedom to the Negro was no boon. They were in all those states denied the right of suffrage. The laws were administered by the white man alone. It was urged that a race of men distinctly marked, as was the Negro, living in the midst of another and dominant race, could never be fully secured in their person and their right without the right of suffrage. Hence the 15th Amendment, which declares that the right of a citizen of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The Negro, having by the 14th Amendment been declared to be a citizen of the United States, is thus made a voter in every state of the Union. We repeat then, in the light of this recapitulation of events, almost too recent to be called history, but which are familiar to us all, on the most casual examination of the language of these amendments, no one can fail to be impressed with the one pervading purpose found in them all, lying at the foundation of each, and without which none of them would have been suggested. We mean the freedom of the slave race, the security and firm establishment of that freedom, and the protection of the newly made free man and citizen from the oppression of those who had formerly exercised unlimited dominion over him. It is true that only the 15th Amendment in terms mentions the Negro by speaking of his color and his slavery, but it is just as true that each of the other articles was addressed to the grievances of that race and designed to remedy them, as was the 15th. This clean-cut, invincible decision of the highest tribunal of the Republic destroys every contention of the enemies of liberty and makes impregnable the position of its friends. End of section 10.